You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all and everlasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
to 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
And author. So come to my audience and let them know. Thank you so much, first of all, for having me here. This is so amazing. I'm excited to be here at the Author All-Star Conference. Excited to sit and talk with you. Guys, this has been a for real journey, right? So what I do is I help women discover their purpose, their passions, and crush the limiting beliefs that's stopping them from walking in their purpose, right? And how I do that is through a lot of different ways. But the first thing is getting them spiritually ready for the journey and meditation. What better way than affirmations, prayer, meditation? And so that's how we really came about with, these books. But I spent 10 years as a teacher, 8 years as a principal, another 7 or 8 years as a college professor. And what I realized is that I did all of those things, but I still felt unfulfilled. I would wake up still feeling like it's got to be more. It's got to be something more. And I went on this journey to discover my purpose. And I realized that teaching and being a principal, all of those things were assignments in my purpose. But my purpose, the ultimate thing, is to help other people discover theirs.
That's awesome.
Yes.
And once you discover your purpose, once you discover your passion,
Yes.
then everything else just falls into place. And when you're out of sync.
Yes.
Even when you're doing things that are good and you're making an impact on people's lives, but when you're not living in your purpose and you're not walking in the plan that God has for you, then you feel a little off. And so you have recognized what it is that God wants you to do. and you're doing it.
Yes.
You're making a difference in women's lives. And I know affirmations. I mean, let's talk about affirmations, because if you can say it, you can have it.
That's right.
If you can see it, you can have it.
Right.
So I'm going to shut up.
Listen, affirmations are such an important part of it, and was a part of my journey, right? And still is. It is a part of the environment that I set for my mind. Because if you can't speak it, how are you going to believe it?
Absolutely.
How are you going to believe it? And so you got to speak things. And the Bible says, speak things
As though they are. Yes.
Okay? It's
Yes.
not just what you see. It's what do you believe? What do you want for yourself? You got to begin to speak that thing into existence right now. So affirmations for me is very, very powerful. For one, it helps to kind of affirm where you are right now, right? In terms of your character. When I say that, I mean like your character. I am strong, right? I am, an overcomer. I am. You speak those things as they were. And then you can speak things that you don't even see yet, that you may not feel yet.
Yes.
But you begin to speak those
Yes.
things through your affirmations.
Yes.
And so that using those affirmations, not only guys can change your mindset, change your beliefs, but it can change how you feel in the moment.
Absolutely.
Change how you feel.
Absolutely.
So I love it.
Yeah, and I grew up with no confidence, no self-esteem. I was bullied and ridiculed and told things like, you're nothing, you'll never be anything. And I read a book that changed my life. It's The Magic of Believing. And it talked about affirmations. And I would fall asleep at night.
Yes.
Fall asleep at night saying, I'm confident, I'm confident, I'm confident. I would say it until I fell asleep. And it wasn't there yet, but saying it would happen.
Yes.
And I remember, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm not going to get into my story, but I know how affirmation and parents affirm your kids, have them affirm at an early age, start having them speak affirmations.
Yes.
I can't tell you how powerful that is, but Dr. Deja, it's not about me. It's all about you. Tell us about, now this is the affirmation book, right?
Yes. So this book is titled Please Don't Say It. And I know people are like, you don't want us to say affirmations? Listen, this book is going to help you understand the truth about affirmations and how to speak them. So it's 8 steps to make them work for you and boost your self-esteem. But you have to be mindful of what you say. Sometimes we hear other people say affirmations and we just repeat those things, not understanding the meaning of words, not understanding the things that we're speaking into our life. And so in this book, I go over the science behind affirmations, the spiritual aspect behind affirmations, and then not only do I do that, but I give you over 50 of my most impactful affirmations. I teach you how I write my affirmations. So I give you a strategy to create your own, and then I give you space in there to write your own affirmations, because it's important for you to use your words, for you to speak things into your life based on the language that you use. Because hearing someone else's affirmation,
It's gotta be yours.
But it has to be yours.
Yes.
So one of my favorite affirmations, Vera, one of the things that I say every single day is that I am the ambassador of my bloodline. I came to break generational curses, the curse of teenage pregnancy, the curse of lack, right? The curse of financial hardship, the curse of poverty. I came to break them. But when I say that affirmation, I speak specifically to the generational curse, right? That's for me, for my bloodline.
Yeah.
And so if you go and you repeat exactly what I say, then that may not be the curse for you. That may not be the thing you need to break in your bloodline. And so in this book, I really teach you how to develop your own affirmations that are meaningful and powerful for you.
That's awesome. And then we got the meditation journal.
Yes.
Let's talk about the meditation journal.
I mean, you can't do it without that. Like, there is a time where prayer is when you speak to God, and meditation is when you listen.
Yeah.
You have to listen. Think about this. If you're asking me for something and I'm trying to give you the answer, but you're steady talking, how are you going to hear? You got to spend some time listening, right? And so there's so many different types of meditations, right? There are manifesting meditations. There's all kind of meditations. And so in this book, in the beginning of it, I just give you a little bit of information about meditation, how to properly use it, and then I give you space to journal, right? There is a space in here to write what type of meditation you listen to today, what you're grateful for, because you got to go into this thing with gratitude.
Yes,
right?
gratitude.
You gotta have the
Yes.
gratitude, and then a space to write down that, you know, what you experienced while you were in that meditation. Because a lot of times you're getting answers and you don't remember them because you don't write them down.
Right.
And you may get an answer today that's for something 6 months from now.
Absolutely.
And so you write down. So this journal gives you the space. It's specifically for meditations. It's not for you to journal the stuff that's happening today. It's specifically for what you're hearing in meditation so that you can remember them and go back to them and refer to them. Because a lot of the answers that you're looking for, you just got to sit down and go, God.
Yes, scripture says, be still and know that I am God.
That's right.
That's meditation. And you know, people, the Lord speaks to us in many ways, but you gotta listen.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's that still small voice.
Yes.
Sometimes it's through dreams. Sometimes it's directly through the word. And with me, I mean, like directly through the word, I can pray and meditate and say, okay, Lord, show me through your word what I should do. And people think this is crazy, but I just open the Bible. I trust that.
And it takes you right
And
where
it
you
takes
need
me
to
right
be.
where it needs. An example. I was living in Los Angeles, and I did not want to go back to Ohio. I did not want to go back. But things were not good while I was in Los Angeles. Went there married, left there with the baby, and without my husband.
Wow.
And so the day I got ready to leave Los Angeles, I was offered a job. The day I was ready to leave. And I said to them, look, as we speak, I'm walking out the door. And then I said, I'll call you back. So I got my Bible and I said, Lord, show me through your word what I should do. And when I opened it, it said, go home to thy friends and tell them what great things the Lord has done for you and how he's had compassion upon you.
Wow.
So I went home. The plan was only to be there for a couple of years, but the Lord kept me there for 25 years.
Wow.
Every time I went to the word about leaving, he said, stay where you are. Until my sisters got sick with cancer. One was in Ohio, which is where I was, and the other was in Kentucky. And so I had come back from Kentucky and I'm at my house. I get my Bible and I said, Lord, show me through your word what I should do. And I opened it and it said, go.
Wow.
I didn't trust it. And so a couple of days later, I said, Lord, I know you said I should go, but can you please confirm through your word that this is what I am to do? I opened the Bible. It said, pack your bags.
Wow.
So that, you know, I'm telling you, and I'm saying that to say the answers through meditation is in the word.
Yep.
It's through your dreams.
Yep.
It's through speaking or hearing that still small voice. Listen to the small voice.
Listen.
All right, let me shut up.
Listen. You gotta listen though.
You gotta listen.
You gotta
I'm
listen.
telling you. And you know, this conference has been phenomenal. And the speaker that we had just this morning was talking all about what we're talking about right now.
It's so powerful.
It was so powerful. Now, okay, I know we're running out of time, and I'm sorry I took up some of your time.
It's okay.
But let's talk about the success plan.
Wow, this success planner, it's actually got a makeover. The new cover is so beautiful. But guys, the success planner is really meant to help you develop this life balance in your life and plan it 12 weeks at a time. I love vision boards, don't get me wrong. And I love long-term planning, but sometimes when we plan so far out, we forget the small steps that it's going to take to get there. Not only that, we don't give ourselves enough things to celebrate on the journey. And so the 12-week life balance planner is meant to help you really hone in on those areas in your life that you want to work on. So it has you assess yourself in 9 areas, right? 9 areas of your life, including your health, your wealth, your relationships, everything.
Awesome.
And then choose which areas am I going to work on these 90 days.
Yes.
And then plan it out. The
Wow.
month at a glance, the daily planner, and then at the end of every month, there's a space for you to assess. What did I accomplish this month? What were my glows? Meaning the areas that I can celebrate. I call them glows.
Yes,
right?
I love
What
it.
are my glows? How can I celebrate? What did I use? Because you got to give yourself that boost of confidence to keep going.
Yeah.
And then what are my growth? Not my weaknesses.
I
What are my
love it.
growth?
I love
What are
it.
the areas that I can learn from that was I as consistent as I said I was going to be? And so this is not an ordinary, this is not a calendar, y'all. This is a planner. It's sort of like your personal accountability partner.
Love
Because
it.
you can't lie to you.
Love
And so it
it.
allows you to assess yourself every month. And then at the end of the 90 days, another full assessment and a self-reflection. We got to self-reflect.
Yes. Now let me say, we are at the Authors All-Star Conference. This is Dr. Deja Andrews. She's got some powerful stuff. You can check her out on her website at www.dejaandrews.com or on Instagram, Dr. Deja Andrews. You can get her books through her website.
Yes, you can.
So
Some amazing merch, some gear.
yeah, some
Purpose
gear.
call to make sure you answer. Yes.
So I'm telling you, we ran out of time, but she's going to be coming on my show. Okay. We're going to talk more.
Yes.
And I just want to thank you all for joining me and listening. You will see another interview shortly here. So enjoy, 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 and we will talk to you again later.
Yes.
Goodbye.
The Vera Tomlin Show. The Vera Tomlin Show. The Vera Tomlin Show. The Vera Tomlin Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera Tomlin Show. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
But I always ask this question, right? You have accomplished so much, and you've acting, comedian, you've been in movies, you've been in series, you won many awards, Grammy nominated, sir, right? So what is that next biggest thing for you?
The biggest thing for me right now is to just make sure that my family is left well. If I leave them before we leave together, generational wealth. But the main thing is, my goal is to produce like, that's why I say Adam Sandler was one of my heroes. I want to put on some of the young comics that I've seen and some of my friends that need to get that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to get famous enough where I can call the shots, where I can, and produce a few movies where they can eat and make that bread. And everybody go, oh my God, like Kevin Hart, that's beautiful. He took his team and them guys, and I was listening on the radio. They got the radio, Sirius Radio. And one dude said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. And I was just like, man, I was highly impressed. Because I'm thinking to myself, this dude ain't that famous. I don't even know him, but this is because of Kevin Hart. And no strike against him. It's just the point of he said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. That's powerful.
Yeah.
So he didn't set his buddies up to the point where they can live the life that they think that they want to live. And I think that's gracious. And I just want to, I got a few friends that I'm going to put them there to get that life. Whatever they do with it, But it's like, man, we got to get it. That's going to make, I'm going to make magic. I'm 53. I got about 12 more years, and I gotta go preach the word for the rest of my life. And I don't care if I just save one soul. I'm going to be a preacher.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm gonna preach. I'm gonna be 65 and I'm walking in the church. I'm walking right away from this and I'm going right into theology, whatever. I'm gonna read my first sermon. I'm gonna have me a little church. I'm gonna pay for it, and I'm gonna save one soul. If I just save one, that's all I want to do. You know, one soul to heaven. If I could do anything else.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
You're watching Kim Jacobs Show. You know you're gonna have, you know that.
There was a slight delay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Kim Jacobs Show. I am so glad to have you all in the virtual studio audience with us today. But guess what? I am super excited to have Coach Ashley Record here. How are you today?
I am doing wonderful. Super excited. How are you?
I'm super excited too. And you know what happened backstage. I think I told you I was popping my new glasses on and I was all excited about it, right? I was like, yeah, I got my new glasses on.
Yes, and they were cute.
And guess what happened, y'all? The eye thing popped out. Like, wait, what? I had to quickly throw those off. Such is life, right?
Yes, it is. Just keep rolling. Got to keep rolling.
Keep it moving. But I have my good old faithful red
Come on.
glasses.
Yes.
Which I love even more anyway. There you have it. Hey, do you guys like the red glasses? Make sure you put in the comments section. I was trying to go with some other colors, but then they failed me. They failed me, y'all. They failed me. So let me know your thoughts. Red glasses, other colors. What do y'all like? Okay. Anyway, all I need them for anyway is for reading. So that's it. I don't really wear glasses. Listen, Ashley, I'm so excited to have you here today because we're going to be talking about a very interesting topic. Give everybody just a flavor of what we can expect on today's episode.
Yes, absolutely. So today we are going to be talking about a question that is often pondered, but no one really voices it, which is why are so many kingdompreneurs broke? And I want to give you a disclaimer. I'm not saying that everybody's broke. Not all people are struggling, but there are a lot of kingdompreneurs who are missing out on what God has for them. And the strategies and the insights that we will be sharing today will hopefully help you make the shift so that you are no longer among those kingdompreneurs who are living below what God has for you.
That is a very intriguing topic. So I was kind of eager to interview you and have this discussion with you today. So yeah, go ahead and pop it in the comment section, everyone, to determine what your philosophy is. I want to be able to hear your thoughts, not just have a discussion only with Ashley, but to hear your thoughts in the studio audience. Invite your friends, your family, your coworkers, tag people and let them know that we're talking about why are some kingdompreneurs broke. Now we know not everyone, so make sure you know that. And if you're not broke and God has blessed you in a mighty way, I want to go ahead and let y'all know right now up front at the beginning of the broadcast, please take a moment to invest in the Kim Jacobs Show. And it is an investment. It's a partnership. It's an opportunity as a community member and as a faithful supporter of the Kim Jacobs Show to be able to pour into our broadcast. So take a moment and do that, whether it's once that you're doing it, monthly, annually, whatever way. I would appreciate you all taking the time to pour in. You can do that through Cash App, $ Kim Jacobs Inc. and it'll be scrolling throughout the broadcast. So you can just pick any way and go ahead, and I'll check it sometimes periodically and even send some shout outs to people. So thank you so much for that. So Ashley, I'm excited. I'm actually excited. And I know something that the studio audience doesn't know. I'm not going to reveal it on yet. All right, let's see. Really like your red glasses, Alaman said. Okay, Alaman, I'll heed your advice. Let's see. Benita says, good morning, Kim. Coach Ashley, I love the red glasses. Okay. And let's see who else made some comments here. So the question today, everybody, as you are, hey, ma'am. Hey, Alaman.
Hey.
All right. Ernetta Caldwell, our Reinvent Yourself expert, said, good morning, beautiful ladies as well. And I see her comment here. Good morning, Ernetta. So y'all make sure y'all tag some people and invite them into today's discussion. When we come back from this commercial, we're going to go ahead and jump right into our topic. Why are so many kingdompreneurs broke? And let me say this before we take the commercial. There's a study, and it was on Barna.com, Americans Support Christian Businesses and Brands. And the study talked about managing like Christian principles and embracing the Christian faith, and why even support Christian businesses. According to this study, it talked about consumers are more likely to express interest in both iterations of Christian business. Nearly 6 out of 10 consumers in the South and half of buyers in the Midwest were more likely to support a business operated by Christian principles. So that was I didn't know that. So thank you, Cassandra.
I didn't either. That's awesome.
They also said young adults ages 45 and younger, but especially those under the age of 25, were among the least interested in Christian-oriented brands. So 45 and younger, according to this statistic, was least interested in Christian brands. And then the final thing here is, on balance, only atheists and agnostics were more likely to oppose than welcome Christian-driven businesses, like 14% versus 5%. And even adherents of faith groups other than Christianity were more likely to favor Christian-themed businesses than to reject them. So there is a lot of statistical information we'll talk about as well throughout the broadcast, and we'll even put an image up later today as well. All right, so we're going to take a quick commercial break to hear from one of our episode sponsors, and we will be right back after this commercial break. Coach Ashley, get your mind ready.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
Back, and we are talking with Ashley Record. Now, Ashley, as I introduced her, she has a lot to her backstory, but she's the Christian mindset coach and kingdom business strategist. And she has helped hundreds of Christian women develop the mind of Christ and launch their online service-based businesses God's way. Welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show, the daughter of Dr. Stacy Lang, none other than Ashley Record.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to talking about the first part of this conversation when it comes to kingdompreneurs is going to be the mindset and the way that your mindset keeps you from living in the fullness of the things that God has for you. And even while I was listening to the statistics, I think for some kingdompreneurs who are sitting in that space of feeling like I'm in business because I know God called me. I may not be leading with the fact that I'm a Christian, but I am doing my best to apply Christian principles to my business. The reason why I'm struggling is literally because of what I heard Kim Jacobs say, reading that statistic, that people don't want to invest in Christian businesses. No. And I want to speak to that. I feel like that's a great place for us to start because your mindset literally shapes your reality. And so we have to be careful about the things that we even adopt in ourselves. You can have a Christian business, a kingdom business, without actually saying that you are a Christian. right? Christianity literally means that we have just made the decision to follow Jesus and to adopt Jesus's, lifestyle, the fruit of the spirit, right? Treating people with kindness and love and patience in our businesses. So being a kingdompreneur doesn't mean you have to lead with being a Christian, but there is an expectation around the way that you do business because you're doing business God's way and you're supposed to be doing it for his glory. And so when you think about your mindset, a lot of Christians are struggling in the area of their worth, in the area of their identity, feeling like they're not good enough, so they're not consistent, feeling like they're not worthy, so they're not posting content, they're not showing up, they're not going live, and trying to build their business from their comfort zone instead of from their assignment. So you have to do that inner work and, identify why are you having these thoughts about yourself in order for you to really tap into the plan of God and the things that he has for you.
That's really some good insight already. And so I'm already enjoying what's being said. If we have comments that's coming in, Mackenzie, pop a few of them up if they're speaking to what Ashley is saying. I'm also going to put, come on, Coach Ashley, your mindset shapes your reality.
Yes, it does.
My mom's like standing at the door, and I was like, "Is everything okay?" She said, "I thought you called me." I was like, "I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's going on."
Mama.
But my mom bought me my cup of ice water, so I'm like, "Let me just take a sip." Nothing like having a great mom to help you, right?
Amen.
You stepping on some toes right there.
Yes. Yes.
That's important for us to be able to support each other. And like one thing that I want to go back to what you said that I really like is it doesn't matter what I put on a billboard saying I am a Christian or I believe in Jesus Christ. My actions, my life should be able to be, in my opinion, some type of Bible that they can read, whether they ever read the Bible or not. And none of our lives are going to be blemish free.
Right.
And so anybody that portrays that, oh, I am a perfect example and I am a walking billboard of all righteousness, we're liars and the truth is not in us. That's what the Bible actually says. You are lying and the truth is not in us. So we are only striving to be as Christ-like as possible. In my opinion, that's what I'm doing. I'm striving to always represent Christ in the best possible light possible.
Amen.
There are times that I am not at the level that I'm sure he's like, I'm very pleased with that. And that right there, you need to get better, girl.
Right.
That just did not represent you well. And so make some adjustments. Because different things in life can change can impact our mindset. It shouldn't change our mindset, but it can impact our mindset, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
So what do you think is the cause for people, especially Christian women, because we're talking a lot about that today, how do you personally kind of help women get unstuck as Christian?
That is such a good question. So being stuck is a mindset, right? I wrote a book, an ebook called You're Not Stuck, You're Comfortable, because the truth is the reason why we feel stuck is because we're comfortable doing things our way. And so the first step to getting unstuck is accepting the fact that when you are called to business, you are not called to do it your way. You're called to do it the way that God intends for it to be done. So that means that you have to be willing to stretch. You have to be willing to change. You have to be willing to try something new. And you also have to be confident in the God who called you so that when you show up, you're not showing up by your own might, right? Like Moses in the Bible was talking about all of his shortcomings. God, I'm not a good speaker. I'm not eloquent. I'm not this. I'm not that. How are you planning to use me to free the Israelites from Pharaoh? And it's like we have to be able to understand, just like God told Moses, that when we show up in business, God is using us to be impactful in the marketplace. God is going through us to be impactful in the marketplace. And so there's a surrender that's necessary to get unstuck and really be in obedience to God and be able to serve his people the way that he intends. God has every plan to prosper us. God has every plan to businesses succeed. but we have to be willing to do the work necessary, right? Faith and work, in order for us to see the manifestation of the things that God promised.
That's so true. Everything you're saying is so true, and I'm in love with it. Is actually I have an author coach that's helping me with this book that I'm writing right now, and so
Amen.
she's gonna be I already have the manuscript done and everything, and they're gonna be like everything that you're already saying, even God's way is certain things that's officially worded in my book,
Mhm.
and so I'm 100% in agreement and in alignment with everything that you're sharing here today.
Amen.
And I do know that God has plans for us to prosper. He knew the plans he had for us from before we were ever formed in our mom's womb. He already knew. And the plans
Mhm.
are good. They're not evil. So we have to
Yes.
learn how to embrace that in every aspect of our lives, even in business. Because
Yes.
it's like we can embrace it in some parts, but in others it's like there's a stumbling block. Why am I stuck here? But I'm
Yes.
not stuck when it comes to my belief in Christ or my desire to serve him or to represent him. Then I'm
Mhm.
free as a bird. But when it
Mhm.
comes to other things, how am I stuck? So what
Right.
you're speaking to is incredible and I love it. And
Mhm.
now, when did you realize that you were stuck in your own life to the point where you needed to help other people become unstuck?
Woo, yes, in 2020, the pandemic, when I
That's
was in
when
the house,
everybody realized.
come on, and I had that woman in the mirror moment where I was asking God, show me what it is that's stopping me from really living in the fullness of my assignment. And God showed me myself. And God said, your mindset is the weapon formed against you, causing you not to prosper. You've literally been standing in my way.
Mm.
And so I had to deal with me. I had to heal me. I had to deal with the parts of myself that had been led by fear, led by a desire to control, as opposed to, like how I talked about earlier, surrender. And I had to be honest and say, like, it is me. I have been the reason why I've been inconsistent. I have been the reason why I've been procrastinating because
Right.
I've been thinking that I wasn't worthy, because I've been thinking that I wasn't good enough. And
Mm.
I've been allowing those thoughts to minimize my impact in the marketplace. I've been building my business from my comfort zone as opposed to building it from my assignment. And so when I had that revelation and I started working on my mindset, I thought about the audience that I was currently serving on a small level, very small level. I was doing annual workshops,
Mm.
and I realized that they too were struggling with the same issue of procrastination, inconsistency. And it was also because they didn't know about their mindset and the power that the mind holds in our productivity and in our progress. And so I accepted the next level in my assignment and became the Christian mindset coach, and became very intentional about teaching Christian
Good.
women not just strategies to grow their business, but the mindset that they need to have in order to be consistent and disciplined as they grow that business.
I love it. Having the mindset and the consistency and the discipline
Yes.
to grow the business. So someone type that in the comment section. Having the mindset, having the consistency and the discipline to grow your business. That's a tip from Coach Ashley Record. Yes. I see you dropping nuggets, is what Arnetta Caldwell said. Absolutely right.
Thank you, Corey.
Collaboration is the new currency indeed. Arnetta Caldwell, our Reinvent Yourself specialist, and she's our expert here on the Kim Jacobs Show. She said, I am now a speaker, but I used to question God. Lord, you want me to speak?
Woo, that part. Yes.
That whole part, Arnetta. And let me also, because anytime you all are here in the studio audience, I love to give you the opportunity to pop up behind the scenes if you want to pop on the screen and ask a direct question of our guest, or if you just want to say a word of encouragement, but you want to come on screen to do it, that's the link right there for you to do so. Let me pop that up for you. And make sure you all share the broadcast with your friends and people that follow you on social media. But you can click, copy, and paste that link. It'll bring you right backstage and you can talk directly with Ashley Record. Listen, we're going to continue talking with you. And I'm glad that you had that moment in the mirror, because that's why you're here today, to
Amen.
be able to encourage others. And so when we come back, what I'd like to be able to talk about is what specific Christian woman would best benefit from working with you. I want to hear from your own words, what type of person are you even looking to work with on this journey called life? Y'all, you know, we're balancing life here on the Kim Jacobs Show, how people balance every aspect of our lives. And Ashley Record is here telling us her mirror in the moment in the mirror moment that helped her decide that she's not going to be a broke kingdompreneur anymore. So
Amen.
we'll come right back after this commercial break. We're going to learn a lot more.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
All right. So what type of person is it that you're looking to work with that may be struggling as a kingdompreneur, Ashley?
Absolutely. My ideal client is the corporate Christian woman, the woman who is currently in her career. She has been in her career for some years, so she is a seasoned corporate Christian woman or recently retired. And she has a calling by God to entrepreneurship. She has a calling by God, a clear idea of this online service-based business. She knows that God wants her to be a coach or a consultant or a graphic designer, something that God wants her to do to serve his people through her gifts and her expertise and her experiences. But her mindset and her lack of strategy, that fear of failure, that fear of success, and not even knowing where to begin, those things have kept her stuck. Those things have kept her inconsistent. And those things have caused her to minimize her impact in the marketplace. And also even her ability to create a legacy for God's glory through the work that she's supposed to be doing.
Well, I love it. You know what? I put up here the corporate Christian woman who is called to entrepreneurship. You definitely want to reach out to Coach Ashley. Now, Coach Ashley, I'm big on role playing, right? So part of what I do is I teach people how to start your own show from scratch.
Mhm.
So with the years of experience of being on PBS and having a show on the Word Network and filming at the old Jim and Tammy Faye Baker studio, being the NBC Balance affiliate that I would go out and do Balance Makeover for Fame, all of that stuff. So anyway, the point is what I want to do right now is actually do a quick role play with you. I love this. So
Amen.
role play
Okay.
with you, okay?
Okay. Come on.
So everybody work with me for a minute. So I'm Ashley. I'm Ashley. And so if I was coaching you backstage and we were working on your show, which you could have a show. Hello, gorgeous. You could have a show, right?
Amen. Yes.
So anyway, what would you call your show? What would we call your show?
Queen
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Oh, don't even say. Okay.
You gotta keep it under wraps until we know what we're going to work with here. But anyway, I'm just gonna make up a show. I'm gonna say Ashley Record Show. All right. So you know if you know that you are the person, you work in your corporate job, you're bringing home income, you're caring for your children, you're running around doing all the things that you need to do to take care of everyone else. But at the end of the day, you know that you have this thing going on the inside of you that will not let you rest at night. Because yes, you go to your corporate job, you love your corporate job because it provides. But you know there's more to what God has called you to do on this journey called life. What I want you to do is know that I have a show, and what I do is I help train corporate executives like yourselves that just need additional push to be able to go to the next level in your own personal life. Yes, we can have jobs for the rest of our lives, but at the end of the day, there's a difference between a job and a calling. And if you tune in to my show or you come and get coached by me, Ashley Record, I'm going to make sure that I help walk you through step by step, just baby steps, until you're able to officially transition from your full-time income to your calling. I really want to have the opportunity to serve you in this capacity. So make sure you reach out to me and let me put my information for you to know exactly how to stay connected with me. You can go to my Instagram at Ashley Record, or you can also go to Queen B. I got to put my glasses back. Okay, I can't read. To queenbpowered.com. Queenbpowered.com. I cannot wait to pull out that calling that God has in your life to help you on your kingdompreneur journey. Actually, that's my show. I'm the Kingdompreneur Show, and I'm the host, Ashley Record. All right.
Yes, yes. The Kingdompreneur Show. I love that.
Anyway, there you go. So I like role playing. I do a lot of that when I'm
Yes.
coaching people so that you can get it in your mind. You can start talking about your show or your ideas
Yeah.
more. And you have so much to offer this world. I'm excited about
Thank you. Thank you. And that was phenomenal. I felt like I was ready to tune into my own show.
it. Yeah, I would. Put it in the
Yes.
comments section. When y'all tune into Ashley's show, yes, yes,
That
yes,
was
and yes.
incredible.
So listen, whenever you're talking about kingdompreneurship, I wonder what's the difference between a growth mindset and a kingdom mindset? Because I wonder, are they different? I want to hear your philosophy.
Absolutely, absolutely. So a growth mindset and a kingdom mindset are somewhat similar. A growth mindset is saying, the opposite of I'm not good enough. I don't have what it takes. This is the end, right? A growth mindset is saying I am more than enough. I have what it takes. This is not the end. This is just a challenge. However, a
Wait,
kingdom
break it down
mindset-
one more. Break it
Yep.
down one more. Oh, you did. That was just one. You were
Yes. Yes.
say it again then, because I was
Right.
thinking.
So
it was
like
divided.
you have the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. That's what everybody talks about.
Okay.
So the fixed mindset is like, this is the end. I'm not good enough. If I fail, I'm a failure. If it succeeds, I can't handle it. All of those things. A growth mindset, of course, is the opposite. So I am good enough. Just because I failed does not make me a failure. If this challenge is simply a challenge, not the end, I can still get beyond this. But a kingdom mindset is actually a step further, and it takes the emphasis off of you and it places the emphasis on God, which is where it belongs when you are a kingdom woman or a kingdom man. So instead of you saying, I am good enough by my might, you say, I am good enough because I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Instead of you saying, I am, if I fail, that doesn't make me a failure. You say, if I fail, I'm not a failure, because the Bible says all things work together for the good of those who love God and are called according to his purpose. So a kingdom mindset takes it a step further and puts some scripture behind the things that you are declaring over your life, because sometimes when we tell ourselves things that we already don't believe is true, it's hard to adopt that belief. But if you are telling your things based upon what you know is true, the word of God, which is, been here long before you came, and it will be here long after you transition, the word of God, which is undeniable and irrefutable, that is something you can stand on. That's the house built on stone and not the house built on sand. Right? So
That's
no
good.
shade to the growth mindset, but I love the kingdom mindset.
Wow. I tried to type as much as I could with what you were saying, but also
Mhm.
paying attention here. So
Amen.
fixed mindset, this is the end. I'm not good enough. Growth mindset is, this is just a challenge. I'll get through this. But the kingdom mindset is, I am not a failure, because the Bible says that all things work together for my good.
Yes.
These are some of the tips that Coach Ashley Record is sharing here on the Kim Jacobs Show today. And I know this is beneficial to everybody that's watching. Make sure you all share this broadcast, and also take a moment to stay connected with Ashley on all of her social media platforms. For those that are the podcast listeners on iHeartRadio and Spotify and different places, it's Instagram.com/Ashley, ASHLEE record. And then queenbeepowered.com is her website. Queen BEE powered. Oh, be empowered.com.
Yes.
Queenbeempowered.com. That's interesting. You know how it's all how you look at everything. 'Cause
Yes.
even that, I thought it was saying Queen Bee.
Like a bee, right?
But really it's Queen
Like
Bee
a
Empowered.
bumblebee. Yes.
Why didn't I see it like that? But that's just that quick how you can look at something and it's not even as it appears.
Mhm.
That's it could be an illusion. So we used to
Amen.
saying Queen Bee, Queen whatever, but it's
Mhm.
actually Queen Bee Empowered.
Yes. A declaration. Yep.
Beautiful. I love that. All right.
Thank you.
So what do you do to help women and Christians obtain wealth? What is your strategy?
Yes, absolutely. So, one of the things that a lot of my clients who are already established are struggling with is a lack of effectiveness in their business. They're working in their business, but they are working too hard. And basically, what that means is they're spending a lot of time doing things that do not generate income and that also do not generate impact. As a kingdompreneur, we're not led by a love of money, right? Because the love of money is the root of all evil. But
Right.
we are led by a desire to serve, and it's through our service that we're able to profit. And so, what I've noticed with a lot of people, kingdompreneurs, is that they spend a lot of time, playing in Canva with different templates and things, playing on their website, even though they hardly ever get leads from their website. They spend a lot of time coming up with content. So they're saving reels in their drafts and they have a lot of notes on their iPhone in the notes folder. But when you look at the things they've actually posted, they're not really showing up. They're not sending DMs and building relationships. They're not engaging in the comment section of their Instagram and on their Facebook. They're getting people reaching out to them, but they're not really responding and establishing
Right.
a community. And so that is a part of what I focus on in my strategy session, teaching them how to make sure that they are consistently doing impact and income generating activities
Okay.
and not just things that keep them busy, but don't actually yield any fruit.
So impact.
Yes.
And what was the other word you said?
Impact and income driven activities.
Yes. Okay. That's really good. How many of us need help with impact and income driven activities? That's what Ashley can help you with. And so I'm typing that here and I want to put Coach Ashley. You want to definitely stay connected with her. Income and impact driven activities is what she's going to help you with. Let's go to some of these studio audience comments. I see you. Go in, Coach Ashley. Just go all the way in. That's what it's saying right here. Drop those gems, strategy sessions, winning and impact. Arnetta Caldwell says impact. Hi, Tanika. Oh, so Kimberly is actually talking to another studio audience member. She's like, hey, Tanika.
Right. Hey, girl.
I'll see you right out front, okay? We're gonna go ahead and get together at the front of the studio audience, okay? so she in her own world over there. Tanika said great information. And Kimberly said that the living word revives and shakes the fixed mindset.
Yes, it does.
It revives and shakes the fixed mindset. Kimberly, I would love to hear some more of your philosophy on that. Either type it in the comment section by what you mean in even more in detail, or pop on and share your thoughts. I love this. All right, we're having a great discussion today about why are kingdompreneurs sometimes broke? Not all, but some of us, or some of them. I don't want to put myself in the category.
What you say? I'm not in that bucket.
They're like, I ain't in that bucket right now. We're good. Let me be very clear.
Amen.
Let me be very clear.
Amen.
I have been in the bucket. And even right now, as I'm walking through some things in my life.
Come on.
There are some things, let me tell you from just personal experience, there are some things that happen in our lives that sideswipe us, that throw us into a whole different realm that we would have never envisioned possible. And when those things happen, they do impact your finances.
Yes.
If you're used to living one way and something knocks you off,
unexpectedly,
then It's like, what in the world? You were not
Mhm.
expecting that.
Mhm.
So now what? You're one of those broke kingdompreneurs trying to rebuild. But like you said, I just believe in the wording. So I'm no matter whether I look financially broke or not,
Right.
I believe that it may be a season that I'm in and that
There you
God
go.
knows the season that I'm in, but He's going to provide because He's never failed me in my
Yes.
entire life, no matter what phase of life I've been in.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
won't claim brokenness. I believe
Come
that
on.
power is in the power of life and death
Life
is
and
in
death.
our tongue. And
Yes,
so
it
I
is.
speak prosperity, I speak wealth, and I speak the fact that God said that I can have all things. All things.
Amen.
And that
Amen.
I'm more than a conqueror. No
Yes, you
weapon
are.
formed against me is going to prosper.
Mhm.
Those are things
Mhm.
that the word of God says. I'm fearfully and wonderfully made.
Come on.
And
Yes.
that I can ask and I can receive. In Jesus' name, I believe. So,
Amen.
all right.
Amen.
I don't want to go too much. Let's see. Going through is the key. Going through is the key. It's not our final destination.
Come on, that's so true. That is so true. And even when I was listening to you, going back to the mindset, what you just shared, you were speaking to the mindset. The reason why a lot of kingdompreneurs are struggling financially is because they keep claiming those financial struggles. You know, you have to be willing to say, my business may not be where God promised me yet, but it's coming, right? It may not
Yes.
be where God promised me in this second, but in the next second, in the next instant, before I can even blink, God can turn it around. And so I love what you just spoke to, because that has to be the mindset that we have when we say that God called me here. If God called you to do a thing, you cannot fail unless you stand in His way and stop Him from doing what He intends to get done through you in your business. So that
Absolutely.
was really good.
That's good. Good. And I agree with you. I see all of your comments that's coming in. As my pastor says, Lisa Thomas says, as my pastor says, the money looking funny and the change is looking strange.
Okay,
That sounds like somebody on Good Times, like, hey, Lenny, you got a penny? Your pastor be rhyming.
You're a poet.
Like, hey, your money looking strange. Okay. Going through is, I'm sure he's a fantastic pastor if he has helped put some leadership in you, Lisa,
Amen.
because you are simply amazing. Just no, all
Mhm.
jokes aside, I'm not even a jokester anyway. So keep it serious. Okay, going through is the key, not our final destination. Thank you, Mackenzie. I see you popping the comments up backstage. Let's see. May God continue to bless both of you ladies. Stephanie Frink says, let me pop
Thank
that one
you.
up.
God bless you
And
too,
the best
Queen.
is yet to come. Same for you, Stephanie. We claim nothing but victorious living in your life.
Amen.
Mindset is everything. We become our worst enemy in our minds. Any of this you want to speak to, feel free.
Yes, absolutely. That point right there, that's a part of what I do. A lot of times my clients talk about being inconsistent, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs talk about that inconsistency, which does in fact limit your income, limit your impact if you're inconsistent.
Right.
Why would someone invest in your business? Why would someone invest in working with you if you're not consistent in the business you're already doing, right? If you're not showing up for you, why would I invest in you and think you're going to show up for me? And so when it comes to the reason why you're inconsistent, I think I talked about this earlier, it gets down to your mindset. The reason why you're inconsistent has nothing to do with your time management, contrary to popular belief. Inconsistency and procrastination are actually rooted in fear. And so when it comes to the thoughts you're having, you're inconsistent with your content because you feel like you're not good enough to be effective with your content. And so because you don't think you're good enough, you keep playing in the background in Canva, playing in the background in your notes section, and not actually posting any content that could potentially change people's lives, right? You feel like you're not good enough to go live. You feel like you're not eloquent, you're not beautiful, or whatever the case is, whatever those thoughts are. And so because you have those thoughts about your worth and your value, you won't press the button that allows you to build relationships with the people you are called to serve. So those people are still struggling with the very problems that you have solutions to, and you are standing in the way of your impact because you feel like you don't have what it takes to do the thing God created you to get done in the marketplace.
Wow. I'm glad you're saying that. And I know as cheesy as it may seem, I'm going to do a shameless plug right now
Come on,
because
plug.
every day, this lady gets on this show and she provides Monday through Friday. She provides content. She provides wonderful guests like this lady, Ashley Record, that's on her show today, right? Every single day of the week, there are no excuses, no matter what's going on in her own life. She has 5 children, one is in heaven, right? She also has children that have cystic fibrosis, so she has to take them to medical appointments, take them to school. She has her own other things happening. You name it, she has these different hats that she wears. But she shows up for this community, this audience of people that want to know what's going to come from today's guest. And then there's somebody that comes on, like this lady named Ashley Record, that comes on and tells you how to get from being broke and stuck to being able to living all that God has purposed you to live in kingdompreneurship.
Amen.
So when this person says, hey, invest in that show, don't you think that people want to invest in that particular show?
Amen.
She pushed past her fears, which is definitely a hard thing to do, everybody. A very hard thing to do. Yes, please make sure that you all invest in the Kim Jacobs Show.
Amen.
That's the only way I can have team members like McKinsey backstage and people that support and provide this level of programming to your household every day. So anyway, I just want y'all to know I say that because it's not easy to get on somebody's daily anything. Imagine some people do once a week, once a month, whatever. Come on here every single day, like people like it's on like CBS Morning or PBS or the Word Network and The View and Jennifer Hudson and all of these different people that are coming on every day in your household. That's a whole different level of commitment.
Yes, it is. And discipline. And you know, too, when people hear that, sometimes they're like, well, Kim Jacobs, that's easy for you because you're motivated, because you have an audience, because you have a platform, because you have people showing up, you have a team. It's just me, Kim Jacobs. I don't have anybody else. And sometimes I don't feel like it. And when I don't feel like it, I don't do it. And so I don't know if you're watching now or if you're going to be catching the replay, but I want you to know kingdom businesses are not built from motivation. Kingdom businesses are built from discipline and commitment, and even bigger than that, obedience, right? If you give God your yes, you have a responsibility to follow through even when you don't feel like it. Feelings will betray you. Feelings will mislead you, but God will never leave or forsake you. And so if God called you to the entrepreneurship, you have to be disciplined enough to show up consistently, even when you don't feel like it.
Right.
Even when there are no people. I've hosted clubhouse rooms in my club just last year, and it was me and my husband in that room. And the only reason he came in, I was upstairs and he was downstairs, is because he wanted to support his wife. But I would go in that room and I would pour, and it was just me and my husband in that room.
Right.
Now that same club has over 1,800 members by God's grace, but that consistency is what enabled those people to come, and also what enabled them to stay, because they found value in the momentum that I built before they even showed up. So you all don't realize it's almost like a muscle, right? And so in the beginning, no, you don't have a 6-pack. No, you don't have big buff arms. But if you keep going to the gym and you keep staying committed and you keep staying disciplined, you will get results. And it's the same way in our businesses.
That's good. That's some good stuff. Actually, speaking of going to the gym and being consistent and showing up, I have a son that one of my sons, he lives with cystic fibrosis, and it's a lung disease. But what he does is he was about 300 pounds or so, and he was playing offensive line on football and everything. He now has lost over 100 pounds.
Okay, son. Amen.
And
come on, commitment.
He was on the Kim Jacobs Show recently, and he's taking 10 new clients, telling people how they can get to their weight loss goals. And so I've become one of his clients. I told him, I just recently started. Oh my gosh. I told him, I feel like I have already lost every bit of, I feel like I melted away because I cut my Pepsi out for 2 days. I was like, I feel like I lost 100 pounds already and probably just lost maybe one. Oh, anyway. If you all want to stay connected with Ivan or learn more about his program that he's just kicked off, ivanjacobsfit@gmail.com, or you can call him at 704-960-2255. Let him know the Kim Jacobs Show sent you his way, and he's taken 10 clients. So somebody asked, well, sound like the family already done booked up all of the sessions because we all signed up ourselves too, me, my brother. He's taken 10 non-family clients. So I want to make that clear. Because he is an entrepreneur. All right. So Ashley, when people reach out to you, what are they going to receive? Because I want to talk about that when we come back right after this commercial break. When they connect with you, which we're going to tell you again how to stay connected with Ashley. Go ahead and tell them before we take the break.
Yes, you can follow me on Instagram, instagram.com/Ashley Record, or online, queenbeempowered.com.
All right. When we come back from this commercial break, there's two things I want to know. Are graphics important when it comes to like the success of a business? I just want to ask that because I think people have been writing in, asking different questions, and that's a great one to get the answer to. And then what can people expect when they get some coaching with you? All right.
All right. Sounds
All right.
good.
We'll be right back, everybody, right after this break.
Nothing says I love you more than Final Expense Insurance Whole Life Protection. With Funeral Advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions. 704-499-3616.
All right, everybody. We are back talking with Coach Ashley. Ashley, answer the first question about the graphics. Is that important in business? Talk to us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I will say yes and no. Graphics by themselves are not important because if you focus solely on graphics, you're missing the bigger component, which is branding. So in order for you to really establish yourself, your online authority, build your community, build a brand that really leaves a lasting impression in people's minds, it's not just about you being visible, about you being intentional with your content and your messaging, but you also need to make sure you have a brand that, from your colors to the fonts you use, to the graphics you post, to the layout of your website, you absolutely need to be branding yourself. And yes, that is very important because your branding communicates to your client the same way you communicate to your client, through your posts and your lives and your emails. So every entrepreneur needs to make sure that they are investing not just in the strategy and the mindset, but also in their brand and their branding.
That's good. I hope y'all got note of that. Did y'all write that down? And what can people expect when they connect with you, Coach Ashley?
Yes, absolutely. So I focus on two areas with the women that I serve, their mindset and the strategy that they're using to build their business. Just because we're called to the marketplace by God does not mean that we don't have to put in some work. And we need to make sure that the work we're putting in is in alignment with what God intends. So I focus with my clients on their visibility strategy, on their branding, their messaging, and then also making sure that they have an offer that actually reflects the value of what it is their clients are willing to invest in. The people that I'm called to serve, they're not even clear on who their ideal client is. And so working with me also includes that clarity component. I have a masterclass that is happening next Saturday, October 22nd, and we're focusing specifically on messaging because one of the things that a lot of kingdompreneurs struggle with that keeps them broke, that keeps them financially inadequate, I would say, in a place where they just don't feel good in their finances, right? Is a struggle with their messaging, right? You know who you're called to serve, you know how you're called to serve them, but your Facebook page and your Instagram page looks like an infomercial. or your Facebook page and your Instagram page looks like a lot of other people's content, and your ideal client is not sure what you do. Or your Facebook page and Instagram page looks like a DIY tutorial where all of your content is telling people how to do this and how to do that. And those things will also repel the people that you're called to serve, because they don't want to do it themselves. They want you to show them. Come on. They want you to show them that what you have is what they need by telling them what you have and how what you have is going to help them get results. So even your messaging, there's a strategy that's going to help you create what I like to call magnetic messaging. And I'm teaching that strategy in the masterclass next week, so that more kingdompreneurs can dominate in the marketplace and not struggle in the marketplace.
Oh my goodness. Y'all screenshot this. Move your head over a little bit to the move your head over the other way. The other way.
Okay.
Yeah, move your head the other way. Yeah, right there. Okay. So magnetic messaging masterclass.
Yes.
Content that builds an engaged target audience of leads who are impacted by your messaging and ready to invest. It's $197 for general admission, October 22nd from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I am so, I think this is incredible. How do people register for this? Where do they go?
I have a link. So if you go to my Facebook page, my Instagram, the link is in my bio.
Can you copy the link and put it here at some point for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, screenshot this, everybody. Go ahead and take a moment and screenshot this while she's getting the link. And October 22nd, 7 to 9 p.m. magnetic messaging. And just look at that image up there and how she has her signature there. It's so it's so regal and royal. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love that. Okay, so I'm gonna pop that image down, but that is incredible. Also, there's what is this? Finding Purpose.
Yes, so this is the first book that I wrote. This is a women's devotional and prayer journal. I wrote this book in 2020 after God got my mind together. I published this book, designed it, all of those things in 1 week. And this book helps Christian women identify God's purpose in seasons that challenge their faith. And so God gave me 5 seasons where people are struggling to trust in him. And I walk them through my personal experience, my personal testimony, and then also a process to find God's purpose so that you don't give up on him just because things are difficult in that moment.
That's good. That's some good stuff you're saying. Okay. You're not stuck. You're comfortable.
Yes, yes. And I talked about this one earlier, you all, because this is important. A lot of kingdompreneurs don't realize that they hold the power. And so calling out the mindset shifts that are necessary to break the cycle is exactly what I'm doing in this book to help you increase your productivity, get unstuck by being uncomfortable, and changing your approach to the things God has called you to do.
I love it. Now, this is Goal Getter.
Yes.
90 days of intentional execution.
Yes, yes, yes. So my clients, like I talked about earlier, they struggle with procrastination. They struggle with inconsistency, just like I used to. And one thing that I learned is that 365 days a year is just way too much time to give me to try to accomplish a goal. So what I teach my clients is how to work in 90-day increments and make that 90 days the only thing you're focusing on, and then take it a step further, thinking about the strategy and identify just 3 to 5 tasks. What are 3 to 5 things you can do within a day to help you accomplish your business goals, to help you build relationships, to help you establish your online authority, to help you relate to the people you're called to serve, so that you don't give yourself too many things to focus on, but you're very intentional about the action you're taking, and you are effective in that action within that 90-day period.
I love. How much is this book?
$19.99.
And where can people get it?
On my website, queenbeempowered.com.
Okay. I'm actually the founder of the Mother Dreamer movement, and so we're always looking for something that we're gonna do next. And what I'm going to ask all of the Mother Dreamers to do is to get a copy of your book and see if we can have that as our next book club deep dive. And so if you're a mother dreamer and you're seeing this, and definitely if you're a mother dreamer and you're already on here, I see a few of you, then tag the other mother dreamers and let them know that this is the book that we're going to be getting. And this is going to be our next book club discussion. Listen, you can get the book at any of her books at queenbeempowered.com. queenbeempowered.com. As a mother dreamer movement, we're going to have that because we're mothers, we're entrepreneurs. Some of us are Christians. I don't know everybody's Christian walk because it's all varieties of people. But at the end of the day, no matter what their spiritual belief is, we can all glean from goal getter, goal setter, goal getter.
Amen.
Goal getter.
Yes, goal getter. Amen.
Goal getter. So this is the book. Let me make sure. I'll send that to the Mother Dreamer movement today. But Goal Getter, 90 Days of Intentional Execution. I love a plan about execution. I cannot wait to read the book and to be able to have this be our topic of discussion. And I have a lot of authors that come on, and you're the only author I've said this about the book club. So any of the Mother Dreamers.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Let me also say to everybody that do Americans support Christian businesses and brands? This is one of the studies that Cassandra has sent over to us. And the answer is, according to this, a company that manages its business according to Christian principles, 27%, a lot more likely to support than not. Then a little more likely is 15%. No difference. They support both non-Christian and Christian. It's 51%. A little less likely is 2%, and a lot less likely is 1%. A company that embraces and promotes the Christian faith, you can see across the board there, 22%, a lot more likely 15%, a little more likely 58%, no difference at all, 1% and 2%, a lot less likely. So I wanted to put that image up. And again, I put the actual, where this came from, I'll put it right here from Barna.com, Research Americans Supporting Christian Business and Brands. I don't know anything about the study itself, but just like to share statistics surrounding topics that we're talking about. So there's the link there for you guys. Let's see who some of the phenomenal show invest today. Okay, yeah.
Amen. I second that.
Dennis Spraggins says make some history, MPP or joint venture it. Speaking of Dennis Spraggins, he's going to be on this week as well. I like to be able to, throughout the year, pull one of our studio audience supporters and have them come on to be a guest. And Dennis is a faithful
Congratulations, Dennis.
So he'll be on this week. Y'all check him out. Let's see. It's like a group share profit. Okay. Yes, Coach Ashley. I think that's your mom. The flyer is everything.
Yes, thank you.
I saw your mom, Stacy, on here. I see magnetic messaging. Chadina says, connect with Coach Ashley. Get on that schedule. If you're feelings will betray you, God will never forsake you. It's his higher calling for Christian communion. All right. I see a lot of different comments, but I know I saw somewhere where your mom was on. I don't see where it is right now. But if you see Stacy Lang, a comment from Stacy Lang, Mackenzie, please pop that up because I can't see all of these comments over here. I'm trying to see them. Anyway, your mom's on here supporting you. So
amen. Hey, mommy.
Shout out to your mom. Stacy Lang. I think she said, hey, I saw it on Facebook somewhere. She said, hey, support your program and make sure y'all connect with Coach Ashley. That's what I saw.
Amen.
All right, everybody. What else do you want to share as a tip or a nugget that you didn't get to share throughout the broadcast, or anything about yourself that you just what are some new things that you have on the horizon that you see yourself growing and becoming bigger and better in?
Absolutely. Absolutely. One thing that I wanted to speak to was just the idea that being a Christian and accepting the call of God to entrepreneurship means that you cannot be profitable. And that is just so not true. And so I think if you leave with any additional nugget, I want you to stand on the fact that God wants you to be wealthy. He just wants you to have wealth his way. And so when it comes to the services that you provide, don't be afraid to sell. don't feel icky about selling, because we are actually providing a solution to people's problems. Someone has been struggling with the very issues that your online service-based business or your products or your in-person based business can solve. And by not showing up and giving them the opportunity to invest in that business, you're limiting those people from their transformations. And so for me, that was a huge mindset shift, because I was one of the Christians who thought God didn't want me to be wealthy. So I was undervaluing the work that I was doing. And I didn't realize that charging less than, making the investment less than what God intended was not just hurting my finances, but it was also minimizing my impact.
Good. This is such words of wisdom that you've shared today. And everyone, I hope that you have benefited from as much as I have. I want to pop up on here how you can go ahead and register for that event that she talked about. And so let's make sure you I put some extra wording in there, but talk to them about just for a second how they can register. Not typing all of that stuff.
Absolutely. So this is my magnetic messaging masterclass. This is the first time that I'm teaching this, you all. This is usually a part of my 4-figure offers. And so the reason why I created this is because we're in Q4. A lot of kingdompreneurs are in a place of almost hopelessness and despair, where they're like, I'm doing everything I can do. And listen, Coach Ashley, I'm not getting any results. What can you do to help me change the course of my business? And this is it, you all. If you know how to create messaging that builds community, not messaging that just talks about, how to do this and how to do that, but messaging that actually gives value and showcases your expertise, you will be able to spark conversation, attract your ideal clients, and get more people investing in your offers. So if you don't know how to create messaging that is magnetic, how do you know it's magnetic? Because the people that you are attracting are actually the people who want to invest in what you're doing. If you don't know how to do that, you need to be in this masterclass happening on October 22nd, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. You can invest in this masterclass by clicking the link to go to Stripe, and the investment is a one-time payment of $197. If you're not able to attend live, you do also receive access to the replay, but I encourage you to be there live, because I will be doing some feedback, which basically means you'll be creating content during the masterclass. I used to be a teacher, and so I'm really big on making sure my students can apply what they've learned. And so you'll be creating content during the masterclass, and I'll give you some feedback to make sure that you are creating magnetic messaging moving forward.
Wow. Well, you have a 80-something-year-old woman here typing on social media saying, "Great show again, Mother Julia Harper." And
Thank
she
you
says,
so
"Thanks for
much,
the
Queen."
information." That's just
Thank
amazing.
you.
Mother Harper,
Yes.
glad to have you on today as well. All right, so that's today's episode, everyone. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a young lady that's going to. I want to just make sure I share that with you all too. Tomorrow, we're going to have a young lady that's going to be on. She's a child author, and I am excited about her joining our program tomorrow to be able to talk to her about her book, and just make sure you all are in the virtual studio audience to support this young lady. And I'm trying to download it right quick for you so you'll be able to see our guest for tomorrow. I'm excited. Anytime you have a young person that comes on and they've written a book, they need all of the support and encouragement possible. So she's going to be talking about the power that girls have in this life. And so I really hope that you all will tune in. I downloaded it, so we put it in. And you want to say anything else about your family? Anything that you didn't? One more thing, just one more thing. We're going to close out, but
I'm excited about this child author. Like, my goodness, I feel like that is so necessary, you all. And I think for me, I'm a mom. We have 3 children. My husband and I have been married for 5 years. And we don't realize as parents, you all, the role that our action plays in our children's lives. And so it's one thing to talk about your dreams, but it's another thing to be intentional about living out your dreams and allowing your children to see that discipline, that commitment, and that dedication. And so I'm excited for this episode tomorrow.
That's why I have the Mother Dreamer movement for moms that know that we have our goals and dreams. We can't just sit them on the back burner because our children
Exactly.
are watching us. All right,
Yes.
so tomorrow we have The True Power of Girls. Grace Deline is going to be on, and her book is called The Power of Girls, speaker and author. And then, as I said, one of our virtual studio audience members, Dennis James Spraggins, not the whole government name, Confessions of Hidden Oppression. And he's going to be on, coming out of the studio audience to come here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And I want to be able to provide a wide variety of people from all socioeconomic walks of life, from all different aspects of life. And that's why I'm so excited and honored to have Dennis that's going to be coming on this week as well. And thank you for supporting the show. Thank you also, Kimberly. I saw your contribution and investment into the Kim Jacobs Show. Thank you for all of you that have invested. And I cannot wait to see you backstage, Ashley. So stay backstage for a second.
Absolutely.
Everybody have a great day. We'll see
Have
you
a great
tomorrow.
one.
Stop minimizing your impact. Yes,
Yes.
Dina, you got some good comments, girl. All right, have a great one. You're awesome, Ashley.
So are you, Queen?
You too. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show.
5th Annual Authors All-Star Conference, Atlanta, Georgia. Social media coverage by CTR Media Network.
3, 2, 1.
Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. Hello and welcome to Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. I am your host, Boss Lady Star, and today we have a special guest. Tiffany Teachy is in the building. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. I am so excited to meet you here in Atlanta at the Authors All-Star Conference.
Yes.
What got you interested into writing books?
Well, just to say, hello everyone. My name is Tiffany Teachy, and I am actually an engineer. And then because of that, I would go talk to the kids. And so when I would go talk to the kids, show them they can be an engineer, I said, okay, how many's met an engineer? A lot of them haven't met it.
Right.
So I said, okay, I need to put it in writing, and representation matters. And so that's what made me decide, okay, I want to be a writer. It was the time. I at one point I thought I would be one. I just didn't know when, but the timing was happening where I was able to produce it and learn the process of being able to publish a book.
Okay, and how long did it take you? I know I've talked to several
Right.
different people, and some people it took them like a year or two. Some people it took them like a couple of weeks.
Right.
How long did it take you?
It took me about 2.5 months for me, for this book.
From start to finish?
From start to finish, when I learned the process and everything, to working with the illustrator, working with the, the book cover designer and the formatters and everything, and editors and stuff too. So it took that time frame to do it 2.5 months.
Okay, that's not bad.
Mhm.
There is hope. I might be able to have a book.
Yes, yes.
2023 is coming.
Yes, but it depends on what level of, and it's a children's book. I ended up doing an alphabet book because so that was me just picking every letter, but it does
Right.
depend on the type of book you're writing. Me doing a children's book, it does take time to work with an illustrator and stuff too. So it does
Right.
depend on what type of book you do have.
Okay.
That plays a role with the timeline too.
Well, talking about the ABC book, let's present your first book to our viewers.
Yes. What Can I Be? STEM Careers from A to Z. It's a children's book to encourage kids to see themselves in it. And it's got the STEM crew kids, and then it's showing diversity. And it just starts out with A is for astronaut, all the way to Z is for zoologist. And so I just wanted to make sure there was representation. My brother actually is a civil engineer, so I made sure he was represented. And then, of course, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I'll show the M just so everybody can know what a mechanical engineer is. So, but it's just a simple book, 5 to 8 year olds, just to learn more about, get them started. It's a good starter. A lot of parents know these careers either. So it's a good way for them to talk and start doing other activities afterwards. So it's a robotics engineer, for example, is in here. So
Right.
now let's go do some robots. Let's go do some different activities. And so
right.
those are the kind of things you can
I think that's perfect. I think that's a perfect book for one for parents and their kids, and then also for students and the teachers.
Yes.
That way they're able to, because a lot of teachers probably don't even know half of the jobs that are in the STEM program.
And I'm glad you said that. I actually have a teacher's edition. So I have a teacher's guide. So I work with a curriculum writer.
There you
So I
go.
stayed in my lane. I got someone who knows how to do it. And so I got a curriculum writer. So yes, I end up doing different activities with that, with the teachers. And then I also end up doing a coloring activity book to follow with it. So it's ways you do it. So when I work with the illustrator, I say, okay, I want to make sure I get something so I can do coloring and activity. So
Right.
it's got different career.
Oh, they got the letters nice and big in there
so they
too.
can color it.
Right.
Yes, so it's just different tracing. So they're still doing different activities. There's crosswords on
That is
dots and everything. So I do have a coloring activity book. When you mentioned the teachers, I have a teacher's guide, and then I also have it translated in Spanish, French, and Swahili as well.
Okay, she has stuck the game up. She didn't just make it; she translated it too. Yeah,
Yes.
the languages offered, and that's what's.
Yes.
I'm so happy to see something like this. My son started off in a STEM program in middle school, then he transferred over to high school, and he carried on, and he loves it. He loves the STEM program. So to be able to offer this to kids in elementary school, and then they'll be able to carry it on, that's awesome. I
Thank
love
you.
it. I love
Thank
it. And where are you currently located?
I'm currently in Columbia, South Carolina.
You're in Columbia.
I am.
Columbia's in
Yes,
the house.
representing. Who would have thought?
Right. And we're here meeting here in Atlanta. And
Atlanta,
we're
right
both from Columbia.
Love
That's
it.
dope. So okay, so yeah, we gotta definitely link up afterwards. I'm gonna make sure I get all your contact information so that we can put it on the description and people know how to find your books. But you can also tell the viewers where to find your books.
Okay.
I'll hold them up for you. while you tell
Thank
them
you.
about it.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at you. Look at you. I
problem.
love it. I love it. So you can find my books. What Can I Be? STEM Careers from A to Z at Tiffany Teaching. It's Tiffany with an I. And it's at Tiffany Teaching for Instagram, Facebook, as well as on Twitter. So it's all those different platforms. And then of course I have the website tiffanyteachy.com. But if you want to get a free STEM 10,
like free.
Yes. STEM, this is my giveaway. So you get 10 STEM scholarships and organizations that tie in with STEM, and I'll give you that free gift ebook. And I've really did some thorough research for it and made sure I looked up different things that's really going to help your child. So go to STEMistheway.com. STEMistheway.com and get your free ebook. It's a great opportunity. But yeah, What Can I Be? STEM Careers from A to Z. That's my book.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna make sure you guys get all the information. It will be in the description. You guys know how to contact her. I got my set, so y'all make sure y'all go get y'all set. Get your kids. It's almost Christmas time. Get your grandkids, your great grandkids. Give everybody something.
Yes.
But thank you so much, Tiffany, for coming today. I appreciate you and your time.
Thank you.
And I look forward to meeting up with you in Columbia.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Awesome.
All right. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Boss Lady Star out.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
My name is Esau McKnight, actor, stuntman,
martial artist. Today, I did an episode of the Tina Ramsey Show. She is so amazing. I had such a great time chatting with Tina. What a professional effort she always puts forward. Thank you so much for having me, Tina.
CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shit. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? You know what time it is. It's time for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And yet again, we have another fantastic, phenomenal entrepreneur, business owner, life coach, mother, and so much more. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about the epic Nicole Cleveland. She is doing her thing, making a positive impact in the world, which is the foundation of the Tina Ramsey Show. We bring you the best of the best in these industries in order to share and motivate you to start walking into your purpose. Now, she's not only, like I said, a mother, an author, but she's also something very specific. What is that? She is a certified life coach. We have had many type of life coaches on the show, but this is different because she is helping you get your life together. So without further ado, we're going to bring on Nicole Cleveland so she can help us get our life right. Okay. So Nicole, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me, Miss Tina. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, no, it's totally my pleasure to have you on the show, my dear, because in this time that we're living in, which we spoke a little bit about it backstage about how different this world is now compared to when we were children. And so, I'm just 1 year older than you. So we would be in the same high school. Okay. I'm just
Most definitely.
And I would be a senior and you will be a junior. But
yes, ma'am.
Anyway, so with all that being said, with both of us being mothers, and seeing how different everything shifted in just the last 2 years. So you being a life coach, what are some things that you can help individuals, not only parents, but children, all of us, in regards to how we can maneuver our life through this new normal?
Okay, well, Dr. Ramsey, I can help in many ways. It all depends. By being a single parent, I had to make sure everything is right for my children. During the pandemic, we was all sheltered. We were sheltered in, and we had to do what the government told us to do. Not, what anybody else, like our mother, our parents, or whatever the case may be, because it's very totally different. but the government shut down everything, you know? So it really wasn't anything for us to do. We couldn't interact with anyone. We would, you know, we could call, but calling on the phone is totally different from shutting the whole world down. So, board games, due to job losses, you know, I'm in the medical field. I've been in the medical field for 20 years now. From working at the doctor's offices, hospitals, different clinics, residents, whatever. But however, when you in the house without no income, you know, just like you, for instance, you know, I don't know what your background is, but you found your purpose. It's called the Tina Ramsey Show. That's one of your purposes. And I'm pretty sure you've been doing it for years. You know, everybody has a calling, and God puts it on us to walk in our purpose. Even though we go through struggles, you know, financially, mentally, with our health, you know, or even just dealing with people in general, you know, it's hard. It's hard whether we was on a pandemic or not, you know. It's a struggle, but we have to keep our faith and believe in God first and foremost.
Yes, I agree with you because I too, you know, just like anybody else, I'm a human being, and I had to learn how to shift from being 100% in person, from being a professional and certified professional speaker, public speaker, and also going and teaching and helping people with their health and wellness, and also children. Because I'm a life coach, certified life coach as well. So it was a bit shift for me to go from, I would say, totally in person to figure out how to still make a positive impact without being in the room with the individuals that you are here to help. Because I was like, how can I still give them the same experience, the same amount of care, the same amount of attention that they will get when they're in person with me through a virtual screen.
Yeah.
So it was a way that I had to personally figure out how to do that. And I'm sure that you had to figure out, just like the entire world had to figure out ways for us to still stay connected with our clients, with our families and friends, and just with humanity.
Exactly.
We took things for granted going to the grocery store.
Most definitely. And the thing about it is, we formed that relationship with people already. So when it was time to actually go virtual, they already knew what type of person we was. You know what I mean? The type of people that we are, you know, we're genuine, you know. Okay, no, everybody cannot be a life coach. I'm just going to keep it 100. You know, everybody cannot be a life coach. Everybody see different things and different strategies, you know, and some people eyes are still closed to some things, you know, depending on what it is. And it's our job to make sure that they have the knowledge of everything that's going around them, you know. I just love helping people, you know. If I can help you, then I'm going to help you. Now, if I can't, then I'm going to let you know, and I can send you to a better person than I am.
Yes, that's my motto, you know. That's my motto as well. So for those of you who are just tuning in right now, this is the amazing Nicole Cleveland. She is a certified life coach, an author, a mother of 2 beautiful, amazing children. She is very unique in this coaching industry because she is actually a life coach. Usually you don't hear about too many life coaches that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. You think of life coach Ayana, Fix My Life. Well, guess what? It's so many other amazing individuals like Nicole that actually took on this badge of honor, took on these wounds to try to help you heal these wounds, okay? And being a life coach is something that is very unique, that is not something that is given to every person. There are a variety of different coaches, but it's a select few of life coaches. Why? It's because it's very diverse and it's multifaceted. and it changes from each person, even if they're dealing with the exact same issue. You can never do the exact same thing with no matter if they have the exact same problem. They can both have fibromyalgia, they can both have anxiety, but you can't do the same thing that you do with client 1 with client 2.
Exactly.
Because it's their life. It's about
Yes.
your life.
And different mindset too.
Yeah.
Different mindsets and where you at and where you actually trying to go. You know, I had the thing I learned. I had to actually take it and apply it to myself before I can actually coach it and speak it. You know, my first book I wrote was Self-Love and Self-Awareness. You know, and that book, you have to start with yourself. Because how you treat yourself, that's how you're going to treat other people. If you don't love yourself, then you're not going to love other people genuinely. Now, if you fighting with demons, you might as well stay in the house. Because you're going to be mad at the world. You know, somebody smiling at you, you're going to be like, what you smiling at me for? Exactly. Oh, I can't give you a smile. You know, I go through struggles, but my struggles don't look like what I've been through or going through. Exactly. You know, I've been married 3 times, 3 different men, 3 different personalities. And I had to teach myself and about narcissistic abuse. I have a great friend, and she the one told me about narcissistic abuse. And I'm like, oh, girl, okay. And then when I actually got into a relationship, and he had all those different signs. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I compared it. I learned from it. I struggled through it. I began to love myself, self-love and awareness, and gaining control from narcissistic abuse. That's my second book.
Oh, wow. So your books even encompass your personal life and how you had to unweave all the webs and the different personalities. Because let me tell you something about, I had someone on my show about on season 4, Dr. Jerry. And she actually talks, Yolanda Jerry, she actually talked about conversive behaviors and also dealing with narcissism. I did not realize that when you think about abusive relationship, more people thinking about people laying hands on you. Okay, but it's so many other unsubtle ways of abuse that you don't even realize you're being abused or you're in an unhealthy relationship. And someone with the knowledge tell you. And you can have these unhealthy friendships, not just relationships. And I experienced that. I was like, whoa.
Yes, your children can even be narcissistic. Yes. Your children, you know, your loved ones, your parents. And then it takes you a minute to sit and think. When you think about it and actually do your research, you be like, I've been in there all my life.
I thought that was normal. Okay, so when you,
but
so
it is a difference.
Well, it is a difference, but you know that's why it's so important to be self-aware, because when you're in these, but you feel some type of way, but you don't understand why you feel hurt when it's supposed to be, you know. But once you start getting more knowledge, you start understanding. What I love about what you did was that you just didn't get this aha, euphoria moment, light bulb moment, and then just move on. You decide to put it in print, put it in paper. And I tell people, one of the best things that you can do for yourself once you have the knowledge and you work through and have made a problem, a solution for a problem that is so vast that the whole world, no matter who you are, what color, what creed, what you believe, what you don't believe, what your financial status was, it is universal. Put it in print.
Yes.
And put it on a podcast. Because somebody needs to hear you and someone needs to have access to the reading.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And like I said, I created my podcast when I moved here to Vegas, you know, to give positive into the world. You know, you could just listen to me for a good 5 minutes. You know, I don't have like a regular podcast where we sit down. I haven't got to that yet. But however, you can listen to my voice and pay attention to it. You can learn from it, or however the case may be. But nothing but positive. You know, speak positive into existence, and it shall come. All you have to do is have faith and believe.
That is true. But what
So,
we're going to do right now is take a commercial break from our sponsor. And then when we return, we're going to dive back into this conversation that we're having. So right now, all of you that's watching and listening in, this is your moment. Get your little bathroom break and go get you some snacks and something to drink and come on back, because we'll be back in a moment after this break from our sponsor. We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, hoping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. And just like that, we are back. And I'm come along with a friend whom you may ask, the amazing, the phenomenal Nicole Cleveland. We're back. All right, the magic of TV. All right, so we're back. For the commercial break, we was having a very captivating conversation in regards to not even realizing you're in a not so healthy relationship, and how that can polarize itself in various different ways. We normally, when we think about abusive relationships, we think about being between, someone who is in a romantic relationship. The aha moment for me was when realizing that same thing can happen even more so with friendships.
yes.
And, and it can also double over into, like Nicole actually brought out, into family relationships. So as a life coach, she helped you be able to identify, because most of the time you don't even realize it's going on and you just feeling some type of way. So her as a life coach, she actually can help you work through and strategize on how you can build yourself up step by step. Keep in mind that this is not something that you're going to get over overnight. It has to be over a period of time that she needs to work with you in order to reach your breakthrough. And I'm going to tell you, like I tell my clients, everybody timetable breakthrough is different. Now, I can't tell you when you're going to have your breakthrough. When God says time is time. We just here to help you get there, or provide the resources for you to be able to get to that leg of that, your breakthrough, whatever that case may be. So
Yes.
A little birdie told me that you also have you have a degree in business management, alongside, like you said, you are a certified medical assistant. You're also a motivational speaker. So when you think about all the different things that you do, it all, to me, centers around humanity. It centers around people. And so what made you decide to focus on, I would say, making a positive impact in regards to the human experience?
Okay, so whoever knows me, I love helping people. And that's my purpose. That's my goal. from since I feel like since I came out the womb, okay? I used to take care of my grandma at the age of 9, learning her medications, giving her insulin injections. You know, it was just a passion for me. You know, a passion of taking care of people, helping people, loving people. I love to love. I love to love everybody, to be honest. But however, I have to protect myself within that. Okay. Because I'll give the last shirt off my back, my only shirt off my back for somebody. But would somebody give it to me? See, that's the thing about it is you have to distinguish what type of people you want to have around you. Because people will soak up your energy. People will take your kindness for weakness. You'll give a person an inch and they take a whole football field. Forget a mile, a whole football field. And then me, I'll continue to get at people or person the benefit of doubt. But back in my mind, I'm like, it's too late. But you still want to keep trying, you know, until they actually, if they don't wake up and smell the cappuccino, it's gonna be too late. You know, that goes for friends, that goes for family, that goes for children, that goes for anybody, you know. But it's just a passion. It's just a passion for me. I feed the homeless once a month. You know, I take care of the community. It's just a passion. And I just want to show people that, you know, you're not alone. Everybody struggle. Everybody go through financial outbreaks, financial breakthroughs, dealing with the health, dealing with the children, dealing with emotions, dealing with everything, you know? But some people, you know, just give them a better understanding and outlook on life, like you're not alone.
Exactly. And one thing that I really like about you is that you're very transparent. You're open to, okay, I have quite a bit of things figured out, but some things I have to figure out on my own. But once I reach that solution, I'm coming to you with it as well. I'm going to share the knowledge, what I know, so that you won't have to go through this as long as I did, because now you have the tools on how you can make it to the finish line a whole lot quicker, a whole lot faster with less bruises.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've been through, thank you. I've been through physical abuse, mental abuse, but narcissistic abuse is the worst abuse you can ever go through. Look it up. Do research. It'll tell you. Narcissistic abuse is the number one abuse anybody can go through, because it's dealing mentally, physically, financially. It hits home to everything. Financially, you can hit on somebody, but the bruises will heal. Mentally will stick to you, but narcissistic, well, that's the home stretch.
Because it's that total control. Because that's when one loses themselves in that particular relationship where they have no voice.
Yes.
And the hardest thing for me when I thought about it, and some of the things where you start shrinking and dimming your light in certain relationships, you don't be more vocal about how you truly feel about certain things because you're afraid of what they may say or think. Now, they may not put that on you, but mentally they are draining your vital energy. They are making you feel less than of. So I totally get it. And one great example of seeing a strong, phenomenal, amazing woman, and many people may not agree with me, but I understand what reality TV is and what it isn't. Being in this industry, and some of these reality shows are partly scripted, okay, but yet it still have some truth to it.
Exactly.
With Kenya Moore, when you look at how amazing she is, she was Miss USA. She did all this, and yet the man that she was married to, she admitted he was abusive. He never touched her, but she never said the word narcissist. But when you hear what she said, that is exactly what I feel is narcissistic behavior, because she was not herself. She was not the strong stand-up woman that she was in that relationship. She dimmed her light. She was not happy. And that was a big public figure that I saw, and then she admitted it. And now I look at her after now she's away, and now she's so full of life now.
I'm gonna tell you another person, Kelly Rowland.
Yes.
Kelly Rowland. You know, I was at work day before yesterday playing my music, and that song came on that she wrote. She said her girl was killing it on stage, but she was happy for her, but then again wasn't, due to her situation. You know, and she spoke up, you know, about her abuse. Monica spoke up the trauma that she was going through. It's a lot of powerful women that spoke up. Now, the thing about it is, we can't always have closed mouths and be scared, because someone is always out there listening. I mean, someone is always out there listening. That's why I strive so hard with my podcast, with my YouTube, you know, with me creating the books that I create. You know, I'm planting my seeds as I go, genuinely. You know, and I just want, you know, people to know that they're not alone.
And at the end of the day, that's what, because in all these type of situations, what I find is people just want to be heard and seen. Many times in these situations, you are just a shell of who you was formerly. You don't know what you like to do anymore. You don't know. I mean, you don't. It's just a situation that's very sad. But I want to give you guys hope that you can get out of it and come out better,
you can.
more powerful.
Yes, you can.
And now you can do what Nicole and I are doing, is like taking the veils off your eyes, and you see that you are enough. You are worthy. You don't need anybody to gratify you other than God.
No,
you want him.
no.
You want him.
Oh, yes, most definitely. First and foremost.
Yeah, him. That's only him. But other people, you don't need that stamp of approval. And
most definitely not.
If someone's not pouring life into you, but draining life out of you, it's time to let them go.
It is. And it takes time too, you know. By my children being so far apart, 19 and 6, and my son is I might as well say he's by himself. It's just me and him. So I also wrote 2 children books as well. And they both are called Sharing is Caring, because I want my son and everybody else's children that's young and by themselves learn how to share with others. You know, when they go to school, when they go to daycare, or, you know, be around that great environment, make sure they in a positive and healthy environment just as well as at home, because it also reflects on your children too.
It really does. And for those of you who hearing her say about her amazing books, and you're like, where can I get them, or her ebooks, you can go to Amazon.com and you can find Self-Love and Awareness. You can find her book, Gaining Control from Narcissistic Abuse, and Ultimate Guide to Stepping Out from the Trap of a Narcissist. And the book, the children books, Learn to Share with Others. All of this is by Nicole Cleveland. And also she has Emotional Wreck, that is actually, oh my goodness, that is coming soon. That's actually coming soon. So what made you, because normally people don't want to omit about this little phrase, emotional wreck, and what made you decide to name it such, and what made you decide, because I see a lot of detail here. Why did you decide to use butterflies Why did you decide to have a silhouette of a woman versus having yourself on the cover?
As you see, most of my books are silhouettes because silhouettes come in all different shapes, sizes, colors. So I didn't want to just put my image on the book. I want to put one image that bases what the details of the book is about. Like gaining control from narcissistic abuse. You in chains. You know, you're gaining control. You're locked up. You're locked down from abuse. You know? But when your hands up, the sun is shining behind you, you got this. That's when you're gaining control. Okay? The self-love and awareness. You're in the silhouette. But you see that sun shining and you're holding up a heart. Self-love. Self-love is first. And she's enjoying it. You know, leg kicked up. She's peaceful. She at peace. Okay? Emotional wreck. The butterflies means new beginning because you're just coming out of something. It's always a beautiful beginning. That's just like a caterpillar. You know how a caterpillar slimy. And once that caterpillar learns from the mistakes and grow, what do it grow into? That beautiful butterfly.
Exactly. I knew it had to have some meaning behind it because it's very few people that use silhouettes. And I use silhouettes a lot too. We have so much in common in the way that we think because I wanted something that could be universal and I didn't want the person to have no color.
No color.
The issues, the problems is colorless because it transitions over the entire world of humanity. I mean, every single culture, every single religion, every single whatever is happening every single day. And some people feel like they have no way out.
Yes. And my emotional wreck was I lost my contract in May. Okay. And I was collecting unemployment. But as I was collecting unemployment, I was applying job after job after job with nobody giving me no chance. But I was still, when I'm going through things, like I said, don't nobody know I'm going through things, you know? And at the same time, I was dealing with a situation that had my energy down, but I was still in it. And then once I got a job, the lady ran and stole my money. She didn't pay me for my work. And then after that, God blessed me with a good job. Then my car fell apart. Then I ended up with a 7-day notice from my mortgage company. So I was going to lose my house, lose my car. My job didn't pay me. That's 3 strikes. Almost lost everything. And then dealing with a person that you keep giving and you ain't getting nothing back. You're not getting no positive energy back. You're not getting that, that genuine caring love that you need. The emotional wreck. The domino effect. Domino effect.
Listen,
but God don't put as much as you can't hold. He gives his toughest, strongest people the toughest battles. So that's where emotional wreck came from.
Listen, if that don't make you go buy that book, I don't know what will. Okay, because I'm pretty sure, and so many people have said this statement that when you are battling with more than one pitfall, more than one challenge, back to back to back to back to back,
and they ain't even it.
If you have the courage and to keep moving, they said just keep moving, even if your stride gets slower, just keep moving. You will. That's God like letting you know you're about to have a breakthrough.
Yes, ma'am.
You're about to have a breakthrough if you don't stop, and more than likely, a lot of people stop. but
Mhm.
you're not gonna stop. You're gonna keep on going, and we
And
want
keep
everybody that's
pushing.
watching to keep on going, to keep on pushing, because your breakthrough is right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
Don't give up. So thank you for just explaining what's behind the cover. Many times we see all these authors and they have these beautiful covers, and you never know the why they
Mhm.
did it. I mean, you hear the little symposium of what the book is about, but the heart, the reason why, and the uniqueness of what you're doing as a life coach, and you're sharing your life situations with the world in order to impact them.
Yes, ma'am.
So you guys, here's her book, Emotional Wreck. And also that's going to be coming out very, very soon. Learning to share with others, gaining control from a narcissistic abuse, and self-love and awareness, all of which you can be able to purchase on Amazon. I don't know if you caught it, but I'm going to make sure that you catch it again if you missed it. She is also has her own YouTube channel, which is entitled God and Nicole's Inspiration. Yes, it's called God and Nikki's Inspiration. And I am going to show it to you on the screen right now, where you can actually see her YouTube channel, where you can see the videos that she actually have, what she's sharing with you. So go over there and show some love and subscribe to her YouTube channel. We also have, I don't think if you guys heard it because she said it, but we didn't stay on it long, that she is actually a podcaster as well. And for those of you who already know, the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast streams on CTR Media Network, which is a new standard of podcasting, reaching 350 million global listeners in over 50 plus countries, streaming on all major podcasting and also social media platforms. Now you can find Nicole's podcast on Spotify as well. She's not currently with CTR Media Network, but I feel that's going to change, okay? Because what she's saying needs to be on CTR Media Network. And so as she gives you these short spurts, I would say these short moments that you can take, because many times you don't have 30 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour to sit down and listen to anything with how hectic life can be. So what I like is that she gives you these small little bursts of inspiration that's 10 minutes or less, and sometimes it's 3 minutes, 2 minutes, to give you that boost to start your day. So make sure to check her out on Spotify. As you can see, we following her now. So we need us a burst of energy. Okay, so make sure to check her out on any place in which her podcast is currently actually playing, and you can listen to it. So I encourage you guys, when you're cleaning your home, when you're riding in traffic, when you want to go to sleep, because sometimes I listen to things on when I'm going to sleep. That'll be a good thing to listen to. So when you wake up,
I put plenty of people to sleep. I have friends that go to sleep to my voice. I could just have them having a conversation and they just go to sleep. Like, oh, I'm like, look, I'm gonna call you back.
I didn't even know that, but I was just saying that's what I get as well. I'm very relaxed when I'm speaking with you. So that's great. So Nicole is helping people change their lives, okay? Helping you change your life by allowing her life to be a living, breathing testimony of what it can become when you don't give up. All right? Just because you're going through things, just because you're going through challenges and struggles, just because things are not going exactly your way, does not give you the right to give up. Yeah, I said it. It don't give you the right to give up, because you are wonderful made. So Nicole, is there anything else you would like to tell our listening and viewing audience about what you want them to do? Listen, let me pop up that YouTube channel for you. God and Nikki's Inspiration, and also her podcast is entitled Life, Health, and Wellness with Nikki Podcast. Make sure to check it out. So anything else you would like to tell them, because we kind of like spill the tea on that release before it's out. So tell them when they can go get it.
You can get it on Amazon as well. Coming to you very, very soon.
Yeah, so make sure to go look it up. She actually has an amazing authors page that is actually on Amazon, where you can not only see one of her books, but you can see her entire authorship books that she has actually authored. You can actually connect with her on a different way and be able to stay in the loop. Click that follow button over on Amazon, so anytime she does something new, you will get the notification of what she actually doing. Make sure to go follow her on social media platforms, not Facebook, YouTube.
Yes, I also have Facebook. I have Facebook too. Yes, it's called Faith and Love Coaching.
Well, check out
as well.
Words just got
yes.
putting the words in my mouth. Facebook. She wants you over there on Facebook, so follow her as well. Again, this is Nicole Cleveland. I want to thank you so much for coming on the show today, sharing your story, and also not only sharing your story, but being so transparent and putting the human back in humanity. Okay. yes, I would say that.
That's my goal.
And I would also like to personally thank you for what you're doing in the medical industry, because we learned all too well during this time in which we're living in how crucial and how essential anyone within the medical industry is, because you guys work the longest hours and get really not the attention that you deserve, along with the ones in the transportation industry. And we really figured that out when the world shut down. And when our family members got sick, when everybody got sick and all that, we were like, oh, we need some more doctors and some nurses and some techs. We need some
I was on the front line. I caught within this whole 2 years I've been here, I done caught COVID 5 times. And I'm still here.
Wow.
Fully vaccinated and
Listen, living, breathing testimony. So thank you for everything that you're doing and for all your service, for providing us, or I would say sacrificing your families for our families. That's exactly what you did, and all the medical people and the truck drivers. Y'all sacrificed yourself for the entire world so that we can have what we need. And it takes a special kind of person to do what you all do. Now, that's not my gift. Now, my gift is just sharing it out and getting people, bringing awareness and to topics and say, hey, watch this, do this, and yeah, I go here. But needles and all that. So thank you for what you're doing, and driving no 18-wheeler truck. I can't do that. So I appreciate what you're doing.
I appreciate you as well. Most definitely.
Well, you guys, this has been another amazing episode. And today's featured guest, like I said before, is the amazing Nicole Cleveland. Make sure, once again, for those of you who missed it in the back of the room, yes, you can go to YouTube and hit that subscribe button and that notification bell to follow Nicole over on YouTube, which is God and Nikki's Inspiration YouTube channel. You can also find her on her podcast to get that fresh inspiration in the morning, evening, or at night with the Life, Health, and Wellness with Nikki podcast, which you can actually find on Spotify. Very easy for you to do, and it's absolutely free. So why you not going over there? I mean, you need to go right now. All right, now. Okay, so make sure to check her out. And as she already stated, you can also check her out on Facebook as well. So if no one told you this today, I want you to know that we love you over here at the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. We appreciate each and every person that follow, comment, shares, and subscribe to our show, allowing us to be able to come into your homes every single week. And I want you to keep smiling. And I want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we got your back. We'll see you next week with another amazing guest. And you guys stay safe. Talk to you later. Bye.
You know, a lot of people have said they're going to help and get our podcast and push Y'all Heard It Too on a bigger platform and helping all talk. And she's been nowhere near that. She's been a woman of her word and has helped us, definitely able to connect with her whenever we need to. And we really excited, very excited about being on the platform. So for those that see this, y'all can come follow us on all platforms under the Cream Candy Podcast.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. When we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate it.
CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Welcome to another wonderful episode of Hello World. Tonight is more special because we have a wonderful person. It's Wonston. Yes, honey, that's the YouTube channel, but none other than Wonston Williams, who will be talking about his brand new book. Y'all get it. Just volume 1. This is volume 1, his life story. I had the opportunity of reading this, and it's a quick read. It's definitely a quick read, but there's so much information inside, and I believe everyone should definitely try to get a copy for themselves. But before we get into all of the goodness, I just want to say thank you guys for being here. Please, if you can, like, subscribe, and share. Turn on your notification bells. And definitely, if you are interested in this book, in the description of this live, I have the link to his book. So please go ahead and get a copy for yourself. You will definitely be very surprised at what you read. And first, I want to say, hey, Leo, how are you? Yo, it's your boy Leo's in the building. That is the other half of Mr. Wonston Williams, Mr. Wonston Williams' husband. Nice to see you. Hey, One Busy Mama, how are you? Hi, Angel over Lightness over Darkness. How are you? Wonston, thank you for saying yes. And hey, Pal, how are you? So before we get into the interview, please, if you have questions, put a question mark before and after your question so that we can ask him. And if you can, share out the stream so more people can come in and get to know Wonston a little bit more. That's good. Everybody's well. I'm going to not hold it up. I'm going to bring Wonston on right now. Well, guys, if you do have a copy of the book, please open up your book, have your book handy so that we can talk about it. And maybe he might read some of the book to us. You never know, but we'll see, right? We'll see how willing he is to share whatever he has about this book, guys. But anyway, If you have not been following Wonston, his YouTube channel name is It's Wonston. Yes, honey. Go ahead and follow him out. Follow him. He does cooking. I want him to bring back his daily motivational talks. We'll see about that. And then also he used to do, I don't know if you planned on doing any more, but these I would say bi-yearly speaking what's the word that I'm trying to think of? It's pretty much been when we had the women on the panels and we were discussing different topics and stuff. I enjoyed those. They were conferences. So definitely let's dive in. Well, I want to invite to you guys, maybe some brand new, but others not, Mr. Wonston Williams, the author of Pain Leads to Purpose, Volume 1. Hey, Wonston, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Thank you for the opportunity once again.
No. You've always been very kind to me. You've always shown love. You were the first person to interview me on YouTube. So I really appreciate you. And first and foremost, how is your day going?
It's going fabulous. It's going fabulous. Hello to everyone that's in the building. Hello, my darling. My husband Leo is in the building. Hey, Lena, how you doing? Angel Light Over Darkness. Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming. I see we have my best friend in the building, Dave Tony. Welcome in. Thank you guys so much.
So, my first question to you, how emotionally draining was it to write this?
Oh, my gosh. It was an emotional journey because writing a life story, you have to relive moments that you do not want to relive, things that you probably put in the closet, things that you don't want to remember anymore, stuff that you haven't told people. And it was a journey, that I had to day by day, I would write some and then I would just forget about writing it because I didn't want to sit by the laptop and start crying, because as you're writing, you start to remember what that person did or start to remember what that person said or what you went through and what you could have avoided, So it's like, it really was an emotional journey, but it was also cleansing.
Mm-hmm. How long did it take for you to write the book?
Some chapters took me a long time because I would say, for one, the chapter with my mom's passing, it was very, very hard. And it took me about a month to write that one, because I kept stopping and then pausing, stopping and pausing. So it took me about a year to write it, and then to get it fully edited and formatted, a while.
Can you tell all of us, I don't know if you've already answered this question or was asked this question, but what was your primary motivation to writing a book and picking a book about your life story?
Well, okay. Oftentimes, I used to always use examples in my morning talk show. For those of you that don't know, if you're not subscribed to me as yet, I used to always use examples of my life into my morning talk show when I was doing morning time talk, to basically encourage everyone. And everyone say, you should write a book, you should tell us your story and so forth. And I was like, okay, maybe that's a good idea. Should I do it? Should I not do it? So then eventually I gained the courage. I said, well, if I do this, I want to help people. I want, folks to be able to be touched from the story, to be able to be healed or to learn something from me telling my full truth.
And do you believe that a lot of people have been learning stuff? And
yeah,
how has the feedback been so far?
The feedback is overwhelming. there was one of my classmates from when I was in Job Corps, actually in college. She reached out to me and she said, "You have so much courage. You are so strong. I wouldn't have been able to tell my story or to tell my truth to the world, you know." And there was a chapter that really stood out to her, you know, and it really helped her.
Okay. Now, what was your favorite part about the book?
My favorite part about the book, there was a lot of favorite parts about the book. That I
Tell us your top 3.
My top 3 was, of course, the chapter about Leo, and then disclosing my illness to the world. I wanted to do that because a lot of times people, and also LGBT, they have a stigma on hey, Uniquely Lavish, hey friend. They have a stigma on folks where we're look different, or people shun us, or, you know, even for a person that may want to be with someone that may not have what I have, or someone that may want to be with someone. I wrote it because I want that person to know it's okay, you know? You can still live free. You can still be with someone. You can still live in abundance. So that was the second one. And then the third one was releasing with my homeless situation. I wanted people to know you can be black, white, polka dot, or LGBT, non-LGBT, and still be homeless because of who you are. You don't have to be gay, you don't have to be whatever. It can happen to you because of circumstances. It can happen to you because of whatever. And in my moment in time, when that happened, I had a choice. Either I go back home and deal with the fact that family didn't accept me, or I just deal with the fact of how to make life. And I choose homelessness, knowing that I would have been homeless, knowing that I would have been, you know, trying to find a way. But because I wanted my own life, because I wanted to be living free and living in my truth, I choose that road, you know? Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. You know, that's okay. It's definitely, I think it's definitely, it takes a person of character and
Mhm.
courage to be able to disclose majority of the things that you wrote in there. And I'm not saying it was bad things, but I'm just saying like that you opened up a vulnerable spot in you. And now the entire world can comment about your vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
Now, when you wrote this, were you prepared emotionally and mentally about potential feedback, any kind of feedback?
You know, it's funny that you asked, because when I started writing it and I spoke to Leo first before I even started with the title, the cover, and everything, I said I want to write a book. He said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah, I'm prepared for everything." And when I did it, I said, "Okay." I prayed about it first. And when I actually got the courage, I said, "God, prepare me for the negative and also the positive." But I know what I was going to write was going to be more so a positive, because number one, my outcome of everything that I've went through was going to be more so a positive, because not many people know that I went to prison. Not many people know that I have HIV. Not many people know that I wasn't loved as a child, or I dealt with father issues, you know? So I know from the outside looking in, you might see me as a fun, loving person, but you don't know the scars I had, you know? So I know it was going to be more so positive, so I wasn't really worried.
Okay. Have you started writing volume 2 yet?
I've started, and volume 2 is it's in the making. I am going to answer the prayers of some of my yes honeys because a lot of folks have been asking for a cookbook.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. Literally, I was just about to say that. Okay.
Yeah, so the cookbook is going to be next. The cookbook is going to be next, and that is in the making as well.
Okay. How many recipes are you gonna put in there? Can you kind of give us an idea?
Probably maybe 20, maybe 20.
20?
I am gonna dedicate one to my mother, you know. Yeah.
Okay. Now, will this be an interactive recipe book, or is it just gonna be a book? I'm just throwing ideas out. That's all.
I'm thinking. I'm. It's all in the works, you know, because I'm still working with the cover, and I'm still working with everything. But I wanted to answer, you know, my followers and my yes honeys. You know, many people have been asking, so I said I'll go ahead and do it.
Mm-hmm. I heard. Well, I saw it today. I think either on YouTube or Instagram. I'm not sure which platform, but congratulations on 60 copies sold. So you guys.
Yes. Thank you guys so much. I am doing a celebration on Monday.
Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
So definitely.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So my next goal, guys, you know, spread the word. If you have an aunt, a sister, a cousin, my next goal is to sell 200. So please, my goal is to get my book across country, across the world, you know, because I wanted to be able to touch folks. Literally, I was in the doctor's office and me and Leo was just on the phone talking about it. And I literally met this lady and she said, I don't want to be nosy, but what's the name of the book? And she bought it, followed me on Facebook, sent me a photo, you know, and then she sent me great feedback about it. So it's basically just to give folks light and hope.
Yeah. And I see that, you know. My question to you, so with your extended family,
Mhm.
have they seen the book yet? And if they
No, I mean, I've posted it a couple of times. You know, my sister-in-law, which is my brother's wife, she's on my Facebook. I know the negative comments are going to come from them. One, because they may have different stories of my father. My brother, who lives in Connecticut, he's a character that's in the book.
Yeah.
And if he reads it or if he buys it, he's going to know how much pain he really left me. Because, and I say that is, if he had did what he was supposed to do as a brother, I wouldn't have went to prison.
Yeah.
You know? So he's going to know, okay, I need to at least fix this, you know?
Mm-hmm. Shout outs to everybody coming in. Tristan, WCF, 50. Also, Life as Laylan.
Elena.
Okay. Shout out to you. Thank you guys for coming by. Again, if you have any questions for Wanston, please put a question mark in front and behind so that we can so that you can ask him, and I could get it relayed to him. Did you want to share any parts of the book while we're here?
I can. Okay, so I'm gonna read the dedication for many of you guys that don't that haven't get it. Also, I do have copies if you want to purchase a copy.
Okay. I got an autograph copy, y'all. Ha ha.
Yeah, so if you want a signed copy, a paperback is $25. That includes your for your book and also the shipping. All right. So, okay. It is Pain Leads to Purpose, Volume 1 by Wanston Williams. the dedication. It says, I dedicate this book to God, my husband, Leo, my family. I'm not going to name the names, because I don't want so forth. And also my mother, Denise Anita Blake Jarvis, to the people of the LGBT community. The reason why I had dedicated the book to God is because the title came to me one night when I was praying about it. Also, releasing my story was basically, I would have never made it if it wasn't for God. So, so I gave the book back to him. And that was one of the reasons why I dedicated it to him. If I didn't make it, if I did not made it through some of the stuff that I went through, I would have never been able to write this and share this to the world. So that's one. Just a little bit of, okay, I'm going to read maybe a snippet. For many of folks we have encountered here on YouTube, a lot of us know, so just a snippet of chapter 8. So many of us, love you too, Angel Light Over Darkness. So many of us know, a lot of us encounter, depression, and also we go through many different things. But depression can come in a lot of different forms. And when you're tired of what you're going through or tired of feeling a certain way, and depression can lead you to do many different things. So in chapter 8, that's what led me to actually go through what I was going through. So chapter 8 is titled Arraignment Courtroom Jail. Yes. So I did go through my source of prison life, but do I regret it? No, we all have our mishaps. We all have things that we went through. So just a snippet of it, it says, at this point in life, Winston became so lost that he ended up in jail. He lost who he was as a person because he was doing everything he could to fit in. Yes, I was. I was doing everything to fit in, trying to find a way in life, trying to, to please everybody, So at this point, it's like, okay, I was tired of working a dead-end job, minimum wage, graduated from school, could not get the job I wanted because of a recession. Everybody know how it was around that time. So it's like, okay, $725 was not doing it for me. I couldn't get my own apartment for $725. So it was like, okay, when depression and you allow the devil to talk to you, it's like, hey, if I do this, I'll be balling out. But at that point, I wasn't thinking about the consequences, So, yeah, at that point, I wasn't thinking about the consequences. I wasn't thinking about what would have happened. I just wanted a better life than what was the normal, So, yeah, that is one. I'm giving you guys little snippets of different things, and I encourage you guys to go and purchase the book. Just little snippets. Okay. There was also another part in here. I don't remember what chapter it was.
What page? Because I got my book open.
Okay. There was also another encounter where I encountered in here where I went through bashing in the church.
Yeah, that was another. That was.
Yeah, so I also encountered bashing in the church. Basically, I was they poured oil down on me and everything.
That was the first part. That was actually when you first. That was your first time going to church. When you started, they wanted you to become a minister. That that deaconess or whoever she was. That's when, you had to hide yourself, who you are.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes. So I covered a lot of stuff in this book, guys. I covered a lot, and part 2 is gonna be revealing a lot of other stuff. I'm gonna say, the stuff that you see in a church where they may say, do as I say, or do as I say, but don't do as I don't do. And then I'm also going to be revealing a lot of different things, because it's one, when you can heal from different things, but you still have scars. You still have different things that you may go through, like post-traumatic stress disorder, or stuff that you may have went through, but you still deal with it on the inside. So it's how you overcome it, and can you actually go through that purpose. So it's a lot of things that is going to be revealed in part 2, and there's still a whole nother journey with my father. Family wise, me and my sister had our differences too, even though that we're by the same mom. We had our differences. She was,
Well, don't
yeah.
tell everybody. Don't give it all out. Don't give
I'm
it
not.
Hey, you gotta
I'm
leave.
not. So now the prefix on the back of the book, guys. So this is the back of the book right here. So the prefix on the back of the book, it says, when you think of pain, I know you are like, damn, what kind of pain? Well, this is a story of how a young man who was lost and full of so much pain, hurt, and dislike as a child, even when he would smile, he was still hurting. This is the story of my truth. For years, I once didn't have lived a lie, giving fake smiles, thinking I was okay, but I was not. Now I know you're like, well, how did you get there? Keep reading and you will find out. So in order to find out, more, and the reason why I had wrote it like this, because it's true. Many times my friends or people would ask me, are you okay? And I really wasn't. I was never a person to disclose how I was feeling. I was never a person to disclose what was bothering me for years. And I would always say, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. Because I was always a person that would care for people, that would be there for people, and all of that. And this right here was a big step for me, because I was never a person to sit there and tell everything, So when I wrote this part, I said, okay, I'm just going to be point blank, period, where it's like, okay, I was giving fake smiles. You know how you smile, but you're actually hurting on the inside.
Mhm. I talk about that a lot. And I like the fact that you are being transparent about that, because all of us, not just you, but all of us go through that at some point in time in our lives where we smile when we really want to do something else.
Yeah, and I wrote the book in a way where I wanted it to be a real conversation. There may have been some profanity, or there may be some words that you might not use in real life, but I wanted it to be a real conversation, because it's like, hey, this might happen to me, or this could happen to me, or what if this was someone that I know,
Have you ever thought about taking your book on tour to different schools?
Yes, I want to do that. I want to go to schools and colleges, possibly read a chapter, speak, and stuff like that. That's my plan.
I think that's going to be a good thing, because as you said, there are triumphs throughout the book. You know what I mean? 'Cause you ended up getting a service job.
Yes, I did.
So I definitely, towards the end of the book is when I started to smile, but I felt everything, like everything that you were writing about. So when you came in my chat the other day and was asking me about your book, it was because I was just reading like, tag, like, why does somebody have to go through all of that and still smile? You know what I mean? But I love how the beginning of your life actually started when you took control of your life, when you took control of everything. And again, you always held tight to God and how he protected you throughout
Well,
all of
I
your.
think that was because of my mother. She wasn't really a churchgoer, but she used to always say, put God first. And she used to always say, God will provide. So even if she didn't go to church, she would always walk us to church and leave us there. So I always knew that, okay, I had to keep my faith in check. So I think that was the main thing about it. And then meeting a lady that I guess she was sent to me as a second mom. Meeting a lady that was sent to me as a second mom, Miss Byron. Then when I met her, it was like she was a second mother to me. So that's what kind of increased my faith more, you know? So, hey, Faith with Rachel, it's me watching. Thank you for having the genuine courage to tell. Oh, thank you, Associated Minister. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that's basically how I got the faith. But in taking the training for peer educator and then working with the homeless and stuff, I was actually happy when all of that started to happen, because then I was like, okay, things are working out. Things are getting better for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thankful. So like volume 2 is going to be really cool because like I know part of your volume 2, you know what I mean? Because like I did
Yeah.
read it, and your volume 2 is gonna have a lot to do with YouTube and
Yeah,
like
yeah. It's gonna have a lot to do. There's
yeah,
gonna be more parts of Leo in there.
yeah. And then you're cooking, all of that
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
all
yeah.
the positive things that you're doing. And I'm like you said, there are gonna be parts that we don't know about just yet. But like I look forward to that because that's the point of reference that I know you from. But let me
Mhm.
ask you this. Are you happy?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. Because like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to feel like anything like what your previous life
Oh
was.
no,
know.
no.
He
When
was supposed to turn around and say, "You tried it."
Hey, Leo.
no. I had been released all of this pain a long time ago.
Okay.
Like even with the second ex, that gave me the infection. I had been released that pain a long time ago, because if I never did, and that's a chapter that's going to be in part two. A lot of people think that forgiveness is for a person. It's for you also, because if I never did forgive the things and places that happened to me, I would have never been able to love Leo. I would have never been able to be with him this long. I would have never been able to be where I am, or to, do what I'm doing now, So I had to release myself from everything. I had to remove myself from everything. I had to move on, Even losing my mother, not able to physically have a parent that would take me as me, I had to move on and know, okay, you'll find somebody that would care for you. You'll find somebody that would love you, So that's a part in part 2. A lot of people don't know what forgiveness is. Some people say, oh, I can tell a person I forgive you. But what about you? Are you still holding on to that bondage? So, and then another thing, people don't know what prison can do to a person, So there's dips and pieces in part 2 where I go like, okay, what can it do to a person? How mentally and physically, as for being an LGBT person in there, that it can do to a person, even homelessness. like Leo and I know someone and we talk to him off and on, you know, here on YouTube, and he's also homeless. You know, my goal, hopefully, you know, is to at least try to get some type of fund together to help people that are homeless. You know, that's one of my biggest goals. But when I was homeless, if you, I'm not going to go in detail, but if you read the book and you buy the book, I did go to a shelter, but I did not stay because something did happen, you know? So you don't know what could happen to a person in a shelter, if they can lose their clothes or so forth. You could be living in an apartment today and then something happened, the apartment get burned down, the landlord say you got to go, and then you end up homeless.
Yep.
You know, you end up homeless. So that part of my life was, yes, it was by choice because I could have go back home and live with my parents, but at the same time, I was a grown man, 18, almost 19, and at the age where I was accepting myself, I was free, coming out, being who I am, then experience life. And at that time, I was like, okay, I could make a choice to go back home. They was gonna pay for my trip back home, and that's it for me. But when you know your worth as far as employment, St. Thomas didn't have nothing for me. There was no jobs. There was no nothing. So at that time, I was like, no, I'm just gonna stick it out. I'm just gonna ride out the storm and see what happens. Then I ended up on welfare, you know, food stamps. I'm not ashamed to say it, you know. So I had to go through that source while I was homeless. Hey, you know. So yeah, going to the shelter system, you know, you got to get up at 6 a.m. and make sure nobody don't steal your bags and all that type of stuff. But it's the choice that you make to better your life, to make sure that you have a life, you know. And even being in there, I stayed for one night, honey. But listen, then I suck it up. And then I went on to my brothers and I said, well, I'm just going to have to live a double life to have safety.
Yep, I remember reading that part. Have you, so that's the brother that's in Connecticut, not the one that was in the picture with you for Thanksgiving?
The one that was in the picture? No, that's my brother-in-law.
Oh, okay. Because that's when I was like, oh, I thought he was your brother. I was like,
no, that's my brother-in-law. That's my brother-in-law. The one that was for Thanksgiving, that's my brother-in-law.
Oh, okay. Because I was giving him the side eye when you were like, that's
no. The one that's in Connecticut,
y'all gotta read the book. You have to read the book to find out what we talking about, okay?
No, I did. That's my brother for Thanksgiving, girl.
Okay, that's just making sure, Leo, because I was giving him the side eye.
Yeah, that's Leo's brother. Yeah. Hey, Eyes Love to Talk. Actually, Eyes Love to Talk. She just got her signed copy as well. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's funny. Me and the brother that's in Connecticut. If you guys read the book,
you're gonna have to read the book. I'm gonna just leave it there, right? I'm gonna cut you off and ask you a question. So y'all gonna have to read the book if you want to know about this brother that's in another state, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna allow him to give you the whole entire book, because really and truthfully, y'all got a good portion of the book without even having to read it just yet, okay? So my question to you is, how does it feel to be an author?
It feels wonderful. At first, when I published it, I was like, oh my God, I just published the book. And then when I started to see like folks was buying it and leaving the reviews, and folks was sending me pictures, and folks was inboxing me, telling me, I love the book. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And it's like, I started to embrace the fact of it. I was like, wow, this has been a journey, you know? And I really could not believe it.
Now, like, did you? I don't know, like, I don't know, cause like I know how it is to be a brand new author. Like, do you feel like, do you feel like any expectations in the author world? Like now that you're
Um,
part of it?
no, because I'm not really rushing the process. I know it's gonna take a while for like me to shoot up,
Mhm.
and like sales to come in fast. But like the way how it's coming, that's the way how I envision it to happen. So I've always told myself slow and steady will always win the race.
Mhm.
So that's how I envision it to happen. And I've always told myself, I said, it's folks are nosy. People want to know what's going on in your life.
Mhm.
And because I've never really disclosed a lot on social media, people are gonna get it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, again, like I said, it reading your book, um, it was it was a good read, but like I keep on telling you, like it's just unfortunate that you had to go through that in order to come up with the book. Like
Yeah.
I respect it though. I respect it, and I'm thankful that I got a chance to meet you, and like I know who you are. Like I met you in person, and to know that the person I met has a background, a background like an unbelievable background, and is still standing. And even before I saw the words that were printed in this book, you always were the same person. You always have been the same person, in my opinion, that was just always up and bubbly, smiling.
Mhm.
But to know that the history behind it, it just makes me respect you even more. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? So like y'all really should definitely grab a copy of this book. The link I pinned it in the chat. If you have not gotten it yet, go and read. You already got the synopsis of it, and it's a very easy, quick read, but it's a lot in there. So
Yeah.
definitely support.
I think someone had told me, they said I was so amazed when you disclosed what my mom had did to provide for me and my sister. I
Mm.
wasn't ashamed of it. I used to tell my friends in high school, I said, your mother has a 9 to 5. My mother has to leave us and go to work at the nightclubs. I wasn't ashamed of it because that's how we were able to eat. That's how she was able to buy our uniforms or buy school clothes for us. I wasn't ashamed of it because a lot of times,
You got her survival from it.
yeah,
Her survival. You got your survival methods from your mom. Like all of that stuff passes down. Like
yeah,
it's like so you learned how to survive because of your mom, and you know that I think that's why your heart is so big, because you know what it is to give, and you had to see it with your mom, and you know you're so compassionate towards people. So I
mhm.
think it's still like I said, it still made a great man that you are. Like I really do believe
Yeah.
you're.
The title, when I was doing the title,
Yep.
at first it was supposed to be, I think it was supposed to be something with wounds. And then I was like, no, that's not it. That's not it. It was supposed to be the wounds of a person or something. And the title then came, I think it was either when I was laying down or Leah and I was having a conversation. And then that's when the title had hit me. And that's when the title had hit me of basically doing the book. Yeah.
Mhm. I think too, like when I interviewed you on Hello World, the first
Yes.
time you said a year from now I'm gonna have my book, and it's about a year, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. Because I originally wanted my book to be out on my birthday. On my birthday, I wanted my book to be out. And when it didn't happen, I said, okay, Lord, you must have a different plan. So I said, okay, fine. Whenever it comes out, whenever it's supposed to be published, that's what I'm going to be fine with. And Lo and behold, I was able to publish it October 30th. You know, so I was really excited that it happened that way.
But what is October 30th a significant date, or is it just
You know, to be honest, I don't know, because October seems to be the month for House of X, to tell you the truth, because because I will tell you, when we first started the company, we when we were doing our promotion and our shows and stuff, it was in October. Then the company's channel got monetized in October.
Oh.
What else happened in October? There's so many things happen in October, and I really didn't understand why. You know, why October? You know, I didn't really understand why October, but I was like, okay, God, you know.
Yeah, you know, it's so ironic too. My very first book I published in October.
Really?
October, yeah. This one right here, the Blue Book. I published that in October of 2018.
Wow.
So that's crazy. Like, and I think it was October 24th.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's
Wow.
degrees of separation.
Yeah.
So,
If he wants to remember, your light can never.
yeah, your real light can never be outshined. Continue to have the genuine courage to move forward with your life and show other people that life is not about where you start, but where you finish.
All right.
If you guys have questions for Winston, please put a question mark before and after so that we can ask him. Hey, Angie Pooh, what's
Hey,
going
Angie
on?
Pooh, how you doing? How you doing, sis? How you doing? Welcome in. Yes, guys. So I do have about 2 copies. If you want a copy, grab one. It is $25. All you have to do, look at the information in the description. I will sign it and mail it to you. Just inbox me on Instagram with your address, guys.
Yes,
Your address.
the link is pinned in the comments, so you can go ahead and get that. Do you, let's see, we're on 45 minutes. So do you have any recommendations for people who want to possibly do something outside of just what they normally do? Let's just say if they want to become an author, because this is something this was a dream that you had.
Yeah.
From the time that we've met, you've always talked about wanting to.
Yeah. Like way before I met Leo, I think it was right after I found out my illness. Hey, Etta, darling, how are you? Welcome in. Right after I started working as homeless prevention specialist and everything, I said I need to write a book. And at that time, for some reason, I don't know what happened, I was putting my stuff on a flash drive at work, leaving the flash drive at work and doing everything at work and everything. Then one day I got to 3 chapters, lost the flash drive.
Ooh.
So I said, okay, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Then when it came around again, this time around again, when I actually said, okay, I want to write a book. And I basically told Leo about it. He said, if this is what you want to do, I support you. And I started writing it, putting it all together. That way, you know, I was typing it up and everything, and it came together. So my suggestion to anyone that want to do it, don't rush it. Take your time, chapter by chapter, because it's not easy, especially when you're doing a life story. Honey, listen, you are going back into, if you have dark moments, sad moments, whatever moments that you might have, you're going into places that you probably have left alone and you probably have already healed from. So you want to make sure that you take your time. You want to make sure that you heal from it. And once you write it down and you put it on paper, that's it. But take your time. Don't rush it. Whenever it's supposed to come out, it will come out. Because all you have to do is tell the public, like I did one time. I did it, twice. I did it on Be the Difference Clothing right here on Hello World. And then I did it on my morning talk show. Because I also dedicated in acknowledgments, guys. In the book, if you look, you purchase it, it says in acknowledgments, it says, this was hard for me. I want to thank all my YouTube subscribers. So if you were subscribed to me when I did my morning talk show, my yes honeys, I call every folks that is subscribed to me my yes honeys. My morning talk show family who came to my morning talk show every day at 9 a.m. So that includes Joy, because she came every morning, honey. Yes. So, and also another person, you guys may know her, some of you may not. I had numerous conversations with her. She's also author as well. Invisible Walk Broken, she's not. Tiffany Wilson. So I also, that's in my acknowledgement. So take your time. Don't rush it, because you might want to change your chapter. You might want to edit. You might want to add something else. Once you start to write, different things come to you. You start to remember, oh, this happened, that happened, or, so you might start to remember actually what really, really happened to you back then, and as I was writing certain chapters, it's like I had to really remember and think about, put my mind back into those places, those environments where I was. Hey, Angelina, how are you? Welcome in. Those places, those things that took place, and I had to remember, But once you write it, once you got it down pat and it's edited and everything, all you got to do is publish it. Some people say being an independent artist is not the best route, but I recommend it because
it's the only route.
I recommend it because you're in full control of your story, full control of you. And because number one, if you go to a publisher and you submit your manuscript to a publisher, they might want to change your story. They might want to change what you wrote. You can't change somebody's life. You can't change what took place in their life. You can't change what happened in their life, So yeah.
Let me ask you this. The cover. How did you come up with the cover?
Oh, child. That's another story. Okay, I will say this. I was supposed to have a different cover, but situations happen, and then I wind up doing the cover myself. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I wind up doing the cover myself, because I was trying to have someone do it for me, but situations happen, and then I said, okay, I'll just go ahead and do it for myself, because the whole idea of the dark road and the clouds and everything is supposed to represent the pain. The road is supposed to represent me walking to my purpose, So in having someone else, when I had reached out to the person, at that time when I reached out to that person, the cover was finished and everything. During that time, I found out my father had passed, and at that time I had to be there for my sister. So due to finances and everything ended badly, and then my name was blasted on social media. But however, I ended up doing the cover myself.
It came out wonderful. Like, I've done all of my covers. So whatever you do what you gotta do. When I say I've done, like, there was only my first book is the one I actually physically did, and my last book. Those are the two that I did. But all the other between ones, I had to wait a while in order for it to come back to me. Like, the book was ready to go, but like I had to wait for the person the illustrator.
Yeah.
So I say that to say that your cover is amazing. And I like the background story behind it. And there's nothing wrong with creating your own covers. Like, we do not have to do the trend of how novels appear in bookstores. It's gonna
Exactly.
it's
And
gonna
also, and I would say this, right? If you want to be a published author, YouTube has everything. Because when I was doing this, I had a whole thing like this, guys, a thing like this, and I was taking notes. YouTube has everything that you can know about when it comes to publishing your first book. And I'm telling you, the key one thing that they recommend is this thing that's on the back of your book.
Yeah, the ISBN.
They recommend to do not pay for your first publishing the ISBN.
Yeah, that you get that for free.
The reason why, because number one, you don't know how well your book is gonna do. You're gonna spend over $300 on this number.
That barcode, yep.
On this barcode, and you don't know how well the book is gonna do. When they also said if you purchase one, you can go back and change the barcode number after you purchase it on all your books. So I looked that up. Then I also looked up book covers. If you publish your book through Amazon Create Space, you can create a book cover inside of their system. Their system. You can create a book cover inside their system. What else I looked up? And then I spoke to Joy about finding an editor and all that different type of stuff. Thank you for that. So yeah.
Yeah. So that if you guys have any questions for Wanston, please put a question mark before and after, so that we can ask him. I think it's amazing that you published your first book. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of knowing you, especially after reading your basically your memoir.
Yes.
I can't wait to read the next volume, because it does leave you hanging like, ooh, you can't wait to see more. Like,
I wanted it to be like that because there was so much I could have put into it.
I was like, I can't wait to hear more about Leo in the second book, because it kind of started leading into Leo. So I was definitely excited about that. I can't wait to see this cookbook that you have coming out as well.
Yeah.
This is a question right here. You're the author of your life. What do you want your obituary to say?
My obituary, if I happen to pass?
Yep.
Ooh.
How we think about death, girl?
That's a question from Terry.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say Wanston lived a great, happy, abundance life. There was never a dull moment for him. Yeah.
I like that. Because that sums up how you are now. You see how you were smiling and saying it? I like that.
Yeah. There was never a dull moment. And I think that's what I want. I did it all my way, period.
Angie Boo. That's what she's gonna say for her obituary. I did it my way, period.
Yeah.
That sounds like you too, Angie.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I wanted the book to be about, because some folks had asked me, is there going to be a part 3? Well, it might be a part 3. Who knows what happens after, there might be a part 3. I might leave some stuff out of part 2, so there may be, who knows?
We're not gonna know, because again, you're the person who's leading us to what you want us to know. So we're not gonna know anything until you tell us. So that's
Yeah.
pretty dope.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope. Well, does anybody have any other questions? Because if not, I'm gonna wrap it up. But I do want to say, y'all, Pain Leads to Purpose, Volume 1, My Life, My Story. Look at Weinstein. Squeeze the cheeks. And it says by Weinstein Williams. Y'all can go ahead and hit the link in the pin link in the comments to order your copy. He says he has copies physically on hand where he can autograph them. Now, let me tell you, you will want to get the copy that he autographs because it's going to be more valuable than ordering it from just straight online. So hit him up on IG if you want an autographed copy of his book. Otherwise, you can go to the pinned link in the comment. But I got an autographed copy, so that means I have something that no one else in the world has. And I think that's what makes this so unique and like it's so dope. Because it's like we all know him. We don't know Stephen King. We don't know, and Terry McMillan. We'll never know who any of these people are. Maybe we might meet them, but we're never going to know them. You have an opportunity to know this man right here. And the fact that you get to get an autographed copy makes it even more worthwhile. So go ahead and support Weinstein in his new book. Any other questions? Any other questions? No. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to put you on a solo panel. Please tell everybody how they can contact you, how many channels you got to follow, what you're doing next. Tell them everything. And then after that, give them something inspirational to remember.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. Again, it's me, Weinstein. I'm also Weinstein Williams, the author of Pain Leads to Purpose. Guys, you can purchase my book on Amazon and also Barnes & Nobles and houseofxentertainment.com. Now, if you want a signed copy, which I do have signed copies, where you can purchase paperback now. Paperback is $15, and for shipping, it covers your shipping with $25, guys. Shipping is only $10 for paperback if you want a signed copy. Now, if you want a hardcover, that's a different price, guys. Hardcovers are $25, and then for shipping is $15, guys. So, yes. So where you can find me on Instagram at It's Me Weinstein Yes Honey, Facebook, It's Me Weinstein Yes Honey, and Twitter, It's Me Weinstein Yes Honey. I'm also the other half of House of X Entertainment, the COO of House of X Entertainment, where I am on that channel as well. That is the third channel of where I host with my husband, your boy Leo. Many of you guys know him. So please go ahead and check us out on that. Yeah, you can find me on there. What I would leave with you, whatever pain and whatever stuff that you're going through now, it doesn't make you, and it's not going to break you. How you overcome it is what makes you better, you know? So I would say walk into your purpose and live through your purpose. All right. What did you learn?
I'm gonna get to that right there.
Okay.
I wanted you to finish your thought. Okay, there you go. What did you learn in your pain, and what would you tell your younger self now that you went through that pain when you were young?
There was a lot of pain, Miss Vernell. So there was a lot of pain that I did go through. So my younger self, if there was a younger Weinstein, so I would say some of the pain came from parenthood, but I would say pain that I caused myself, I would say it could have been avoided. I could have made better choices, but I made the choices so that I could have survived, because a lot of times when you're just trying to find stability and just trying to find a stable living for yourself, you make choices so you can be happy. Again, many people may encounter, some of us on YouTube may encounter ourselves around LGBTQ or folks that might be LGBTQ, and we wonder why some of us may make the choices that we do make, but you don't know their life or stuff that we do just so that we can have a stable living. I shared in the book deep situations that I made a choice to do so that I could have a stable living, you know? So again, it really wasn't pain. Some of it was choices because that I had to make in order to eat, in order to pay a phone bill, in order to live in someone's home, and they're going to ask you to pay rent or ask you to pay a light bill or ask you to pay a Wi-Fi when you're barely there. So it was more so choices. It really wasn't pain. It was just more so choices, but then it turned in to pain because when you're living with family members does not understand things that you are going through, things that you might go through. And sometimes they really don't care. All they want is money. So at that point, it's like, okay, it really was just choices.
Here's another question. What is the biggest victory in your life?
The biggest victory in my life is basically becoming a business owner and finding happiness. That is the biggest victory in my life. It's becoming a business owner, working for myself, helping people. What I'm doing now is homeless prevention and finding happiness. And now being an author, you know, so that is the biggest victory in my life as far as what I'm doing now, you know. So like I said before, your pain always leads to your triumph. You know, things that you may want to do in life, it will happen, but you have to persevere. You know, we all have made choices to get to where we are. Yeah.
I say also too, guys, you got to check out House of X Entertainment. Is it every Friday and Saturday you guys do interviews?
Some of them are Saturdays, some of them are Fridays, and then sometimes on Sundays.
Well, what you have to do is subscribe to the House of X Entertainment channel so that you can find out when and who would be the next person that will be interviewed. So that you
I
can
will also, this is something that we probably have never done. For the first time, what the CEO of House of X Entertainment is going to be interviewing myself, the author.
Hey, see, now you heard it first here on Hello World Be the Difference Clothing Channel. We always dropping and hearing all the new stuff before everybody else.
Yes. So this will be taking place.
That's so dope.
December 9th.
December 9th. That's
at 8 p.m. Yes, at 8 p.m. And I would say, guys, many people had asked, did Leo know what you was going to write in the book? Did he know some of the stuff that you was going to write in the book? Did he know where he was going to take? No, he did not. He knew he was going to be in there, but he did not know some of the stuff that is in there. I may have told Leo bits and pieces of my life, but I did not tell him everything.
You know
what? Because yes, it is one thing to be married, and it's also one thing to be with a partner. I've always, after my if you read the book, you'll know. In the book, I shared 2 ex-lovers.
Don't leave it right there. Leave it right there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So after the second ex-lover, I learned how to not open up so much because I've always been a person to be very vulnerable, if I should say. So dark places that would lead me to cry or feel bad about myself, I really didn't, disclose some of those things because I felt bad. I felt like I should have made better choices. So in writing it, that's when, Leo did cry the whole day after he read it. And then he was like, okay, I can't believe this stuff happened to you. So yes, December 9th, you're actually going to see, I guess, a turn up where I'm now going to be a guest on the show.
That's so dope. I think that's so dope. That's going to be the first time and probably the only time that could ever happen, because I don't know of any other, the ones that I'm aware of, I'm not sure of any other couples that are that do weekly shows or weekly interviews that can say they can do that. So that's pretty dope. And you know what I was gonna say is, Leo, I know you're sitting right there, but shout outs to you for trusting your husband to write his own book and giving him the freedom to do that, because not many spouses will allow their other spouse to divulge or diverge all of their information, just because they're embarrassed. So shout outs to you for loving Winston completely and wholly and trusting that he was going to say whatever he had to say and you still stand by his side. So that's pretty dope. And I think that you deserve a little clap applause for that and being there for him. I'm thankful that you came into his life too. Okay, Leo? Just letting you know that.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm excited for that. And then I have a few other engagements coming.
Like what? Interviews?
Yes.
Tell us what, you gotta tell everybody that so they can tune in. All right, I'll put you right back.
I have another engagement coming after December 9th. There's one more on December 18th. That's coming, is pending, And then I also have another one that's coming, I think it's January 21st, I believe it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's January, is it January 24th? Let me check my phone. Hold on. Oh boy. Let me see. Hold on, guys. I think it's the 21st. Yes. I can't get to it right now. But okay. It's going to be on Wellness with Frugal Mama's channel, guys. January, for the new year, I think it's January 21st. Wellness with Frugal Mama. I'm going to be on the Turner's Talk Show. So come out and join us for that. Everybody's going to have their own different questions, their own different specs of how the book touched them or what they gained from the books, So I'm taking all these engagements because it brings more light from the book, and I want the book to touch the world. So even if you must purchase the book, number one, to ask me for an engagement. I will come to your channel or to your podcast or to your show once you have purchased the book. Yes. So I will be on the Turner Talk Show, which is Wellness with Frugal Mama and her lovely wife. That is the beginning of the new year. Yes, right there. January 21st. Yes, January 21st. So it'll be 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. So yes, right there. I'm really excited about that. I'm also going to be on Uniquely Lavish's channel for a moment with her. So I'm excited for that as well. And if you purchase the book and you just want to have a nice conversation with someone and there was a part that really touched you and you want to talk about it, I'm cool with it as long as you got the book. The book has nothing to do with my YouTube channel. It has nothing to do with it. This is my story, my life. As long as you got the book and you say, hey, Winston, let's set something up. I'm good. As long as you could send me a photo and you got the book and everything, I'm willing to set something up with you. Why? Because you're helping me push my story. You're helping me push my book out there, Yeah.
And I love your outfit too. So
thank you. This was all Leo. Shout out to the Fashion Zulu.
Look at the close up, y'all. Look at the close up. Yes. I love it.
Yeah, this was all him. Yeah, this was all him, you know. So shout out to the Fashion Zulu.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you for being here. And guys, again, please go and support Wanston. It's something really special and magical about your first.
So I guess everybody in here has the book, but I guess okay, I'm gonna put a number in the chat.
Oh, okay. They may be able to gift it. This is the holiday season.
I know. I'm gonna put a number in the chat. Hold
In
on.
the chat? Oh, in the private chat. I'm
Yeah,
like,
in the private. Let me think. Leo, come here.
you about to do a giveaway, y'all. You could give this away to somebody. If you already own a copy, you can give it to, or you could use it as a giveaway if he comes on your channel to support his channel. So that's pretty dope. You're gonna get a signed copy for free. Hey, 755 Media, how you doing? Good to see you. You don't have to say 755 like that. Man, guys, this was an incredible evening so far. And I thank you guys for being here, showing support to Wanston because it
Okay, I sent you the number in the private chat. So if you don't have the book, this is for only people that don't have the book, guys. You have to follow me on Instagram. And if you win, you have to follow me on Instagram. Send me your address. I will send you a signed copy. And I've also I put a little note, like a letter, a personal handwritten letter inside the book, because I believe I did give one to Joy.
Yes, I have it.
I did give one to Eyes Love to Talk. So if you get a signed copy, you're also getting a personal little letter from me. So, all right. So you're going to pick a number between 1 and 30. All right. So when Joy says go, you guys can go.
All right. All right. And I'm going to put it right now.
All right. Go ahead.
I just like to say the name 755. I saw you when you came in.
Oh, somebody is close.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Stop. We have a winner. We have a winner.
Okay, so
and Destiny Forevermore.
Destiny Forevermore. I don't know if you have an Instagram, but you have to follow me on Instagram so that I can get your address. Let me write your name down.
Congratulations, Dr. Destiny.
Dr. Destiny. Oh, all right. Okay.
Hey, Meet and I.
Hey, Meet and I. How are you? Welcome in. All right. So, Dr. Destiny, please follow me on Instagram. It's the same name as my YouTube channel. It's me, Wanston. Yes, honey. If you have an Instagram, or you can put it in the chat right now. What's up, Trap Vision? How you doing?
Hey, Trap.
I will. If you have an Instagram, I will follow you right now if you have an Instagram, so I can get your address to mail off your book. All right.
Guys, also too, while Meet and I are here, please go check out the Meet and I Awards. It's annual. I think this is the 3rd year that you guys are doing this. And mostly everybody in this chat, they are nominated for something. You have Trap, you have Angie Pooh, at House of X Entertainment. Yo, it's your boy Leo. There's a bunch of people in here who have been nominated for something at the award show. So please, and the award show is going to be on January 1st. So at the top of the year, 2023, you gonna win.
Hey sis, how you doing?
Hi, Life with V. So definitely go check out their channel and vote for someone that you know, and get to know all of the other content creators that you may not know, to see what they're about so you can vote honestly. And how long is voting for Meet and
It ends on the 10th.
Ends the 10th of what month? This month?
Yeah, the 10th of
Oh,
this month. Yeah.
You have up until, what was it? The 10th is Saturday, right?
Yeah.
So you have up until Saturday to vote. There are a lot of categories and a lot of people. So yes, you have up until Saturday to vote for someone. Please vote honestly, not just about somebody that's popular. Like really, vote for somebody who is deserving of the category that they've been nominated in. Okay, because sometimes we vote just because it's our favorite person. Oh, your favorite couple is also in the nominations as well. So definitely try your best to vote for people who you know have been doing what they've been nominated for in that category so that they can win honestly and fairly. Okay. So definitely please do. We value who are deserving. Yes.
Okay,
So do that.
Can you please ask Miss Miss Destiny Forever Walks if this is her Instagram? Oh wait, hold on. Let me see.
I'm like all in the camera, like yeah, that's her. That's her.
Okay. Miss Destiny, I sent you an inbox. So inbox me your address. I will get your signed copy to you. All right, guys. So that was one giveaway. If anyone else would like to purchase, a copy, I only have paperbacks right now, but if you want a hard copy, I posted my Instagram. Thank you once. Oh, you're welcome, Miss Destiny. I followed you. I think I just inboxed you. So please send me your address. I will get your book to you as soon as possible. If anyone else want a paperback copy, I do have. If you want a hard copy, you can inbox me on Instagram. I'll get that one to you. Yeah. So I don't mind doing giveaways, guys, but I am an author, so we do have to, make our coins.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
For him, especially because again, this is his first. This is like the one that like sits the longest in an author's mind as their first ever volume. So please definitely support him if you haven't done so. I've seen a lot of your pictures, so support him. Tell your family and friends to support him. There should be a book in at least one household of somebody that you know. So please try your best. If you want to gift somebody his book, the link is pinned in the chat. And also you can purchase a copy by going to his Instagram and definitely support that way. Wanston, I am thankful that you came on and said yes to come on and allow me to interview you. I'm super proud of you.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you so much. And you don't know, from ever since when I first literally started my channel, you have been so amazing to the Yes Honeys and even to my channel. You open your doors for us, open your doors for me, and I thank you so much. Even to when, guys, you had to be there. My birthday party, was it this year or the year before? Joy, I said, are you coming? Are you coming? She said, I don't know. I don't know.
Because I work a lot.
Yeah, so we all downstairs talking. Oh, yeah, last year. Leo reminded me. Yeah, last year. So we all downstairs getting ready to eat, and here she comes, pop up downstairs.
Damn.
I'm like, wait a minute, she lied. I was at first. I was like, I was so happy about it. I remember that. Yeah, I was so happy about it. I was like, oh, she came.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was like I was so excited to meet Joy.
Also,
guys, if you are in the state of New York or you can get to New York, I'm going back to the same place where I went for my birthday last year. I'm doing it this way. Oh, yay! Yes! Yes! That's the photo that we all took in Times Square. Burns and us and everything. Yes. Yes. That was an epic moment. Yes. So if you would like to get your book signed and you're not in New York City, please come May 6th. May 6th, going back to Chelsea. May 6th at the St. Dallas BBQs. I choose that location one because I was going to spend a Q coin on a lounge that I was offered, but I know everyone is busy and a lot of stuff goes on around the springtime and the summertime. So I said I'll just have folks come. They pay for their own meal, and they can also come and get their book signed. So if you can get to New York and you want to spend the weekend with me and come and have dinner, drinks, and everything, May 6th, it's a Saturday. I do have the link tree. Not a link tree, I do have an Eventbrite. So on the Eventbrite, which I will share it in my story on my Instagram, the Eventbrite tells you to register if you already have a copy of the book. The purpose of that is because I needed to know how many people is coming, so I could tell them how many tables I need. If you don't have the copy, you can already purchase your book, and I will have your book signed with your name and whatever copy that you want. Whether it's a hard copy, a paperback, whichever one. So you go to the Eventbrite, and you just register, and I'll see your name and I'll write your name down so that I can know how many folks are coming for the actual signing. All right.
Yeah, that sounds good, y'all. So hey,
Yeah.
oh, it's Tam.
Hey, always Tam, how you doing? Yes.
So go ahead.
So again, guys, thank all you guys so much for being here. And again, if you want to purchase, there is an extra copy I do have,
Definitely. I appreciate you for being here. Again, thank you for saying yes. I try my best. So, I'm thankful that I know you and have gotten a chance to know you. And much success on your first copy and being the author. Now, all you have to do is continue to publish. And you already have the hard part done. You have the hard part done. So now you can move forward and do many other great things. So I appreciate you for being here. Guys, my name is Joy from Be The Difference Clothing, and this is
It's Me Once and Yes Honey, the author of Pain Leads to Purpose, Volume 1. Please go check out my book, or if you want a signed copy, follow me on Instagram at It's Me Once and Yes Honey, where you can get a signed copy today. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming.
All right. And my name is Joy again, and we are signing out on another episode of
Hello.
Yes.
5th Annual Authors All-Star Conference, Atlanta, Georgia. Social media coverage by CTR Media Network.
3, 2, 1.
Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. Hello, and welcome to Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. I am your host, Boss Lady Star, and today we have Brittany Petty.
Hello, I'm Brittany Petty.
Today we are in Atlanta at the Authors All-Star Conference. Say that 5 times fast. I bet you can. But we are here, we are talking to this author, Brittany, and we are going to talk about her book, which is called Stop the Drama, Stop Comparing. So make sure you guys stay tuned, and we're going to jump right into it. So how long have you been writing?
Oh, yes. I started actually in July of this year. Okay. It had always been a thought, but I never put words on the paper and made it into action. And so once I started writing, I was like, okay, wow, I can actually do this. And got it done.
So that's not bad. July, that's a good turnaround. Because most people will be like, oh, I've been writing for like 2 years and I finally did it. So to start it in July and have a finished product, that's I applaud you. And then what made you start your book?
Well, honestly, just being a mom and just being a wife and just the constant working and just life and having a teenage daughter, I've heard so many different stories. For some people, it's easy to raise a daughter, and for some, it's not. And so for me, it was just a constant laying awake at night, like, okay, how can I help my daughter? And so if my daughter can see me reaching thousands and millions and trillions, then yes, she's gonna say, okay, you know what, let me get my stuff together.
Right.
And for me, it's being able to help women, mothers, be able to lead and transcribe and transform their own children. Stop looking for outside sources and realize, okay, we just need to change our approach. And so for me, I was like, okay, let me write a book that can help teen girls, especially since I have been in the field of education. And I taught math for 5 years. I work with middle school and teenage girls, and I'm currently a counselor, and a licensed professional counselor too. So I'm like, okay, so I'm in the brain all day long. And so for me, I was like, okay, how can I give back? How can I help mothers who are dealing with the same thing and the same struggle?
That's nice. So see, that's most important is like, for me, especially since you are a counselor, a licensed counselor at that, being that you have a child, like to me, I get the most experience and the most the best feedback from counselors that have the experience. And being a mother, that gives you like top shelf, because you're not just talking from reading a book, you're not just talking from lessons you've learned, you're talking from hands-on experience. So that, yeah, I applaud you for that, because you know, some people don't want to talk about their ups and downs or their ins and outs as far as parenting or like the growth or like the upsets. You know, they just be like, oh no, everything's fine, you know, smiling on the outside, but they breaking down on the inside. So I'm glad that you took the time to write about the book, the start the book and finish it. So give us some more, give us some meat and potatoes about it.
So what I did was I took my approach that I use in the classroom. And so in the classroom, people are always like, I don't like math, I don't like math. I would run into adults that would say, hey, I can balance a checkbook, that's about it. And I'm like, no, math, you need math. It's about math and reading, you need that.
Right.
And so for me, I was like, okay, I had to do a relook at myself and say, okay, I can't just teach what they give me to teach. So I was like, how can I reach the community and reach the students that I'm actually teaching right now? And so for me, I had to take it, apply it to knowledge they already know. I had to talk about, you know, Nicki Minaj or Cardi B, for them to say, oh, okay, Cardi B went to the store. Okay, buy oranges. You know,
you have to relate. You have to relate. Yeah.
And so for my book, that's why I came up with like some juicy, interesting chapters. So like I have a chapter here called Self-Worth with an Attitude. Okay. So we all know we all have our attitudes at times.
We do. Yes, we do.
And just really being able to define yourself. I have consistency, one step at a time. You know, a lot of times you're like, okay, how do I get to the big picture? But it's like, I have to break it down into steps that you can understand based on your best ability to learn. And so that's pretty much what I did to make it simple and realize, okay, everybody wants to see 18. You're like, I can't wait to be a grown up.
Slow it down.
That's right. But you have to apply steps to get there. You have to have a plan. And so I run into so many things that like, I don't know what I want to do. But you gotta have a plan. You gotta start somewhere. You have access to
I tell my son, it's not gonna fall in your lap, son.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. In this generation, they don't understand it. You have to work hard for the things that you want.
Right.
And so for me, growing up, I did grow up in a very strict household, but it taught me I have work ethic, I have skills. I realized nothing's given to me. Anything I want, I have to go out there and work for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. Yeah. I tell people every time on my podcast, no matter what we're talking about, like we're talking about kids and we're talking about books, but I tell people all the time on my podcast, you have to plan properly and properly plan. So in that way, you can get across to so many different people because you're letting them know, like you said, step by step. It's not like you start here, you in there tomorrow. Like, no, there's going to be a process. And then you have to work the process to get there. But like I said, I tell my son all the time, it's very important, you know, to plan properly and properly plan. So I always tell my son that too. But I want to say thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for being interviewed.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And I want people to see your book one more time. And I will definitely have the information in the description on how to purchase her book, where to purchase it, where to get it from. And do you have any closing words you'd like to say?
I would definitely say, someone might say, you know, what sets your book apart? Why should I buy this book? Well, for me, because we've all been a teenager at some point in our life and we know the struggles, and it's so hard with social media, always comparing ourselves. But in here, I have a quote in here and a point about who am I? And so if you are trying to figure out yourself, what am I supposed to be doing? What is my purpose here on earth? Read this book. You'll know who you are.
BTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests.
If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hey guys, what's going on? Good to see everyone. Thank you for coming. And I just want to welcome you all to the 3rd annual YouTube Never Give Up conference. And it's actually called We the People. And it's We the People because all it is a group of all of us who come together with one common goal, which is to encourage and inspire. And the people that decide to say yes are doing it because they want to see all of us doing better, including themselves. So before we go into everything, I want to say thank you for coming. You got BKNY, shout outs to you. Thank you for being here. And you got Terry, Minister Terry, shout outs to you. And let's see, who else is here? Hey Buddha, how you doing? Buddha of Destiny, namaste. Namaste, mama stama natuta. What's going on? Good to see you. J Dog is in the house. Mick Show was here earlier. She said she'll come back, so shout outs to her. Definitely consider hitting that share link, because you never know who may be encouraged or inspired by, or may need to hear a word that any one of us is saying. So I just want to say again, thank you for being here. And before we start, how is everybody doing? I know we don't get to see each other every day, but I just want to know how you're doing. Comment in the chat how your day was so that we could, get into the feel of it. And also, if you have been here for any other YouTube conference, and if you started from the beginning when we first had our first one, then, comment and let me know too. You're hanging in there. That's great. Good to know. I am doing well. I actually worked today, y'all. Yes, I literally just came in from an event. I took a quick shower just because I knew that I had to be here. And it just so happened I picked up this event like last minute. And, there's certain things you just can't say no. Business has to keep on moving. So it was a decent day. Like, I'll tell you guys more about it a little later, but it was a good day. And I definitely, I feel blessed. And I hope by the end of this conference, you all will feel blessed as well. Hey, J Dog. So I want to tell you guys about, the people that will be speaking this evening. So some of you do know Wellness with Frugal Mama. I met her maybe like a year ago or two, had to be almost 2 years ago. And I don't know how I met Wellness, but she had another name before that. But it was like I would go into her chats because she used to do a study live. So it was a silent study live. And I thought it was so interesting. And she also did cleaning lives. And it was just like, I used to sit in her live because, I understood what it felt like when you were trying to get to a goal. And so I just wanted to sit in the lives and support. But what the commonality of Wellness and I is that we both speak about the same thing, about inspiring people. And what's really dope about her channel is that she primarily focuses on the wellness of your outer and inner, but more so how we take care of our bodies. And you guys know I love the gym, and I be in there whenever I can. I missed it today because I just slept in a little bit, but I definitely enjoy her channel when it comes to wellness and just all of the inspirational books that she shares, the quotes. And you should really check out her channel if you haven't done so. If somebody who's a mod could drop her link in case you guys want to, support her channel as well and subscribe. The other person, some of you do know, some of you don't know, but it's I Am Tracy Lee. I also met her 3 years ago. I met I Am Tracy Lee. She, of course, had another name. And I met her when we were all trying to get to a goal as well. And she was sharing her lock journey. And again, the most intricate, interesting part of I Am Tracy Lee is she is in wellness as well. She definitely has, she definitely knows her thing about nutrition and wellness. You may have seen unboxings that I've done of her. I think it was, what was it? I know I did an unboxing of one of her businesses. And then she had the pills, guys, the black seed pills, vitamins. I did an unboxing for that. So I definitely am super excited and thankful that I met these two ladies and that they both said yes. And I'm also grateful to know that we all share a common factor, which is wellness. You know what I mean? So just sit back, relax. At the end of this, we'll have a time where we'll all come on the panel. If you have questions or concerns or anything like that, you can definitely ask at the end. But this is primarily a time for you all, for all of us, including myself, to sit back and be fed. Okay? To sit back and be fed inspiration that we all need. We can never be too far off or not in a need of having some type of inspiration. I know I've seen things where they say, too much inspiration isn't good, but depending on how your day may have gone, depending on how you may be thinking or feeling at that moment, someone may be doing something so human that will inspire you. So, without further ado, I would love for you all to sit back, relax, and enjoy Wellness with Frugal Mama. Please, again, share the stream out so more people can hear what she has to say, and keep an open heart and mind and soul. Okay, so without further ado, I want to introduce you guys all, if you've never met her before, to Wellness with Frugal Mama.
Okay, it would help if I unmute. Hello, everybody. It's your girl, Frugal Mama. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. So if for those who don't know me or not aware of who I am Tasharia. I go by Wellness with Frugal Mama. I started off YouTube as Frugal Mama Boys, but then YouTube got larger, like life got larger. So had a little transition. Transition is good. Okay, so with that being said, let me just calm down because I am so excited. When she said never give up, I was like, yes, I am in. Because everybody go through things. Like some people go through less things, different things, whatever the case may be, but we all go through things. And those things are designed to make us stronger, to show that we can prevail, to be a testimony to somebody else. Because you're not gonna go through nothing that God ain't gonna bring you through. And I truly believe that with all my heart. So let me start off with where my YouTube journey began. She gave me a time limit, so I gotta hurry up with this, okay? But I started YouTube, and just because I was sitting on the floor with my children at that time. So probably about 2 years ago, they're 8 and 5 now. So they were probably about 5 and 3, something like that. But I'm 46 right now, so you just put all this in reference to what I'm saying. So I was sitting on the floor with my kids playing cards and doing all kind of whatever we was doing, and I went to get up, and I couldn't move, y'all. I could not move. My back went out. Now I knew I had some issues because I've been in a lot of situations, military training, car wrecks, just sitting, being very sedentary. Whatever you name it, I done been through it. Okay, when it comes to putting my body, I was a cheerleader for like 4 years and tumbling and doing all the things. And so my body, I have actually this top vertebrae is actually fused to my skull, occipital bone. And then I have, like, when you look at the x-rays of my body, be like, how is this girl even walking? Because God got me. That's the only reason why. Like, I have little fragments of bone that has separated from my vertebrae, and it just sits out. And if it touches the spine, it's like, oh, I get a sensation. And then I have some messed up stuff in my lower lumbar. So, but anyway, with that being said, I said it's time to do something. At that time, I had stopped weighing myself when I realized I was at 214 pounds, when I usually weigh about 135, 140. I'm comfortable at that weight. So I don't know I don't know how much I was weighing at that time, because like I had my son was like 2 or 3 years old. My youngest son was 2 or 3 years old, and I had gone through postpartum depression and didn't even realize it, because all we are taught is to push through, be strong, be strong, be strong. But we have to realize that we are not one-dimensional beings, y'all. We go through a gamut of emotions, which, maybe feeling happy, sad, excited, all in a matter of moments or minutes or hours or whatever the case may be. But we always say, don't worry, be happy. No, you're not always happy, but you're not always sad either. So we have to have the established a mode of balance. And that's what I realized now. But before, it's like, okay, I felt like I just had to be, superwoman, but I wasn't. I was like drowning. I was drowning in my own self-pity, and I was sad, and I was not fulfilled. And so at that time, I said, you got to do something. I have to do something. I can't go on like this. Cannot go on like this. I wasn't feeling like I wanted to, do anything personally to myself or whatever, but I said I had to do something. I said, well, what can I do? Lord, what am I good at? And I said, well, you know what? I'm just gonna get up and I'm gonna stretch. If I can't do nothing else, I can stretch. Okay, I can stretch it out. I have been in physical therapy 1,000 times, I'm telling you, over the years. And one of my chiropractors said, you say, you know what? You are not going to, and this was years ago. I go back to him, go into there, get an adjustment, everything. He said, you gonna go back until you get your body right. You have to lose weight. You have too much weight on your spine. Like, you are putting too much pressure on yourself, And so I said, I can get up and I can stretch. And I said, this is gonna be great. And it wasn't, because I was like, oh, now what? But that being said, I challenged my family. I challenged my whole family. I say, whoever, because I coupon and I prep for, got to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So I said, anybody, I had put together like a $50 bundle of toilet paper, dishwashing liquid, and all this kind of stuff. Whoever win in 30 days, whoever loses the most weight, here, this is going to be yours. Everybody was excited. Well, everybody excited. We gonna do this thing. It ended up being myself and my cousin. And I was like, wow, what happened to everybody? But you get excited at first, but let me tell you something. Excitement, it doesn't last. Motivation doesn't last. You have to establish and maintain healthy habits. And if you don't, you just steadily doing that 360. You steadily doing that 360. And in the midst of all of this, I said, you know what? It's not, let me slow down. That was in March of 2020. I was my child had gone on spring break. And I was off work. Well, on that Sunday before I was supposed to go to work on Monday, they said, we're not going back into the office. That's when the whole everything exploded. I was like, what? We're not going back to the office? Am I fired? What was going on? What is going on? So I said, okay, all right, what we gonna do? And then so my manager said, I'll fill you in when you back officially at work. Okay, cool.
I have been on my job now 23 years. So let's keep this all in perspective. They quick to let the old timers go. You know what I'm saying? So they try to take you out, whatever. But I said, okay, let me get my mind right. So I said, that was March. I lost 11 pounds in that month. And my cousin had lost like 8 pounds. I gave her the bundle anyway for just participating. But so then I was like, now what? Okay, so I got to make this fast. I don't have that much time. So about what was that, May? Because it was right. What's in May? Memorial Day or whatever. I said, you know what? I'm gonna lose 30 pounds in 60 days. That's what I'm gonna do. But I had no accountability. I had nobody like partnering with me. And it was like, okay, I have to do this all by myself. I said, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel. Because everybody had been saying you should be a coach. You should be a coach. I used to walk to work. I used to be in the military, National Guard. So in order to stay trained, in order to stay ready for a battle, I used to just walk to work. I had a place about 7 miles from work. So I would walk to work and walk home from work. And they would be like, man, you so up, you so, in shape, whatever. I wore heels. This was, 10 years ago. And everybody said you should be a trainer. And I was a corporate trainer. And I'm telling you, it was the best time of my life. But anyway, I said, I'm gonna lose 30 pounds in 60 days. I'll challenge myself. But to hold myself accountable, I started my YouTube channel. I had already had a YouTube channel, but I was just watching people. I would sit at my desk and kiki and listen to comedy because I love to smile. They're like, why do you always smiling? And that's like, you know what? I get sad or whatever, but we can't stay in that place. Like we cannot stay in that place. You have to figure out what's good in it all. You're saying you have a flat tire, man. I'm glad I had that flat tire because that could have kept me from having a car accident or seeing somebody, whatever, something. That everything, there's a blessing in everything. There is a blessing in it all. When blessing in your struggles, a blessing in your blessings, a blessing in your happiness, a blessing in it all. When I tell you, okay. And so, but anyway, I lost 27.9 pounds in that 60 days. But then I still felt like, okay, yeah, now what? I felt better. Of course, you feel better when you eating better. Your brain feel better. You have less brain fog and all of this kind of stuff. But I said, now. So then I said, you know what? It's time to go back to therapy. It's time to unpack all of this childhood trauma, whatever. I'm all filled with, and it's time to, really make it do what it do. Okay. So then I started therapy. Now I started talking about, what happened to me at 12 years old, what happened to me. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna say all the words, but we have SA and R and M. If you know those words in the mental health capacity, then you understand what I'm saying. But I start to say, then I forgive those people who did those things to me because they were probably suffering. I forgive. And I read this book, Forgive for Good. I'm telling you, y'all, pick up some books, boy. It will help you release and feel so much lighter. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive me. Because I felt like, oh, this is my fault. I must have done something wrong. No, just because something happened to you does not mean that you did something wrong. Just because you go through something don't mean that, that's the end all. Hey, I'm telling you, we all go through somebody. And then everybody would say, okay, well, this happened to somebody, so they're gonna do that to somebody else. The things that happened to me, I never wanted to inflict upon anybody. As a matter of fact, it made me wanted to protect other people as much, even more. Baby, let me tell you something. When I let that go, I felt like a release. I was like, oh, and then the weight just kept falling off. But then I got to a point where I was like, oh, I don't even know who I'm, because I was like, I went from being so gaining so much weight I didn't realize who I was, to losing so much weight I didn't even look like myself anymore. So, but there's always that balance. And I said that all to say, we have to make sure that our mind is strong, our hearts are filled with peace, positivity, and thoughts of prosperity, because no matter if you have $1 in your pocket or $100 million in your pocket, that does not make you happy. What's going to make you happy is a peace of mind and love. Period. That's God is love. The world is supposed to be about humanity, and that's one of the reasons why I was let's say like when you just attracted to somebody, attracted to, you know, that energy of love and humanity that Joy speaks about. I don't remember how. I think we met on Burns Junk Closet, which is now Elevate Burn. Hey, Elevate with Burn. But anyway, I love a good theme song. Okay. But anyway, I said, you know, I tell myself, I say, anything that happens, you get a good 3 days. You get 3 days to go ahead and feel sorry for yourself, whatever. Then you got to move on. I had a pastor one time to say, okay, when does that excuse expire? Because I'm gonna let you have that time. You tell me when that excuse expired, and then we're gonna move on from whatever that is. Okay, you may revisit that situation, but you can't stay there. You can't live in that space of hurt, that space of whatever it is, but because you have to allow your flower to blossom. You know what I'm saying? You have to, because that's the part of being on the earth. We have to be able to help one another. Because you know, I was like caught up in the point where, you know, I thought once I had kids, you know, because I had reached out to so many other people that there would be a support that really wasn't there. My cousin was there. And then that was pretty, you know, it just wasn't there like I was expecting. Like I didn't have my first child. I was almost a week from turning 38 years old, but everybody that I had been there, baby showers, wedding, this kind of birthday, where is everybody? Whoa, where y'all at? But that's not how the life where you cannot do things and expect something in return. Now, I didn't do those things at that time expecting something in return. But I realized who my friends were. I had about I had my fave five, and I'm telling you, if I had the flu, they was there. I had I had whatever. One time I went blind, y'all. Literally, I couldn't see a doggone thing, and my girls came through. So I knew who my peoples are, for real, for real. And like y'all know, One Busy Mama. It's just something that just magnetized. Like that's my girl, like for real, for real. And Boss Lady Denise. Because it's something that just says they got a good heart. And like One Busy Mama, something happened. I was like, man, how can I help? I just felt like, well, how can I help? I think she was sick or something. I was like, can I send some food? I'm thinking in my head, I'm walking around here trying to think, how can I help? And that's how I know that is a real, true, genuine friendship. And it's something that I cherish. But anyway, I think I'm about talking enough. But I always want to help motivate and encourage anybody that I possibly can, but while keeping myself rooted and grounded. One of my affirmations that I say each and every day, I am powerful, rooted and strong. I am powerful, rooted and strong. I am powerful, rooted and strong. I might as well make another song out of that. But because we have to realize that what the words that we speak, what we watch, what we listen to, like I used to listen to a whole bunch of ratchet rap music. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. And I would feel like, you know, and I would be wanting to fight, and I would be quick tempered, you know, I was quick to pop off, and like somebody cut me off in traffic, I'm cussing and fussing, but they ain't even thinking about me. They're not thinking about me, you know what I'm saying? So I just be like, you know what? I am, baby, gone now. Now I'll be like, oh, hey, if you need to get around me, go ahead. Let me slow down for you. So most of the time, that's how I am, because I just want love. I just want to love the world, and for us to empower ourselves and to elevate from whatever emotions and things that we have gone through or may go through. Because let me tell you, some people wake up and say, I can't do it no more. Well, yes, you can. If you woke up, you have a purpose, and God has a plan for your life. We just have to realize what that is, and then be ready to take steps toward making something happen. Each and every day, take a step. What I say, we in our morning workout is that we're not giving up. We're gonna work toward our goals, dreams, and aspirations, baby. Go do something toward your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, whether you 1 or 101. We all have a purpose and a plan for our lives, and we gotta continue to make it do what it do in 2022 and beyond. Because this is just the beginning, baby. This is just the beginning. So that's what I have. Never give up. Never give up. I'm telling you, because if I had given up based on the things that I went through when I was 12 years old, when I was 12 years old, my sister was 16. She had her first child, and I just wanted to. Where did this talking about, because back then people didn't talk about that kind of stuff. So you just had to learn through experience of just trying to ask your dumb other 12-year-olds because it wasn't talked about. You don't talk about that kind of stuff. So just then I was like, oh, okay, what's up? But anyway, y'all, like I said, never give up, because my mom said, you need to go to college, you need to get a good education, but then nobody have a pathway on how to do it. How do I do this? How do I fill out this application? This is just steadily just going back, trying to feel your way through life. And that's why I say I talk to my children about everything. Hey, what's up? What's this? You know what this body part is? You know what this body? They may try to call it this. You may call it, but hey, no, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you never give up on yourself. You never give up on your goals, your dreams, your aspirations. You may say, I want to be a truck driver. Well, go ahead, shoot. Hey, go ahead. Whatever you want to be. You want to be the president of the United States. It ain't too late. Okay, just go ahead. And you may not, like they say, you may reach for the stars, reach for the moon, but you grab a star. Something, whatever the case may be. You can't lose by trying. And if you fail, like I started this 90-day reset recently, y'all. And I said, I'm going to do these 9 things. They're right, 9 things. And I failed twice so far, but I said, I'm starting back on Monday. Baby, I'm never going to get up on myself. And I'm never giving up on my people. Whatever you all are trying to do, I'm with you. I'm support you. Just, hey, I'm here. So that's what I say. Never give up on yourself, your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, whatever they may be.
Yes, that was good. Thank you so much for sharing. You didn't have to stop, okay? Because you just never know who may need to hear what you're saying. And when you're in the flow of it, nothing is in vain. Not one little piece of your vocals are in vain. So I appreciate you. We're gonna bring you back up at the end.
Okay.
But thank you so much for saying yes and being here. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, because I was sitting there like, yeah. So I appreciate you.
Okay.
So guys, that was Wellness with Frugal Mama. Please again consider joining her channel, subscribing if you haven't already done so. She does wonderful workouts. So if you can catch her live, you can catch her live. If you can catch a replay, then you can catch a replay. But there's simple exercises, anybody can do them. And again, she says she does couponing, and a lot of her videos have the information about couponing. And I'll be sitting there like, dang, man, I wish I could get into that. So thank you so much, Wellness with Frugal Mama. And the next person that's going to come up this evening is I Am Tracy Lee. Again, met her a couple years ago. You guys have seen her on Hello World. She's been interviewed by me, and she's just amazing. So I'm not even going to say anything more. I'm just going to bring I Am Tracy Lee up and let her empower and encourage and inspire you. So thank you so much, guys, for being here again. And here is I Am Tracy Lee.
I'm muted. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me? Okie doke. So we're going to start over. I start off by saying thanks so much for having me, Joy. It is always a pleasure to be here. Really inspired and encouraged by the sister who, Wellness Frugal Mama, who just went. We have some things in common. My personal struggle has been with my weight. And, this topic is very fitting for not just the weight, but for the purpose why I too started my YouTube channel. I started my new YouTube channel back in 2017. And my reason was, it was, not to make any coin. My reason for starting the channel was so that it was like my own little personal therapy session. YouTube for me back in 2017 when I started, was just me sharing my heart and
not knowing that it would literally open the door to being a blessing to other people who were struggling and going through some of the same challenges that I was facing at that time. Fast forward, I wasn't really active on YouTube in 2017, but every now and again, I would come and have a conversation with the camera, again, as a way of therapy for me. And so fast forward to 2018, I started, can you guys hear? Okay, cool. I started a lock journey. I, cut all my natural hair down to probably an inch and 2-strand twisted my locks. And I started the journey here. And that was simply to journal the journey so that I could go back and look at, my process, look at the growth and things of that nature. And so, that too turned out to be pretty interesting because that channel, because of the lock content and the natural hair content, began to grow tremendously. And again, I wasn't there for the purpose of making any coin. I was there just to share a journey. I could relate to the sister who spoke before me. My circle, I don't have a circle. I will be 54 years wise in January of 2023. So, you grow and you learn. And, I have a dot. I have people that, not really in a close circle with me, but you go through life learning who's going to be standing when you're going through. You can have everybody in your corner when all is well for you. But as soon as the challenges begin to come, that's when you begin to find out who's for you and who's really not. And it's okay too, because, I know you guys have heard the saying, some people come into your life for a reason, some people a season, and some people a lifetime. And so we just have to learn to appreciate when the season is over. We need to learn to appreciate it. And so as of late, I have not been really consistent with my channel. And, I have a whole lot of things going on, but it is my desire to continue to build and not give up the foundation that's previously been laid. And so I feel like, I'm a pretty good candidate to come and share with people who may feel like, I don't feel real creative. I don't feel the way that I did when I started. I don't feel, I don't feel like posting. I don't feel like uploading. I don't feel like soliciting friends, soliciting subscribers, soliciting people that are going to genuinely and organically support me, And so that's the place that I've been in. I've been in that place of really trying to reinvent myself as far as creativity goes. You guys can see my hair has grown tremendously. And so my lock videos have become far and in between because it's not really much that I need to do with this real easy, low maintenance hairstyle to be able to come and give people advice in that area. So I started to include and incorporate some other things that I like to do. And, wellness is definitely one of them. And so back in 2018, I also started a keto and intermittent fasting journey. I lost 39 pounds real fast, right? But I learned something in that process of going through. I've been intermittent fasting now for about 4 or 5 years. And so that is still an intricate part of my life and of my journey. But I've kind of dropped off on the keto. I picked up strength training. I'm learning so much. But with regards to you being a content creator on YouTube and feeling like you don't have anything else to give, and I know I'm not just talking to myself. I know, we all hit that place where it's just like, I just don't feel like I want to do this anymore. What helped me, and I'm, tonight prayerfully, it will help encourage somebody else too to pick the baton back up. If you're passionate about why you started the YouTube channel, is that I went back and I remember my why. I remember why I started. Initially, I started for myself as I began to see that what I had to share and offer was a blessing to other people. The subscribers became my why. Wanting to pour into somebody who otherwise can't afford a loctician or can't afford to keep the upkeep on their hair was my why. I started to remember that, people that I talked to when I shared about, first came on with my therapy sessions and shared about the death of my mother and how I had a real hard time struggling and going through the process of grieving her and getting my life back on track. It was for those people who didn't have a voice and didn't have anybody to talk to. I remembered my why. And you know what? One of the things that I realized that it doesn't matter how many times you feel like I don't feel like doing this today. I guarantee you, as you begin to remember your why, you're going to get back up again. In life, we realize that a lot of the things that we are challenged with is not really about us. When we come to the other side of that challenge and there's somebody who, you know, enters into our life, probably on the workplace or via YouTube, they're dealing and they're challenged with the thing that we dealt with already, then you understand that your purpose and your reason for having to go through it was for that person. Everything that we deal with and go through in life and are challenged with in life is for somebody else. I'm telling you what I learned in my 53 years here on this earth is that it's not about us, and that when we begin to give up on ourselves, we give up on everything and everybody that's connected to us. And so it is imperative that you don't give up. It is imperative that you hold on. And it is imperative that you remember your why. You know, sometimes we want to look outside of ourselves. We want the pat on the back. We want the validation. We want people to take our hand and walk us through. But there's some paths and some valleys that we go through in life where we can only travel that path alone. And the lessons that we learn on the other side of it are very, very powerful. And so if you ask the most successful person in the world how they become successful, they're going to tell you because of all the times that I failed, that I chose not to give up. Giving up is a choice. Giving up is you coming to the conscious decision that I'm not going to do this anymore. And so me personally, it's a personal thing. It is in my, for me, and I'm just sharing about me, you know, I can't talk about anybody else, but hopefully somebody can relate. I like to make sure that I finish what I start. You know, a lot of times that's what we do. We go through life and we pick up this and we pick up that. Remember when I said that giving up is a habit? And so as you learn a thing, the same way that brushing your teeth is a habit, washing your face is a habit, these things become natural. Giving up will become ultimately natural for you. And that's not something that you want to take on as a personality trait in your life, as being somebody that give up as soon as the wind begin to blow, as soon as the storms begin to rise. Because another thing that I found out in my short life is that it's just before, you know, when things get the heaviest, is that on the other side of that is your breakthrough. Sometimes we're right here. We're right here at the cusp of what we been hoping for. We're right here at the cusp of waking up the next day, and you done had a viral video. One of your videos that went viral. Right there at the cusp of throwing in the towel when things get heaviest, and we just give up. And so I'm not in the business of practicing giving up. I'm not in the business of practicing throwing in the towel. I'm not in the business of speaking things that I don't want to see come to fruition in my life, because and the sister said it too, what we begin to speak, we begin to see. And so if I have to see it, you know, we have to have some type of vision. I'm sure those of you guys who create every single day, upload every single day, or get in your little creativity space and begin to write out some of the things that you want to bring to your channel, that you want to bring to your business, that you want to bring to your business, that you want to bring, you know, ideas that you want to bring to your family with your children. I know that when you get in those creative spaces, is in those times that you know, sometimes we can hit a roadblock. Sometimes we can feel like I don't have anything else to give, but it's in those times that you have to remember your why. And again, I'm stressing that because I want to let somebody know today that I don't care where you are right now, you can finish strong. I don't care if you've already laid down the baton, you can pick it back up again. It is how many days? We got a few more days left here. And I believe it's 69 more days left in 2022. And somebody that gave up already, like we've already reached the end. No, it's not the end yet. And so you have 69 days to get it together. You have 69 days to pick that thing back up again. You have 69 days to convince yourself to remember your why, or to remind yourself to remember your why. We are in a time right now of instant gratification, right? We're in an age of people wanting microwave results. And I found out that when you get something quick like that, it doesn't last. But when you work hard for something, you have a level of appreciation, you have an attitude of gratitude, you care for it in a way that you wouldn't care for it if it came instantly. And so there's a reason and a purpose for everything. And if you got a pulse, if you're breathing, if you're on this live tonight, if you are typing in the chat tonight, that means you got a pulse. And if you have a pulse, you have a purpose. Everybody with a pulse have a purpose. There is no such thing as instant microwave success. But I'm gonna tell you, you are right there, and at the place that you need to be. We have to look at things in a different light. And I say this often. You guys who follow me may have heard me say it before. I love the analogy of the glass half full and the glass half empty, because the reality is that it is still half full. And so that is the part that we have to make the decision to focus on. We could give audiences all day long on the part that's half empty. We could talk about it. And listen, words have energy. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. So what you talking about all day long is what you are created in your life, what you are created in your space. And so I'm challenging you, everybody under the sound of my voice, to begin to speak what you want to see, begin to say what you want to see, begin to put decrees in the atmosphere. Affirmations are very powerful. Again, it's words. You have the power to give life and you have the power to give death. And so the things that you complain about, those are the things that you are invited into your life. The people that you talk about in a negative way, that's the stuff that you're invited into your life. Shift the trajectory of the way that you talk, the way that you think, and the way that you see yourself in these next 69 days, and you can have what you say. You have to see it to see it. You have to see it to see it. And so I want to just share with you guys just something encouraging for you to, and I like to do like a little sticky note ministry. I tell people I have a sticky note ministry. That means that I got sticky notes, reminders all over the place. So when distraction comes to try to get my focus, I am constantly reminded of where I'm going. I might not be where I want to be, but I'm on my way somewhere. And this is not the time to throw in the towel, and this is not the time to quit. Figure out what you lack. Do self-inventory on the place that you are in now. A lot of times we don't like to have that one-on-one confrontation with ourselves. You know what I'm talking about? We don't like to do that mirror, have that mirror time with ourselves, to look within ourselves, because a lot of times we are our biggest critics. We are the ones that's holding our own selves back. We are the ones that's in our own way. It's not the people that's talking. The people that's talking, if you got that, if you have people that's talking, those are your promoters, right? You heard the phrase, your haters make you greater. And so again, we're going to look at the half full part of the glass, and we're going to just say how we see it. How we see it is when we get wind that there's backroom conversations going on, then we are excited about that, because that's free promotion, right? That's us looking at the glass half full. That's people that you would probably have never known who you were had not the person had your name in their mouths. That's us looking at the glass half full, right? And so we want to look at it half full. Be patient with yourself. These are things that you can go ahead and put down on your sticky note, because you're going to need to be reminded. Something's going to show up in your life that's going to make you question if you're doing the right thing for yourself, or if you're doing the right thing, or should you give up on everything that you put your heart, blood work, sweat, and tears into, as it relates to, I don't know how many content creators we have here, but as it relates to, if you're a content creator, your YouTube channel, you done grew it all this time, you done networked, you got all of these people who's expecting you to show up, and you're feeling some type of way. I want you to know that you're not here for you. You're here for those people who literally you've drawn into your sphere of influence. And I'm encouraging you not to quit. Even for people who are in businesses, there's a lot of small businesses right now struggling. We know why. If you're in business, you know why. But if you hold on, I promise you, you're going to be on the other side where you're going to be grateful and thankful with an attitude of gratitude that you did not give up and that you did not throw in the towel. So be patient with yourself. Celebrate every small victory, every small win. Not looking, it may not be something great, it may not be something big, but it may be something that you've never experienced before. Start putting your focus on the things, the steps that you are making, even if you don't reach the full goal in the time that you set. You have to learn to celebrate the place that you are in, and that's what you have to do. So be proud for every single small victory and every single small win. Remember why you started again. Remember your why, and remember how much you want it. The question is just going to roll back to how bad do you want it? Know that you will grow as a person just from going through it. Trials, tribulations, challenges are all designed to get you to the best version of yourself, right? It's designed to get you to be the best you that you can possibly be. It is designed to build and create character in you. It is designed to build you and cause you to be somebody who has integrity, somebody who does things in excellence. And so learn to embrace these times that you are challenged and that you are tried in the fire. Listen, anytime you put something in fire, it's not going to come out the same way, right? How many of you guys like to eat cake batter? Right? If I mean, personally, if you like cake, how many of you guys like cake? By show of ones in the chat. How many of you guys like cake? You ain't got to say what kind of cake, but how many of you guys like cake? All right. Okay. So how you like your cake? You like your cake before it's went through the fire, or do you like your cake in a bowl as a batter? Because I want you to understand, you love cake batter. Okay, well, you like cake batter. I like my cake done. And so I'm going to use that as an example that sometimes the best things have to go through the fire. The best things are forged in fire. And when you come out of it, it's real, real good, baby. I'm not trying to sit there with no spoon and eat no cake batter, sis. That's not going down. But I want you to understand that as it is with the cake, so it is with your life, that every trial and every fiery situation that you deal with, every challenge that you're faced with, all the opposition that comes to hit your life is designed so that you can come out on the other side better and not bitter. And so know that you will grow as a person just from going through it. Learn to be grateful for the things that you have now, the successes that you have now, the goals that you have accomplished now, while you are still struggling to get to the place that you desire to be. Have an attitude of gratitude. Learn to be resilient. Opposition is going to come. One thing I learned that, Tracy, when you are on the right track, things are going to hit your life to try to get you off track. Stay the course. When you listen, ain't nothing hitting your life, that's when you need to worry. Ain't nobody talking about you, that's when you need to worry. And you ain't going through nothing, that's when you need to worry. But if all hell is breaking loose in your life, you are in the right place at the right time. Stay the course. Remember that you have choices. You can choose to forge ahead. You can choose to not give up. You can choose to just press forward, or you can choose to give up. And remember, the choices that you make become habitual things that become natural things that are a part of your life. And so choosing to press forward becomes a natural thing if it's something that's habitual. It's something that's practiced. It's something that's done every day, which is why I have the sticky notes, because sometimes I got to remind my own self to stay the course. And so remember that you have choices, right? Find support, like-minded people who will support you in your vision, who will celebrate with you every victory, who will help to lift you up when you are weak, who will come to encourage you and be a cheerleader for you when you are going through it. Find that type of support from other people. What we tend to do, we tend to isolate ourselves. We tend to lock ourselves up, right? And in this isolated, locked up place, we are in torment, because not only are we reminding ourselves of how much of a failure we are, all the outside voices and things that we are thinking in our head that people already think about us is also reminding us of that too. So resist the temptation to isolate yourself and find the support that you need. Find support from like-minded people who are also on their way somewhere. And again, number 12, and this is my final thought, because again, like I told you guys, I have it all over the place, right? Have motivational reminders everywhere. Have motivational reminders everywhere, so that when you're going through a funk, you can remind yourself that, listen, I can finish strong. I'm encouraging you not to give up, to hold on to your dreams, hold on to your visions, hold on to the things that you're passionate about. Again, if you have a pulse, you have a purpose, and your purpose is your passion. And I am encouraging you to just literally stay the course. Do not give up. You can. 62 days left, right? It's 62 days left. It's 69 days left in 2021, and you can finish strong. I'm done, sis.
That's all I got to say. Yo, so y'all, that was Iron Tracy Lee. We're gonna have her come back up again soon. Thank you so much, y'all. When you're one accord, you know what I mean? Like, I don't talk to Iron Tracy Lee every day, but I guarantee you that we are on one accord, because what I have to talk about is the power of the tongue. And in not giving up, it has a lot to do with what we say. So start practicing, today, right now, or whenever, because right now is usually the best time, because you kind of shock yourself into doing something that you might say, okay, I'll start tomorrow, or let me go to the bathroom, let me take a shower, let me do my routine. And then all of a sudden, that thing that you wanted to do turns into a couple years later, and you still haven't touched it. So right now, whatever you have not done that you need to do, that you've been wanting to do, start speaking to yourself kindly. That's one of the points that I wanted to make. How we view ourselves will be how others view us, right? Because we end up attracting the kind of people that we have in our environments, whether we know it or not. Now it's time to be strategic. You got your information about having sticky notes all over the place. There's no reason why we can't be inspired at some point in the day by ourselves doing and putting in the work. But inside of all of us, inside of me, inside of you, we do need to start speaking kindly to ourselves. Take everybody else out the picture and start speaking kindly to yourself. Start saying kind words to yourself, like, I love you. You are necessary. You are needed. You are loved. How many of you can say honestly to yourself that you are loved? Not that you're loved, but you are loved. That you are the kind of person, a human being that God, your maker, creator, whoever you believe in, created to be loved. Right? Look at yourself and understand that you are loved. Even though I can speak for myself, even though sometimes things go through my mind about certain individuals that, may not be so kind, but it doesn't take away the fact that I am loved. I'm not going to hold myself hostage for maybe having an off moment about a situation that I reacted to quickly, instead of slowing down, remembering that I am loved. And remembering that my love, just like what Wellness with Frugal Mama said, our love can reunite a whole entire generation. Maybe the generations that we're in now might take a little longer, but there are people who are growing, and they're gonna glow just by your glow, just by your light. You know how, I don't know if any of you have gone to church, but for the New Year's Eve service, when I used to go to the New Year's Eve service, we used to do the candlelight section, where we had one light, one candle that was lit, and then everybody else tipped their candle into the next candle to light. That's what the coming generation is doing. They're just waiting for us to have a good light. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just a light that they can grow and also glow and then share that with others. So start speaking kindly to yourself. Start being gentle with yourself. Again, the words and the disappointments that we hold for our own selves often determine how we have an outlook on life in general. Be gentle with yourself. We are all full of mistakes. It's okay, but we don't have to allow those mistakes to be running our lives. But just know that we do make mistakes. Don't hold yourself that harsh. Be gentle with yourself. We're learning as we're going along. You know what I mean? I've mentioned it once before, a couple times when I used to do Hello World every day, how our parents, like if we look at the age that our parents were when we were born, some of them were in their 20s. Some were in their early 20s. Some of them were teenagers. How in the world are we going to hold them that much accountable for things that they didn't know, but they were growing just like we? So be gentle with yourself if you have some ideas and notions that may not fit who you are becoming right now. Don't be so hard. Be gentle. And then also, while you're being gentle and while you're speaking good and loving yourself, you will see your circle change. Your circle will become more beneficial. And when I say beneficial, whatever course that God, our maker, creator, or whoever you believe in has mapped out for our lives, there are certain people that need to be in our lives in order for us to fulfill the purposes that we were supposed to have or are supposed to have. But once we start allowing all of these things to start falling into place, you're going to understand, like, you're not going to fight the fight of like, dang, why does this person, or why do I keep on running to people who betray me or are not showing as much love and genuineness that I show? Because now you would have attracted those people. You won't even have that argument anymore in your head. You won't even think those things in your head. So if you have not had fulfilling relationships, friendships, dating life, or whatever it is that you are right now, think about yourself and where you are. Do you understand that you are loved? Do you speak gently to yourself? Do you give yourself enough time to heal when things happen? Do you give yourself enough room to grow? Do you give yourself the opportunity to know that you should be growing every day? And growing every day doesn't necessarily mean that we're in a school. Could be just picking up a book. It could be being in somebody's live. It could be starting a different venture, doing the thing that you're afraid of most. Because guess what? At some point in time when we were growing, we were afraid to do things, but we just did it because that was growth. We didn't associate it with, oh my goodness, I'm growing. I need to learn how to do things on my own. We just did it. At what point are we going to go back to just allowing life to just be done? Not DONE, but just to do. I think that's something that we could think about. Just living our lives and understanding that without humanity, we can't grow. Without humbling yourself and showing yourself and being honest with yourself that you have messed up certain parts of your life, but you're not going to allow that to make the next phase of your life what it is. When are we going to start healing? We all know that there are things, maybe you do, maybe you don't know. But maybe today is a time to recognize that there are things that we do need to work on, or that you do need to work on. Wellness talked about it earlier. I Am Tracy Lee talked about it. I'm talking about it. This conference is about us thinking about life different, thinking about who we are, picking up from where we left off. Or if you haven't left anything, becoming stronger and becoming more fine-tuned with what you're doing, right? What if you do, well, if you are a content creator and you just want to do content because you want to do it, that's fine. But at some point in time, you have to challenge yourself to do more than just what you want to do, right? Because like Iron Tracy Lee said, our lives are not our own. And once you realize that your life is not your own, you will become more easy on yourself because you know that somebody is in need of what you have to offer. You don't have to go looking for anything. Somebody's always absorbing the things that you do. They could absorb the things that you don't even say verbally, but your gestures. They could absorb things that you do say. They could absorb the videos that you do put out. I'm not gonna lie. When I stopped doing Hello World, I was just like, what else am I gonna do now? Right? I started thinking that I was boring, and that, I don't know, what else am I gonna put out? If there's no Hello World, what else can I do? But guys, there's so many things that I could do. I did cooking, I did exercising, I did little shorts. The point is, I'm never going to give up. I don't care how boring I may seem to myself. It doesn't matter. Because as long as I use this maker, creator, or whoever you believe and has intended it to be, which is to do nothing but try your best to show love as often as you can and as many times as you can, then what you say is not boring and it's going to be of interest to the right people who need it at the right time. It's not about the glory and the fame. It never will be, guys. We should not be putting ourselves or others on pedestals that they can't live up to. Because at some point in time, we all are going to reach rock bottom. And if we're all at rock bottom, who's going to help us up? So be gentle with yourself. Speak loving words to yourself, because people are only going to treat you how you treat yourself. If you treat yourself with high respect and high regard, and you take care of this vessel that you've been gifted for however many ageless years that we have, you're going to have people who appreciate you. You're going to appreciate yourself, and then you're going to appreciate that this thing that's right here is a gift. Some people will never make it to 10. Some people will never make it to 1. Some people will never make it to 60, 40, 30, 20. But wherever you are right now, you've made it and are making it. So start loving everything about you. And there's always things that you can fix. If it's a physical thing that you don't like, fix it. Find a way. We find ways to do things that we want. And most of the times it's by any means necessary. Trust me. I just want all of us to really start reviewing how beautiful we are, how amazing that we are, and the fact that we've been given the time that we have been given. And maybe you have been using it to the best of your ability. Maybe you were unaware that you could use it to the best of your ability, but you're aware now. And you're aware that no matter what trials or tribulations that you may go through on a daily basis, you got to be thankful. I know people who have it all and lost it all at the same time, but still have it all. I know people who don't have much of anything, but they still show gratitude. Now you tell me, how rich they are because their spirit is in the receptive mode and they're always going to be protected. Don't be worried about the material things because you can't take that with you. But the legacy that you leave, that's going to move forward. That's going to go on. Nobody's going to be like, oh, yeah, this person was a millionaire. This person was a thousandaire. They're going to remember how you treated them. They were going to remember how you treated yourself. They may not say it all the time, but subliminally, they're going to know that. So start loving yourself and start treating yourself kindly. Start eating good. If you're not, I'm speaking to myself too, y'all. Let me tell you this quick story, right? So while I was working today, you guys know I have my books, right? So there was a lady that came to the table and she was looking at all of the items. They liked the socks and whatnot. And then she saw my quote socks, right? And then I was like, yeah, that's my second book. And then she said, where are your others? So I showed her the other books. She skimmed through 2 of them. But then when she got to the vision board book, she was flipping through. And then she stopped at 1 page. She started crying, y'all. I felt bad. I was like, you want some tissue? Because I was like, what do you do when somebody reads something that you have written down? The power of the tongue, wrote down, and it affected her that way. She literally was crying. And when I guess it was her daughter that was with her, she was like, oh, wow, you were crying about that one. She was like, I can't even breathe. She's like, I didn't come over here for this. I was like, I'm sorry. But if I did not do what I had been doing, I would not have been able to touch her, and she would not have been able to touch me. Because seeing that something that I wrote down from something that I experienced or something that I saw, how it affected her that way. Like people always be like, yeah, this is good, but I haven't had a crier. But that goes back to say what I Am Tracy Lee said. We are little, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but we're little gifts to other people. I didn't know that it was going to affect her. I didn't know that what I had to say would have that kind of effect on somebody. Perfect stranger. I don't even remember her name. Oh, yes, I do. Her name was Diana because I signed a book for her. But you never know. And when I got to that event this morning, I was not in the best of moods. I felt like certain things weren't going right. And then I had to stop myself and show gratitude, like, Joy, you're supposed to be here. You got here. Settle down. Remember your purpose. Remember why you are here. It has nothing to do with how many sales you can get. It's about what I experienced that no one could ever have given me monetarily. The experience of seeing another human being that inspired or touched by something that I wrote a couple years ago, right? Because I published that book back in 2020, probably, or 21. I don't remember. But we are ageless, guys. So whatever it is that you think that you cannot do, that will not have that much effect on this world, it does. It will. You may not see it, but trust and believe it will. Even if this woman did not come to the table and was emotional about something that I wrote from one of the quotes, pages aren't numbered. She was skimming through. So it happened right where she was supposed to see that. But if I didn't go through whatever it is, because she didn't tell me what quote it was, but if I didn't go through whatever it was that I wrote down at that time, it would not have been relatable to this person. The power of your tongue. Not every experience, not every bad experience is bad for you, but can be a building block for someone else who needs it more. I am a firm believer that the things that we go through, we can absolutely handle. But the testimony that we give, someone can't handle that. And imagine if you didn't share it. Imagine if you didn't go through it. Maybe they wouldn't be able to handle their life. I often talk about people who decide to end their lives. Imagine if what you had to give could help them through in order to get to the next step for help. But you got to go back to understanding how powerful this is, understanding how powerful it is when you love yourself, when you appreciate that you did not create you, and that whatever you have, however inadequate or adequate you may feel, you're at the point of where you are. And if you want to do more, then do more. But you can't give up. You cannot give up. You are not where you are, who you are, however ageless you are, to be here for no reason. So don't give up. Be gentle with yourself. Love yourself. Treat yourself kindly. And I guarantee the way you view humanity and the way you view God, your maker, creator, and the way you view others will turn into love. Because once this is love, it's going to flow with love and you're going to receive it. And everything that you've ever wanted, whether you know it or not, you're going to have. And then all of the goals that you may have had that may have been focused on monetary gain will change. And you'll be more happy, more fit emotionally. And you're going to grow. Because if you're not growing every day, you're not going to glow every day. And if you're not glowing every day, then you have to make those adjustments in order to be where you're supposed to be. Y'all, life is beautiful. Life is amazing. If you don't feel like any of that makes sense to you, then I guarantee you and I urge you to please start speaking kindly to yourself. Cry if you have to, if you can't even forge the words, because there was a time in my life where I couldn't say anything good about myself because I didn't feel worthy. But the moment that I forced myself to start viewing myself in the light that God, creator, maker, whatever you believe in, created me to be, then it all started to make sense. And I am in full gratitude every day. The good, the bad, the ugly. I'm still working on my little short temper here and there. I'm a lot better. But, I'm more appreciative than I was last year of where I am and the things that I have. It's amazing. To be able to say that you've been sustained by none of your will is amazing. And we all need to realize that. So that's all I really had to say. I'm going to have Wellness with Frugal Mama and Iron Tracy Lee come back up on the panel. If you guys have any questions for any of them, please, like I said, please subscribe and follow them. And your life is going to be enhanced. Everything that you have needed up until this point, you can get from others. These are a perfect example of Black excellence in women, who I'm thankful that I was able to run into and to meet. They've sold into my life, whether you guys know it or not. You sold into my life. Iron Tracy Lee, you already know. Wellness with Frugal Mama. If you didn't know, now you know. Like, I'm so grateful and I'm thankful that our lives have crossed and our paths have crossed. And if ever you need anything, always reach out. Like, if you need to talk or just share anything, just reach out, because that's what I want to be, is here for everybody. All right, so let me put them back on the stream. You guys are still muted.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes. So does anybody have anything in the chat that they want to ask? You guys have anything more you want to say? Because, like, for real, I was sitting here like,
That's what I was saying. I was over there like, yes, yes.
Yes.
I'm in the background talking about, thank you, guys. Over here, amen, hallelujah.
Yeah.
It was just very inspiring, encouraging. I mean, especially when you speak from a place that you've been, just ready to just give it all up. I too have shifted to the shorts and even sharing recipes, So I'm doing something different, but I'm not giving up, and I feel good about it.
And I'm glad we all kind of spoke about like what we say, how impactful what we say, not only to others, but to ourselves is. It's like power is powerful. And you have quotes everywhere. I do too. You can open up a cabinet in my house and it's some post-it note there. And I put some little notes in my kids' bag and stuff. I'd be like, I love you, mommy, love you.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
My children have mantras. Like, we all have mantras. You're like, I am, you are more than just your name. You are more, you are whatever you want to be. Ooh,
that's right.
I love it.
I love it too. That's actually some of the shorts I've been sharing, mantras, daily mantras every single day, especially to just encourage people that when you start saying this, you're going to start seeing this.
Right.
This shift the way that you, and it's not always easy when your reality is saying something different, but I am a witness that you can literally manifest what you want.
Yes, exactly. I'm like, whatever you focus on, your actions will follow. So if you start to say these things, believe these things, then it has no other choice. Like, I follow Life's Magical Journey, and she sent me this book, and it's saying that our subconscious mind does not know the difference between reality and non-reality. So we are so powerful, and if we just can realize that, and I mean, like, take away any selfishness, any fear and doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we might think that, our life is supposed to evolve and be a certain way, but you just open up and let it just be. What did she say? Just do. Yes.
Just do. Yeah, where your focus goes, your energy will flow.
Exactly.
And where your energy flows, it's going to align with that it's flowing to, and you're able to, it's going to flow back to you. Which is one of the things I learned. When you sit and you talk about people negatively, that's the energy that you're putting out. That's the energy that's going to come back. And so you're in this perpetual cycle of, I can't get a breakthrough. I can't come out of this because your mouth. Sometimes you just got to watch what you say, pretty much. You got to watch what you say.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't even I'm broke. I'm struggling. They be like the struggle bus. No, baby, you may be going through a challenge right now, but you ain't struggling. We not struggling over here. We like, hey, this is just a little stepping stool, and I got something on my vision board. Oh, y'all, let me show y'all right quick. I'm telling you, I'm not talking about this stuff. I'm actually being about this stuff.
Yes, I love it.
Okay, this talking about a detour. The next time something happened, that detour may have saved you from something.
That's right.
You gotta see it. You gotta believe it. It's everywhere around this camp, baby.
I love it. I love it.
Ain't nothing. You can't stop. And you talked about the like you be this close of your breakthrough. I'm telling you, if you don't go through something right before, it's gonna come. It is going to come because God gotta know that you're ready for your blessing.
That's right.
God gotta know that you're ready for it. If you can't handle this, then why am I give you this?
Absolutely, and that's it.
And you got to make room for your blessing too. You got to make room for your blessing and let go some of them toxins. Yep.
And they talk about that little digger. That digger, he was a mining, looking for the diamond in the rough, kept digging and digging and digging. He was probably right here and said, "How man turned away." You could have just gone just a little bit further, and you would have been right there.
Yeah, something to think about. How many miracles have we walked away from? How many breakthroughs have we turned our back on because I'm just tired of digging. I'm tired of pressing. I'm tired of forging ahead. And then, ultimately we do get back to the place. And I love that you said that everything that we desire is waiting on us. The process is just preparing us for it. Yes. I want my stuff. I don't know about y'all.
I want it all.
That's right.
Exactly. I want it all. I want everything that's going to make this life right here more amazing than I could have imagined or planned it to be. Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Don't even talk about the sky is the limit, baby. The sky is not the limit.
What is it? It's a view. It's just a view.
What sky? About the universe. I don't even know what's out there. Galaxies, whatever else is out there.
I love that. The sky is not the limit. It's just a view.
Let's say the sky is not the limit. It's just a what?
It's just a view.
I like that. I like that.
Oh my! If y'all have not shared this live stream, what are you waiting for, honey?
I know, right?
Don't just keep this out to yourself. This has been powerful. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm over here just like, oh yes,
my cheeks hurt.
Oh my God! But I'm exercising my face. I've been in strength training. And I've been seeing some. It ain't no keto body. That keto body was terrible. That keto body ain't had no muscles. That keto body was straight up and down. I ain't had a weight. But I ain't had a body either. This go around, I'm getting cut and chiseled and
there you go.
Strong and all of that.
Don't it feel good to feel strong?
It just feels incredible. It feels incredible.
Yeah. I took a tent, like when I was leaving the event today, I didn't get to the gym today. So I had the tent, I had the weights, I had the bag of socks, and I had my book bag and my purse. And I was just the walk to the car was about a mile, right?
Oh, you got it in, sis.
Girl, I said, girl, lift your legs higher. Work on the legs, lift them high. And I was like, I can't, but it hurts. I kept going and going. I said, all right, you almost to the car. If you get to the car, you're going to get what you wanted. And that's how I keep pushing myself, because it's like, if you go ahead and finish this, if you pass it, then you're going to get what you've been wanting. Right? So even if it doesn't come true, at least it got me to the end.
It did. And you had a full body workout in the process.
I had a full body workout.
Leg day, arm day, back day, glute day. It was the day. Everything day.
Yes. And I got my cardio. I was sweating by the time I got to the car. I was like, woo. But it was good though. It was good. So, I definitely enjoyed this. And like the way it came up, I just said, I had put it out there and I said, if anybody wants to speak, just let me know. Cause this is about all of us. This is not a Joy thing. This is not a Be the Difference thing. It just happens to be on a platform. And I just said, you know what? This is year 3. I forgot. This is typically done in September. And I said, well, who can I ask? And I was like, I didn't even know. But then I just said, you know what? Let me ask Wellness and let me ask Tracy Lee and see if they'll do it.
I feel honored.
And you guys said yes. And we didn't even talk every day, but we all ended up talking about the same thing. I'm telling you, I don't write notes, but I wrote it down earlier this week. I wrote it down earlier this week what I wanted to talk about. And I said, it just hit me, the power of the tongue and how much y'all, please just start seeing your value. You know what I mean? Just see your value, and I guarantee your life is going to get better. And just like that, you talk about everything that I had on my list. I am Tracy Lee.
Wow. Wow.
And I'm telling you, I even say that about other people. Who you say like, oh, everybody I interact with, I try to see something good in them. and speaking into it. I'm reading How to Influence Friends, something, whatever the book is by Dale Carnegie right now too. And it said the same thing that I have been trying to implement. It just reinforced that I'm on the right track. When you start seeing things and it reinforces that you heading in the right direction, that is like, okay, just keep going. Because like, I don't care if it's somebody homeless. You know what? Well, I bet they happy because they ain't got to worry about no bills, no electricity.
That's right.
I try to
Come
find
on.
something beautiful
That's right.
in everything and everybody. And because that, like you said, that everything is energy. It's either transferred, or it's holding on to it.
That's
if
right.
It's negative, you hold on to it. In order to get that negative out, you gotta overwhelm it with positivity.
That's right. Yes, you gotta overwhelm it with positivity. Another point that you made, Queen Wellness, was that accountability partners are powerful. And so, I find that helps me as well. My trainer is my accountability partner. And she will hit me up like, I need you in the gym 3 days a week. I'm like, well, I just want to do 3 days.
Okay.
If I gotta push out a couple of more reps, she's right there pushing me. Oh, I'm going to give up. One time I felt like I was going to pass out. We're going to count to 10 and you're going to get back up and do it. And I see myself when I'm working out. I see myself how I desire to be. That's my push. You got to see it to see it. When you start to see it, you're going to start to see it, if that makes any sense. When you start to see it, you're going to start to see it. And that's what I'm seeing. And, I'm grateful for her being my accountability partner. But I think it's imperative when people are in a hard place to find you somebody you trust to be accountable to, and then accept that accountability, because accountability partners ain't going to come and skip you through the tulips. They're going to be on you. So, accept it.
Yeah.
She said, skip you through the tulips.
Oh, it ain't going down like that. They coming with a whip, honey, to get you, and it's good for you. It's good for you. That's another reason I say my circle is a dot, because the people that are in my life, they can correct me. I'm open for that. I want to be a better person. They know that I'm trying to get to the best version of me, and I know that they're trying to get to the best version of them. And so we're not a group of people who are easily offended. You know what I'm saying? We're not in our feelings, especially knowing that when we do check one another, it's in the vein of love. It's so that I'm not going to have you out here looking crazy. I'm not going to have you out here acting unseemly. Get in line and get yourself together. And so I think that's powerful as well, when you can trust somebody to be accountable to, and vice versa.
That's right. And that's one of the reasons why I just recently became a certified personal trainer and a certified health coach. And what's so funny, for years, I was like, no, I kept saying no, because I didn't want to be responsible for anybody else. I didn't want to be accountable for anybody else. But I'm like, we're not in this world alone.
That's right.
It's like, this is your destiny. You just saying no, but you are never going to be as happy as you could possibly be as long as you denying your purpose.
That's right.
It just kept turning around. Okay, corporate trainer. Now, okay, I did that for 9 years. They sent me to different states, even to Canada, to train people at the corporate level.
Wow. Okay.
I was trying to say, girl, just do what I'm trying to tell you to do, and stop denying your purpose and my plan for you. And then it came back around, and I started watching a whole bunch of not a whole bunch, it was only 3 personal trainers. They was like, okay, I was like, they was all older, and I was like, oh yeah, this could, I can do this. But I was like, I can't nobody convince you to do what you know you're supposed to do.
That's right.
The last thing I'm gonna say, because I'm gonna get over that problem here, but the last thing I want to say is, don't think that just because somebody else do something that you can do it. You can do it because you can do it. Whatever it is, you can do it because you can do it. Don't compare yourself to nobody else.
Right.
Don't try to be like nobody else. Whoever you are, be you, honey, because God needed you. Otherwise, we'd be like the Stepford wives. Everybody be the same, look the same, walk the same, live the same. No, it's so much diversity, so much love here, and we all can give it our own individual way. So don't give up on your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, whatever they may be. Do you?
I know that's right. I'm gonna put you guys on the on the solo panel. So if you want to talk about, tell everybody how they can follow you, and definitely I'm Tracy Lee. Tell everybody about your vitamins, okay? Whatever you got going on business wise, whatever you got going on, just tell everybody that, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna start with you, wellness. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I just gave my dissertation, but but yes, please follow me. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all that, TikTok, wherever it is. It's Wellness with Frugal Mama everywhere. But I just my number one thing that I wanted to convey is don't give up on you. And if you in a place, remember that trouble don't like that. What that song? What other thing Mr. Terry put in there? Trouble don't last always. Trouble in my past. Let the cry sometime. Okay, but yeah, just follow me on everything and reach out to me. But like I said, if you come to the morning workout, don't think it's just gonna be a physical workout, because we're working at the mind and the soul as well as the body. Because when those things are in balance, life is a little bit more manageable. We cannot say that we're gonna fix one dimension without making sure that everything else is in alignment, because we're not one-dimensional creatures, one-dimensional beings. And we weren't born in a world alone, so we all need each other. So that come to the morning live, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, 7 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, and inspire and encourage yourself, and inspire and encourage one another. Together we stand, divided we fall. We tighter than pantyhose, 3 sides of smile. Keep on smiling, y'all, and don't give up.
Guys, you can find me online at I Am Tracy Lee on YouTube. I Am Tracy Lee on Instagram. I have several things happening right now and a couple of new channels. I do have a podcast. It is called Melanin TV, and we are live. I have a co-host. We're live every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, you know, you guys also have I have the YouTube channel for Melanin TV, so you can subscribe to it if you want to be a part of the podcast. If you're an Anchor or Spotify, it's also under Melanin TV. I'm currently the CEO and proprietor of Locks and Tea LLC. It is a wellness business, health and wellness, natural health and wellness business, holistic. And we too are in the business of helping people get to the place of achieving wellness, mind, body, and spirit. And so we are we cater to the whole man. And so we do we have sea moss, organic sea moss, both the gel and the capsules. We have all types of herbal remedies, teas, detoxes, and you can find a whole plethora of things for your wellness needs without the side effects. Let me just throw that out there, without the side effects at my Linktree, which is Linktree. link.tr/locksandtea, LOCXNTEA. And so yeah, I am on YouTube. I'm uploading currently once a week now, but I'm uploading 4 or 5 shorts a day. So if you want to check it out, you can definitely tap into I Am Tracy Lee. And it's like I said, there's a lot going on. I'm in ministry as well. So I have a ministry YouTube channel, which is 365 Intentional. And you can follow my ministry page on Instagram at Adullam Reset Ministries. And it's like I said, it's a lot going on, but we keeping up with the flow with our passion and our purpose. And again, I just want to leave this with you guys, just as our sister did. The theme of tonight is never give up. Remember your why when you are feeling like that's it for me. Remember why you started. You still got 69 days left in 2022. There's a whole lot that could be done between now and December 31st, 2022, and you can finish strong. Again, I want to put it out there, and just you may want to put it down on one of your sticky notes so you can remind yourself when you put limitations on what you can do, achieve, and accomplish in your life, that the sky is not the limit, it's just the view.
I know that's right. Y'all, that was so dope. So my name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. Thank you all for being here, supporting all of us. And this is for all of us. So I hope that you were filled. I hope that you started thinking about life a little differently. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook at B as in boy, T as in Tom, D as in dog, LLC. I try to post something inspirational every day on the platforms, just short little videos. I'm trying to ramp back up my YouTube channel as well. So definitely check out the channel and the different things on the channel. I try my best to support everybody as often as I can. So you may see me and I try my best. But I'm definitely saying that, yes, I agree that I am Tracy Lee. The vitamins that I had, they were really good. I have to reorder some. It was the CMOS vitamins. So definitely check that out because I want to be well inside. I want my gut to be healthy. But definitely check out BeTheDifferenceLLC.com for the hoodie, the books, or anything. Just remember the purpose is to inspire the person wearing and those that see the messages. So I appreciate you guys for being here at another YouTube We the People Presents Never Give Up YouTube conference. If you are interested in being on one of the panels, or if you want to host it, then just let me know. This is for all of us, not just like I said before, it's not a Be the Different thing, it's all of us. So I hope you guys have a beautiful night, and whatever you do, never give up. So my name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, and I and all of us are signing out from another YouTube conference. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you soon.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Self-esteem is foundational to a sense of well-being and living a full life. But what is self-esteem? At its core, it's the ability to see ourselves as people. We each have an invisible eye that looks at ourselves. It's a roving eye that looks at all that is seen and unseen. Our thoughts, our emotions, our selves. Parents, you are essential to help children dial into their own internal eye, to help them focus. What are they seeing? We want them to begin to see an inner being that transcends all that they do, think, or say. The words I am come to mind. I am a radiant ball of energy. My presence makes the world a better place for having me around. It's not too soon to cultivate your child's ability to self-reflect. These are the roots of spirituality. Spirituality refers to our spirit being, more than our physical body, more than our minds, more than our emotions. It's our essence as people. Parents, it helps to cultivate your own internal essence, your own sense of spirituality. A verse from Psalms comes to mind. We are fearfully and wonderfully made. What does fearfully mean? Translated from Hebrew, it means with great reverence, heartfelt interest, and with respect. Wonderfully in Hebrew means unique and set apart. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, you have granted us an unspeakable gift, the gift of life. As a parent, you chose me to co-create my child, this inner being of delight and wonder. It is a huge responsibility, but I'm not alone. You are there with me. In fact, you are the reason I can even rise up to the challenge of helping to raise my child in your image and likeness. Thank you for your divine guidance and protection. I yoke myself to you as we embark on this journey called life. You are our reason for being. You are, and we are in you. Amen.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. They ain't never do.
What's up, everybody? We're back with another episode of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. I'm your guy T Swin. God loved me so much he made me a twin. And I'm here with my guys, Steve-O and JB. And we're gonna have another tight, crunk, good topic show for y'all tonight. Something that's gonna hit home with a lot of men. And a lot of men deal with this in relationships and in their life. And sometimes some of them have gone through it and some will go through it. So we're kind of giving them a heads up and give them some knowledge and experience and to help guide them in the right way to help deal with this situation. So man, what are we talking about tonight?
Well, we're talking about the situation that's dealing with men taking care of their responsibilities, handling themselves as men for themselves and their relationships, their marriage, and for the kids that come along with it.
Yes, sir. Also, man, we're going to be talking about another aspect of that, men raising other men's children. And so a lot of people deal with this in relationships. You may jump into a relationship with somebody that already had kids. You may have your own kids. And sometimes it's a struggle for people, you know, trying to balance your time with your children, raising their kids. Okay, it could be a struggle. And we're just trying to help young men and being out there, see what they're getting themselves into and what kind of things they can expect to come across or they may have to deal with when they're dealing with relationships like this. And I got a lot of experience in this. You know, I have kids of my own. I have 4 daughters. And I've had to take care, I've raised other men's children. I've had to take care of nieces and nephews that was related to me through marriage. So I've dealt with this. I got a lot of experience on this topic. And so
yeah, me myself being a stepfather, you know, I also have a lot of experience. Actually, I'm a stepfather to 4 kids, so I have a lot of knowledge also on this subject.
Yeah, I'm gonna get right into the raising somebody else's kids. And so I was in a relationship and it was just me and her. I had kids, but they didn't live with me. They lived with their mother. And she didn't have any kids, but she had a sister. She had a sister that went to prison. So we had to take her kids. Her kids had to come live with us. Her side of the family didn't have anybody helping, so they had to come live with us. So we went from having no kids to having 6 kids in our home overnight, you know? And so we couldn't get any assistance because we supposedly made too much money. So we couldn't get any assistance that way. And then, so these kids, they came from a different background than me. You know what I'm saying? They kind of, I grew up in the hood, but they lived in the hood too, and they was exposed to certain things. So it's kind of like it was a struggle trying to raise them or help raise them in the way that I was brought up in, and try to break some of the routines and things they was used to coming from the world they was coming from. You know what I'm saying? So trying to break their habits and show them a different way of life. And so that was a struggle because I had kids of my own and I was doing things with these kids. I was taking them to practice. I was going to PTA meetings. I was checking their homework and everything. And it was a struggle for me because these are things I want to do with my own children. Me and my kids' mother were at odds. And so I was dealing with the struggle mental of like the things I'm doing for these kids is the things I love to do for my own or want to do with my own children. And then the other thing when you're dealing with somebody else's kids, the discipline, you know what I'm saying? And so they would do certain things, they would break rules, and I would try to set punishments for them, ground them and stuff like that. One thing when you're dealing with somebody else's kids, you may not have you may not be able to flex your authority. The mother will challenge you or something like that. And so I would put down boundaries, and then I come back home from work or something like that, and the rules I put in place, they just got thrown to the side. And so it takes sometimes raising somebody else's kid can take power away from you in your home. And then if there's no power, then those kids will start not respecting the man because the woman is not respecting the man. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, it could be difficult. That's how that was in that situation. So I had these kids. And I ain't gonna lie, man, it bothered me so much that brother had to go take some therapy, you know what I'm saying, to clear my head. My therapist told me, hey, you're doing too much. You're not their father. You're just an uncle. So just be an uncle, you know. But I was just trying to show them a different way of life and show them things that they might want, better their lives and expose them to different things in a different way of life. So that's how that went. I got some more stories to tell too, though. But what you got, Jay?
Well, the issue that it is with me when I first originally took on the responsibility of taking on another man's child is like you said, when it comes to discipline, it's kind of hard, especially when they reach a certain age. That's the little ones fine because they're still at a point to where you can still like, okay, they're young, they don't remember anything else but you. But the other ones, the older ones, like say the age, when especially teenagers, when they get around the teenage age, that can be the challenge because they know that, you're not their father. So they're going to test you. And the woman that you're involved with has to give you some kind of power. Because if she treats you a certain way, then the kids are just going to follow suit. As far as the treatment of the way you're going to be treated. So if she disrespects you, then most likely the older kids are going to disrespect you too. So you got to give the man or the man that you're involved with some kind of power to be able to, have influence over your children, and they have to back you. Because once you start, if you tell them something, they don't back you, then that's just a whole nother problem.
Yeah. I've seen it where, you try to chastise a child, the mother will step in and try to stop you from punching their kid. And that just all it does is just let the kid just makes them worse. It just let them run wild. They're not learning anything. They're gonna go into society and be unproductive. Especially if that child is a boy. They need some kind of male guidance. You just can't let them run wild.
So let me ask you
I
this.
I experienced that a lot.
Let me ask you
What's
this. So while you were going through this, or well, both of y'all actually, because I don't have any kids, obviously. So when you were put in that position and it comes out of nowhere, don't you think, or did y'all at first, did y'all speak to your significant others, and did y'all communicate and go through the process of what is going to be expected while you took in these children, or before you even done that, so that y'all had a better understanding of your role, her role, so that when something came about, that it would be no friction or conflict? And if it was, that y'all wouldn't do it in front of the kids, y'all would do it away from the kids or the children, so they won't see y'all arguments, and then there'll be more disrespect. Did that ever happen or occur in your relationship?
Well, really, there was no arguments in front of the kids. We did have a discussion before, you know, I tell you this, I came home and there was kids in the living room. You know what I'm saying? I went to work, I came home, and there was kids in the living room. And everybody, when I came through the door, everybody with a smiling face to the puppy dog eyes, like, you know, I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? So I got the little rundown, but we had a discussion and we set some things in place. But when it came time to discipline the children, she would go along with it, but as soon as I left out, I come back, it would be totally different. I say, hey, take them phones away, take the laptops away, no video games, no nothing. I go to work, I come back home, guess what they got in their hands? They supposed to be 2 weeks grounded. I say, hold up, you ain't supposed to have that. Oh, auntie said we could get our stuff back. And so it happened like 2, 3 times. And I was like, how am I supposed to be the enforcer around here? If every time I tell them something, I hold them accountable, you just give it right back to them. So it got to the point that, like, when I would tell them something, they just look and just wait. You know, say like, oh, okay, all right, it's going in one ear and out the other. She took the power away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so like I say, I had a counselor. My counselor, hey, just be an uncle. So that's what I started doing. I love the kids, but I had to recognize what it was, and just play the uncle role. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, what a lot of men don't realize is that when we get involved with somebody that already have children, is that it's not the natural order of things, because, you know, those are not your children, plain and simple. So,
yeah.
You know, so what's going to happen is that you're going to have to be emotionally ready and prepared to realize that, unfortunately, you're going to be second. Those kids are going to come first, you know, because it was a natural order of things.
When it boils down to it.
And, if that was your biological kid, you would want the woman to put the kid before you. But now that we're in this situation, you know, the kids are going to have to come first. So we're going to have to figure out, you know, are we mentally ready to take on that responsibility, to knowing that you might be, when something happens, you're going to be second. If you're not mentally ready to take that on, then you shouldn't even be involved with that woman, because in the end, that's her children, and she's going to love her children, and she's going to, you know, you're just coming, not saying you're not important, but you're coming into a situation to where, maybe she was doing it by herself too, and she's not used to somebody else stepping in and being like, hey, correcting them how they raise their kids, and they might take offense to it also, because, you know, they're not used to somebody else saying, hey, you need to, they're messing up, you need to do this, or you need to take this away from them. So my thing is, you're going to be mentally prepared to understand that in that woman's eyes, you're important, but you're not going to be first.
Yeah, you're going to be number one.
To handle that. Yeah, you're not ready to handle that. You shouldn't even be involved with a woman with a child.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, she's gonna choose that child. She's gonna choose that child over you, even if that child is in the wrong. 9 times out of 10.
Like I said, not saying it's right, but you got to see where they're coming from also. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, we're 100% right, and that's probably why we need this conversation, and we probably needed some female input. So, ladies, put something in the comments.
Exactly.
You know, with your views on this, because, you know, it is challenging for us, you know, because, you know, not only we spending our valuable asset, which is our time.
All right, we got Slick Truck, and they say being in a relationship and having to aid in raising another person's child who are a part of the relationship is a very sticky situation and takes a certain amount of expectations and respect. Yes, it does. It does. It does take a lot of expectations, a certain amount of expectations and respect. And man, are you willing, you know, as a man, are you willing to put up with that? Are you willing to deal with that and go through it? You know, some people can, some people can't. And it's a lot to deal with, especially if you don't have any kids or you don't have access to seeing your kids and you taking care of somebody else's kids. And it could be a lot. It could be a major struggle. Like I said, I used to struggle with it mentally because everything I was doing for these children, I wanted to do for my own, and I couldn't at the time.
Let me ask so knowing that, and then you had to go to therapy. Before you went to therapy, did you discuss that over with your woman about you going to therapy? And if you did or did not, why did, or why
Oh
did
yeah, I discussed it, and it went in one ear and out the other.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
How
It was like,
it went out one ear and out one ear and then out the other? How did you know it? Was it
because
based
she didn't nothing change. It was like, it's like, take care of these kids in this house. You know what I'm saying? And man, there was one time, let's see, there was one time I took all the kids. My kids came to visit for a holiday. I took all the kids to Sky Zone. It's an indoor trampoline place here in Houston. So I take them to Sky Zone. But my kids want to have time with their daddy. They say, we need some alone time with you. We shouldn't have to always spend all our time share you with them. You know? So the next time we went while my kids were visiting, I took just my kids. You know what I'm saying? They wanted some alone time, and I understand that. They need to spend some time just with me because I'm their dad. They shouldn't have to share me all the time with everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so they got upset. And I told her, I said, hey, I need to spend time with my kids. They need to spend time just with their daddy, just a long time. And she wasn't hearing that. She was saying, no, that's wrong. You could take all the kids. You could. Nah, I ain't daddy to all the kids. I'm daddy to these kids. And they need their alone time with me. A lot of times conversations went in one ear and not the other. You know what I'm saying? If a lot of times it wasn't something that was benefiting them, for me to do something to benefit them, they wasn't hearing anything. Yeah, that's how that went.
Well, let me ask you this. So let's say therapy wasn't there, and I'm sure you had to pay a fee for therapy, correct or no?
Man, it was free.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Hey, veteran.
So say therapy wasn't there, you thought about it, then you changed your mind, or let's say you went to therapy, but it wasn't helping. How do you think you were? How were you able to yet manage going through all that with therapy or without therapy? How were you able to get through that? And did that relationship last with these children in the mix?
Now, shoot, man, I needed an outlet, man, because I would go to work and I'd come home and I had to deal with all this chaos. You know what I'm saying? To try to get everything in order. I needed somewhere I could go where I had a peace of mind. I needed someone I could talk to because I couldn't talk to her. You know what I'm saying? I had to open up to somebody. And then also another thing too, man, my religious beliefs at the time. I was married. And so when one of my best friends, when he found out that, you know, all the kids would come live with us, he was like, man, you need to run. He said, you need to run. I said, bro, I can't run. I said, that's not a reason to, you know, to separate or something like that. I said, nah, man. But it helped because it gave me an outlet. I had somebody to talk to and open up to, and also and help it see from the outside and see another and get some other advice other than just running away. How to deal with it and how to, man, I guess, compartmentalize it.
Right.
So I can have my sanity.
Okay. So now with you, Joe, was there ever a situation where it was kind of tested between you and your significant other dealing with the issue that we're talking about? And if so, and how did you get out of it?
Well, yeah, most definitely. You know, every relationship is going to have its up and down. Unlike Tony, I didn't seek therapy, and at times it was really rough. You know, us as men, we neglect to take care of our mental health, and that's something that's, you know, all men, we just need to work on, you know, because sometimes you do need to go seek assistance, you know, because, you know, man, let me tell you all the stuff with those kids, you know, it's especially when they're not yours, and, you know, you can't talk to them the way you want to talk to them. So, you know how you would get your child and you would sit them down and you would have a conversation with them. you can't necessarily just have that conversation like you want to because, you know, oh, you're being too hard on them, you being this, that, but I'm teaching them, I'm giving you skills to survive in the world, you know? If you have no direction, if any man doesn't have it, not any man, any person doesn't have any kind of direction in their life or somebody that's kind of guides say don't move like this, it's not going to end up good. So, so like I said, the struggle with me is like, man, I want to give you this knowledge, but you're not trying to hear me. That really irritated me more than anything. But it also irritated that sometimes she wouldn't back me on some things. It's like, okay, oh, you're being too rough, you're being too mean. But it's better for me to be rough on them than for the police to get a hold of them, you know, because once there's some things that you can't protect them from once they get to a certain level. And I'm trying to protect you and keep everybody safe and everybody on the right path. And you're fighting me because you think I'm being too rough, you know? I'm just trying to give them a guiding compass.
Yeah.
But like I said, back to the mental health thing, I wish I probably would have, it probably would have helped a lot. Luckily, I found other ways to relieve my stress. But I do say, man, if you're having issues like as far as being like frustration and anger over a certain situation, and you can't get it out a certain way, it's going to come out in other ways. Because, you know, once you get to a certain point where you can't conversate with your significant other, then you're going to shut down. And this is going to go all bad once you shut down. Because me, the type of person I am, when I'm over something, I'm completely over it. Ain't no talking, ain't no reasoning, ain't ain't nothing.
Yeah.
I'm just
Hey,
over it.
you ever get the did you ever get the you ain't my real daddy? you ever get that?
No, I never got you ain't my real daddy, but I have to just walk away from me. That's very disrespectful to me. You just told me just turn your back to me. You maybe want to just jump on your back.
So it's important now, listening to both of y'all, that people grasp the big picture of this that I'm seeing. For me, I'm seeing and understanding that with me not having any children, I know for me personally, there is no way I'm going to be with somebody who does. Maybe one, because I did try that. But when you talk about multiples, that's a burden that no man should be able to take unless he's willing to take it and understand what goes with that. And it depends also, very important, with the man or woman that you're in a relationship, because the two first, I believe and know that you have to have the communications and that trust between each other first before you even have children or children get involved in the picture. The problem is when you don't have that trust between the two and you involve the children in that, that's a recipe for a disaster. Case in point, if we look at a story right now here in Houston, it has been more than a week or two span, if I'm correct. But either way, I'm telling you this: there was a murder-suicide, one just recently, and it was between the relationship of two individuals, the woman and the man, and an 8-year-old. Now, the man was the father of that 8-year-old, but they were in a relationship. But the woman was 30 years old. So they were at the Children's Hospital in the parking lot, Texas Children's Hospital. So the woman, the 30-year-old, the mother, is in the driver's seat of the vehicle. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to just see the picture. And the man was in the passenger seat. So right now, and the child was in the vehicle. So automatically, you won't probably think nothing of it, but I can already pick up from just that one little picture. The woman was in the seat and the man was in the passenger seat. So to me, without even knowing the whole picture, I can pretty much guarantee you, just by that, it seems to me that the woman took charge and the man took the passenger seat to the woman. Now, hold on before anybody gets upset. Oh, just hear me out. The woman should never take the role of any position in the home. The man should, and the woman is there to provide and support her man with the children. But if the man is not the father of the children, you're going to have problems all automatically if that structure between the two are not in a relationship in a level where they both can go through any difficulties that come through the relationship or the marriage. Now, with what we have here with T, he was able to understand his mental state. He needed to get away, and he did, so he sought therapy. Now, Joe, he didn't, but yet he fought through his situation. Now, with this relationship, this man saw no way out but violence. And when it gets to violence, somebody or both is gonna die, so it gets serious. So now here comes I, because I've seen a lot of things that the average person will never see. And if I was involved or would have known anything about the situation between these two, could I put up, probably would have helped? More than likely I could have, but people would have to be able to listen. What T said, he went to therapy, but the important thing is that T listened to the therapist and it helped him, and he had somewhere to go to release the issues. He had someone to go to. A lot of people don't go or neither want to go to get help or to somebody. And so that's very key in this situation, because now this 8-year-old will not see the mother ever again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Another
it also depends. I'm
go
sorry, I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you off, but it also depends on the man too, because like everybody, this us three, we all raised from different backgrounds. You know, I come from a background, you know, that's my mother's very religious, my father's very religious. You know, I have my grandfather, rest his guy. You never see him cry. You never see him back down. You never see him. He got at 4 o'clock in the morning. He's 8, 9 years old. He still got at 4 o'clock in the morning. So you know, the way you raise dictates the character that you build. You know. So I don't come from no weak men. You know. So we gonna see it through. You know. We gonna face the turbulence. This is no. It is what it is. We gonna get through it. You know. But you know, everybody's not raised like that. So I don't know, like you said, I don't know this guy's background, but
Yeah.
it seems like he's just gonna fold under pressure. Not all men are gonna fold under pressure, you know. Not saying that you're weak if you seek therapy, because hey, sometimes you just need to, you know, sometimes you might need a pill to deal with something, you know. But
Everybody need an outlet. Everybody needs somebody to talk to open up to.
some either an outlet or some kind of, you know, it depends on your situation because everybody's different. But you know, like I said, man, a lot of it is environment, man. It's who you're who from a little kid to manhood is who you are, is who you've been around. You know, the men of my uncles, and they're all family men. You know, they raised their family. You know, they country boys. You know, they got them country values. You know, so you know, a lot of people that get in those situations where they can't handle pressure don't have that kind of upbringing. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
You know,
Also,
correct me
man,
if
in
I'm
my
wrong.
situation, man, the men in my family, man, they raise their kids. They do their job. You know what I'm saying? Then in that relationship that I was in, the men in that family, it's normal for them to go to prison and spend most of their life in prison from selling dope or something like that. So it's not a lot of men around. It was not a lot of men around in that family. They looked at going to prison like it's a normal thing. Like, hey, let's throw a party when they come out and get out. So it was a lot of women just raising all the kids by themselves. So it's hard. They rarely see a man in an authority position. You know what I'm saying? They always listen to mommy, listen to auntie. You know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in our community, it's like that because we force
it's
a lot of our
like
women
that,
to be men. You know, when they're not. You know, so not saying they're not doing a good job, but due to things that's happening in our culture, you know, they're forced to be mommy and daddy. You know, getting back on the subject as far as raising another man's kid. You know, the reason why we having to raise another man's kid is because, you know, of other people's backgrounds, how they're being raised. So now you're raised a certain way, low morals, low ethics, and now you done got yourself in the jam, or you can't handle pressure, and you don't fold it under pressure.
Mhm.
And now, a strong guy comes along, and we take up the slack. Um, it's not always the fault of the woman. We can say, oh, it's the woman's fault, is this, but we got to point back at ourselves also. We can't just say, oh, it's the woman's fault for not listening to us. But if we were all strong enough, we made the child, so we had to be strong enough to carry that
Yeah.
child into his adulthood.
Children come from selection, though. People
Yeah.
select who they choose to lay down with and make a kid with, so they come from selection. So if you pick somebody that love going to prison, hey, be prepared to raise that child by yourself. I'll tell you something I seen one time before. I went to the courthouse one time, and there was couples getting married. There was a girl in there. She was about to get married. She was pregnant. She had a wedding dress on and everything. All right. But I see her with another female standing there. So I'm thinking that she getting married to the female. No, she not. Her female best friend is standing in for her because the dude she married, he in prison. He got double digits. So her friend is standing in for him. He ain't getting out no time soon. But she pregnant. You know what I'm saying? The judge say, so this your friend right here standing in? You know that this guy got this amount of time. He not getting out no time soon. You still want to do this? She said, yeah, I love him. This dude had double digit numbers in prison. That kid was gonna be grown before he ever came out and ever saw it. So it's about selection. It's about selection too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But it's also by our selection that we're choosing these women that have kids to get involved with. So, like I said, you can't blame everything on the women because we're getting ourselves into the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it go both ways. Make the
definitely.
best selection.
Definitely. Yeah.
In my situation, I came home and had 6 kids in the house, man. I said, whoa, it's a school night. What everybody doing here?
I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. This happened a few days ago too, man. It really hurt my heart, man. It troubled me because I never seen this before in all my years of life, and I saw it for the first time. And I've seen a lot of stuff, but I never saw this in my life, in the hood, nowhere. But I saw it. I was at a gas station to get some gas, and she had to be maybe 18, 19, if that, maybe. This young sister was at the side of the gas station, standing there. She seemed to be pregnant, and she had, the boy had to be 2 years old, and he was just standing there next to his mom, and they both were just, as if they were just waiting for somebody to pick them up. But they were just standing there like it was normal. And the kid, so young, you could tell they used to doing it because the kid, he was so disciplined. He didn't run. He wasn't playing or anything. He just stood there. I was there for about 5 minutes, I think. And I've never seen nothing like that in my life. This was a young sister, and she was lost and wasting her life, and obviously she had no one there and has no one there to support her and encourage her. And I wanted to go to her, but something in me, I'm usually led when I speak to people, but something just told me not to do it at that time, so I didn't. If I see her again, maybe I will. But that moment, I sensed it just wasn't the right time to approach her. But to actually see this young sister, this female with the child just hanging out by the gas station, just whole life was just going by as if it was nothing. And many young people are making decisions that is going to affect not only their life if they don't change, but that effect goes to the child. And it's almost as if it's a curse. And the only way to get out of that curse or that condition or that poverty mindset or anything that causes you to get there, it's up to you as an individual, as a woman, as a man, for the sake of the child, to get out of it. Because if you don't, police officers are not going to be there to cuddle that child, that boy, when it becomes a man and that boy has anger issues. The police is not going to be the therapist. The police is going to be there to take that boy who's going to be a man one day, hopefully, if he gets right. I pray he does, and gets the help they need. And that young boy, if he's not going to be corrected and go on the right path, statistically will end up in jail or prison. And it is up to us as people. And this is another thing that I'm so serious about. We have to learn how to be our neighbor's keeper again. You know, back in the day, you know, in the projects where I grew up, if you wasn't home at a certain time, or you wasn't acting up or doing something you shouldn't have been doing, man, the other parents, my friends, moms and dads, they would get on me, and then they would tell my mama, and then it was a whole lot of other issues that I had to deal with on top of that. So, and we lost that in our communities because everybody is more concerned about themselves, and it's got so bad to being self-serving of self that people are now losing the insight of even being concerned about their own children. And so it's a cycle, it's a curse that's got to be broken. And if we don't break it, you better believe no one else outside of our culture, our communities is going to do it for us.
Yeah, people are so sensitive today too. It's like, don't tell my kid nothing. Well, you're not telling your kid nothing. Somebody got to hold them accountable or lead them in the right direction. I already see what path they kind of going down. Let me say something to them so I can kind of, you know, deter that or change that direction. Man, I had a buddy, man. My pops talked to him. He was going down the wrong path. He didn't have to. We came from a good home, and he was going down the wrong path. My dad kept telling me, he said, "Boy," he said, "ain't nothing new to me. I know what you're doing. Stop it before it gets bad, and you do something you can't come back from." And so he didn't listen. He was 18 years old. He wound up getting 45 years at the age of 18. His life was taken away at the age of 18 because he wouldn't listen. And so, man, we need these men out here, and we need to guide these young men so they can quit making these stupid decisions that's messing their lives up for the rest of their life. Ain't too much you can do when you get out of prison, you know, at 60-something years old, 70-something years old. Your life is pretty much gone. You know, somebody got to tell these kids the right thing.
Yeah, I think it boils down to egos on both ends. You know, everybody has an ego. You know, the ego is the obstacle. So, you know, our ego is gonna be like, "Hey, I'm the man. I want to dominate everything," but their ego is like, "Hey, I've been doing this on my own for so long. What can you tell me?" You know, down to it is what's best. Is what's best for the child. So, if you're not gonna let somebody who's trying to be positive help you, you know, then, you know, you don't need to be together. Like I would say, when you come down to arguing stuff, we got to argue and fight. You don't need to be together anyway. But it's mostly your ego. You get wrapped up in your ego, and I know for my thing, my ego gets in my way sometimes. And when my ego gets in my way, you can't tell me anything. And the person, you know, you just throwing fire. You know, I get heated, you get heated, and we go escalate up and up and up and up until this gets to a point that instead of us communicating and working together to try to see what's best for the situation, if we're going to be together, our egos get in our way and just gets out of control.
Yeah, them kids come in the house, man, both sides. If she brings kids into it, you bringing kids into it, responsibility and expenses go up. And so if everything going up, I better have some say-so around here.
Yeah, most definitely.
I better have some say-so. He eats all my groceries. I better have some say-so. He raising that light bill.
We also got to understand that we accepted to take on that responsibility. So, not saying that, you know, we just shouldn't have any say-so, but know what you're getting yourself into. Because if you don't understand that the circumstance of the situation is not only you gonna get hurt, that woman's gonna get hurt, but then there's a child who also get hurt. And the things that happen to that child at a young age will dictate how that child comes out in the future. Because, you know,
another thing too, man.
Go
ahead, finish.
well, like, it's like this man, my father, you know how it is, kids. Oh, my father, he wasn't around, and this dude come around now, he ain't around. That's gonna take a toll on that child.
That's
So
that's another bad thing about it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
You build that relationship. When you build a relationship with a child and then y'all go your separate ways and you no longer is in that child's life because it's not yours.
Yeah, you
That's
don't know how
that's painful on both sides.
On both sides. And you don't know how that's gonna affect that child. You might have, from that circumstance, you don't know what that's gonna have the effect on that child. So you gotta think about what you're doing before you get into that situation.
Well, the thing is, man, if it ever gets to a point, I hope people understand this too. If it ever gets to a point where you think you're gonna harm yourself or harm the child because you want to be in relationships, and this is very trifling and common in relationships where a man or a woman find each other, but they have kids and they so desperate and they want to be in a relationship, they want to have a man or they want to have a woman in their lives, and they neglect the children. If you know you don't want to have these children and you neglect them, and if you think that these children are going to be harmed, it's best to just give them up to CPS or some type of children protection so that you won't harm these children. Now, I'm gonna give you a story. It's a popular situation that we've learned. Look at the life of Moses when he was a baby. Now, his father was from the house of Levi, and his father married a woman from the house of Levi. And during that time, the King Pharaoh didn't want no male children in his kingdom or on anywhere where he ruled as Pharaoh. So when the woman noticed that the child was goodly, a goodly child, it was Moses, beautiful child to look at. So she put the child and put him way off near the riverside. And Pharaoh's daughter saw the child and wanted to raise and love that child. But the thing is, she had no choice but to give up that child. It's one thing to want to keep a child, but then have to in order to save that child, as opposed to having a child and wanting to kill that child and get rid of that child for your own self pleasure. A child, if you allow it to live, will, if you give it time, God will use that child for the world's benefit. But if you abuse that child, you neglect that child, you kill that child, you ruin the ability of that child to be an example of whom or her or him was born to be in this life. Now, Moses grew up to become a great man used by God, but the child had difficult moments growing up. He knew and did not know his mama or his daddy, but he had someone that was there to raise him up. And we have children, girls and boys being raised up by mothers and fathers and individuals who are not taking the time to raise properly. And now it's even gotten so bad that grandmothers and grandfathers who should be that elder are acting as worse as the mothers and the fathers. So we have in this day and time, and unfortunately, it will get worse because biblically it states that because the neglect and the desire of people to be self-serving outweighs the concern and the care of their own children. We're living in that state now. This is why every time you turn around too, these youngsters are the ones committing the worst dangerous crimes that we would never think of committing, right? When we were children. Who would have thought? Who would have thought a 10-year-old, a 13-year-old would grab a gun and shoot their parents or their family member or someone else? And they don't think nothing about it. This is
over a video game set, over a VR headset.
This is where we at now, folks.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to the family, you know how it was when we were younger, and our parents didn't stand for certain things.
Yeah.
It's we got parents now that want to be friends instead of being parents. So you know, you
Yeah.
gotta establish yourself as a parent and as a friend. Like I'll love you to death, but if you act up, then I will do what I have to do to make sure you don't, to correct
Yeah.
you. So, but
Yeah.
who's to blame? Is it the kid's fault or is it our fault? Because now a lot of parents are so weak now that we're not giving them the structure they need to succeed. So, like I said,
Yeah.
whose fault is it? Can we really blame the kid or is it our fault? Because our generation has kind of failed this generation. If you want to just, really think about it, like they're not standing up and doing what we supposed to do. So how they supposed to know what to do? They're kids, we supposed to be the leaders right now. So until we stand up and take responsibility of what we're doing wrong, it's going to continue, and it goes back to, to us, being incarcerated and doing stupid stuff that our generation did,
Yeah.
So just to get back on subject, that's why we having these situations, all these people now that are mothers that are single, because a lot of us has failed as men. So it goes back in the end to us because we failed them, we failed the child and the mother. So now they got to go search for something else to try to be stable. And now, there's good guys who pick up that slack, but then they've been, like I said, they've been on their own for so long, they don't know how to give up that authority to a man, So, like I said, it's actually our fault. You want to get down to it. That mothers are single.
Hey man, hey, it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. And she didn't pick 3 Pookies before me.
Hey,
and then try to come
true.
get me to pick the slack up. That ain't my fault. That ain't my fault.
Still, as a culture, we the man that can dribble the basketball and dunk it, the man that can dance and entertain over the nerds. You know what I'm saying? But guess who ruled the world? Nerds rule the world. Who the top richest man in the world? All nerds. But we value the guy who can sing and dance, and not saying it's not a talent, but there's other things we can do, as far as progressing. But like I said, it's just a cycle, man. If we continue this cycle, it's going to continue to be single moms, and it's going to continue to be men that have to fill that void, and it's just going to go on and on and on and on and on.
Now also too, there are men that have the custody of their children, but 9 times out of 10, the female will have the custody of the children. So when we talking to these guys that may be possibly getting into a relationship with somebody who has a female that has kids, or in a relationship with a female. Look at the caliber of the guy she made the kids with, because that's gonna be some drama you may have to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Because he may still be around in the picture. He may come bringing hard times. May want to come bring drama to your house. Are you? That's another thing you may have to look at, that you may have possibly pop up in your life dealing with a person. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention to these things before you jump into a relationship like that. You want to deal with that?
You're gonna have to if the man's still around, you're gonna have to coexist. So is that something you want to do also? So,
yeah. Do you want to tussle or do you want to avoid the headache?
some man can do it, and it be everything be like, look at Lenny Kravitz and what's his name? I can't never say his name.
Jason Momoa.
Aquaman. Yeah, they like best friends. Unfortunately, every family's not gonna. Every man is not gonna be man enough to do what's the best for the child like that. Because that seemed like what Lenny did. Is like, I'm gonna put my kids first. I know my ex is with another man, but he's a good guy. So let's try to see if we can just come together as a unit and do what's best for the kids and be civil.
Now I'm gonna bring it back around to another part of this topic on men raising other men's children. Men who are raising somebody else's child and they don't know that their child is not theirs. They're in a relationship or they're in a marriage, and they're raising a child that they believe is theirs because it was born during their relationship, and that child is not theirs. He don't know it. The mother knows it, or the mother may know that child is not theirs. You know what I'm saying? That's another aspect of a man raising another man's child. I had somebody in my family that they was in the military and they was dating a young lady. She got pregnant. the child was born. He celebrated. He was happy. She lived in another city, so he made sure that he came and visit. He bought everything the child needed. He bought everything the child needed. As the child started getting older, people started saying the child didn't look like him. But at first he wasn't hearing it, and so he checked into it, and she came out and said, "Nah, this ain't your kid." This child was years old when he found this out, so it devastated him because he loved that child. He provided for that child. He was happy that he had a kid, only to find out it wasn't his. You know, so that's it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. Let's see what they got. Stephanie Wright says, "Yes, bad situation when you think the child is yours, and it's not. It is." And I can speak from this on an experience. You know what I'm saying? I was in a relationship, and the child was born. I was happy. It was my first kid. You know, I'm doing everything, man. I'm playing music to the stomach. Everything. I'm buying everything. I got everything for the baby room, everything. I'm happy. This is my first kid. I'm happy. Child born, I'm there for the birth. I was in the military at the time. Child, I'm there for the birth. I was the first child, I was the first person the baby saw when they opened their eyes. You know what I'm saying? They heard my voice, the baby started smiling. I'm happy. I'm recording everything, you know? Some time goes down the road. Now we're getting separated, going through a divorce. I had some stuff happen, so I had to do some DNA testing. You know what I'm saying? And my lawyer at the time, she says, "Tony, you want to DNA test all the kids?" I say, "No." No, I'm good. I know this was mine. I know this was mine. She said, "Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time." My lawyer used to be a judge. She said, "I've been doing this for a long time." She said, "You know what?" She just took care of the paperwork for me. She requested a paternity test. And so here it is. This child was 8 years old at this time. I step into the office, you know, to hear the results. They tell me, "Yes, this child is yours. This child is yours." When it comes to the 8-year-old child, this is not yours. Man, I was devastated. I did everything for the child. I was her first, that was her first words. You know what I'm saying? I taught her how to walk. I did everything. And that was like I was in the military, so I was away for the birth of my other two children after that. So this is the one child I was around for the birth, and it wasn't my child. And I didn't find out that she was 8 years old that she wasn't mine. So I got 8 years of time with this child. I've been raising it. So the love is there. That's my daughter. You know what I'm saying? I love her. I can't stop loving her. You know what I'm saying? It happened some time ago. But then I asked the mother when I got my results, I say, "Who's her father? Do you know?" She says, "Yes, I do know." So this whole time, those whole 8 years, she was living a lie. You know what I'm saying? So there are situations like this that don't happen all the time, but it does happen where men are unknowingly raising somebody else's child. You know, so that's another thing to look out for. And so that brings us to another topic. Should paternity testing be mandatory?
Yes, they should, because you know you got to think they would save grief on both sides. You know, once the child is born and brought into the world, and you form a connection with that child. You know, and all of a sudden you ripped away from that child, it affects both of y'all. So that could have, if they were mandate where you have to take a paternity test on birth, that would save so much. You know, it's gonna be hard when it first happens, but it would save so much grief in the end. You know, I would have find out from the get-go before that child forms an attachment to me, and you doing damage to that child. And again, no, this other thing that the court system don't think about, you know, if we would just get it out the way from the get-go and establish fraternity from birth, then that child will be spared some pain, you know.
Gotcha. We got a comment. Miss Stephanie Wright says, "Can you trust a woman that can lie about a child being yours and it's not? Can the relationship be repaired?" In my situation, no. But I'm pretty sure there's people that's willing to work through anything. We see it all the time. There's been people back in the day, they used to say, you know, Papa was a Rolling Stone. And sometimes, you know, the lady will bring the baby and sit on the porch with the wife and the other kids, and that kid wind up being growing up in that same household. People can work through anything. Some people can, and some people can't. You know,
Yeah.
we
say,
was already going through something, and that right there was a shocker to me. You know what I'm saying? I
they
got
say
that news, man. I fell in my chair.
They
What's
say
up?
mama's baby, daddy's baby. I heard that said.
Yeah.
But
So I'm
like I
all
said,
for
man,
it. I'm all for mandatory testing. I'm for it. I'm for it because it'll save a lot of people. This story, I've met so I was in the military. I've met a large number of people that had the same situation happen to them, but they was raising a child that wasn't theirs. They didn't find out till later DNA testing that child wasn't theirs, and it could have saved them a lot of grief and a lot of pain, you know, and that attachment to that child. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, it's a
I'm
lot of
for it.
stuff. There's a lot of stuff in the legal system that needs to be changed regarding, you know, like if the child is not yours but is born during your marriage, it's your responsibility. Or even if you sign that paperwork, you know, before you sign that paperwork, they should make you take a DNA test. You know, because you giving that woman that trust, you know, it's not your fault that you were lied to and tricked. You know, so why
Mhm.
should you have to bear that burden unknowingly? You know, if you knowingly do it, like, hey, I don't care, and you sign the paper anyway. But if you're lied to and then you sign the paper, how is that binding by law? You know?
Yeah. You got people getting out of prenups because they say they was under duress or lied to. So they you know what I'm saying?
Man, I know one thing. If I would want, if I was lied to in that situation, I would want all my money back from the mother, and I would have to leave that woman because there's no more trust. I wouldn't be able to trust that woman no more, because if she did that, think about in my mind, I'm like, well, if she was able to go that low to hide that from me, there's more that she would be hiding from me that I don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to live. I wouldn't want to come home to an environment like that as a man with someone that violated that kind of trust, and then having it centered around a child. That's
exactly.
Just I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yep. Luckily, man, during that time for me, we were separated. And so we was not together when that was going on. But yeah, that was some devastating news. That was some devastating news, man.
Not just the money, it's the time, you know. Think
Mhm.
about, you know, not just your situation, but for other guys' situation, you know, maybe that's their only child. Think about the time they're invested in that child. They could have been doing other things to, you know. No, you make sacrifices for your children when, you know. So there's some
Mhm.
things that you would have did differently if that child wasn't born. So now you not only did you take my money, you changed my whole life, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe I was going to go to med school, but since I loved you and that child so much, I quit that to take care of you and that child. So, you know, I definitely think they should, upon birth, do a DNA test. That saves a lot
Yeah.
of grief and heartache. And it's gonna hurt
Yeah.
in the beginning, but you were to find out when the baby, you know, is not knowledgeable of what's going on, then wait till the baby knows, oh, that's daddy. All of a sudden daddy's not here anymore, you know?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Well,
Yep.
One thing I want to say, you know, we're getting close to the close of this.
Yeah.
Is that important for people to know? Now, I'm not a therapist. You know, I don't know anything about therapy, but what I do know about the seriousness of this topic and how it can end up the people getting killed. And to avoid that, and to avoid police getting involved and somebody's life being taken or possibly being taken, as we see time and time again, you want to be, and this is I speak it all the time. Yeah, we have to learn how to be proactive and be aware to prevent certain things before things get out of control. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to be in a position where you can be proactive against violence, domestic violence, situations where scandals and all this kind of stuff, when it's going to deal with crimes being involved, someone's getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Let me introduce you to a new concept that's going to solve that issue. And it's called CPIIA. That's Citizens and Police Immediate Interactive Assistance, where you utilize and be able to utilize and effectively get the help you need from police the right way from your taxpayer dollars, or even before it gets to the police, you have expert help to help you through your situation of family violence, family problems, children problems with CPIIA. And you get more information by calling or contacting Texas number CPIIA to 409-444-3524, and we will get right back with you on that.
All right, guys, it's about time to wrap it up. Anybody got any last words they want to say?
Yeah, my last word on the situation is, man, if you're not ready to take on that responsibility with being with a woman who has another child, just don't pick it up, because you know you're not going to be the priority. That child's going to be the priority. If you're not ready to accept that, then you don't get involved with a woman that has a child.
Yeah, man. Take a good look at it. See what kind of situation you're getting yourself into. You know, what kind of person this is, what kind of people they picked in their past relationships, what kind of fathers are involved with these children, or these children come from. You know, look at their past record. And if it ain't good, get away. You know what I'm saying? Go on about your business. Find somebody that align with you.
That's it.
And she got T Swin. You can find me at T Swin Music. You can find my music, tswin.herenow.com. I got Transportation Music album coming soon, coming real soon. Music jamming, take your guide.
All right, this is Hoverman Cop. This is your servant. I love to serve. I love to help. I love to assist. And we will always be here. We're coming to y'all weekly, and we're going to take things to another level to help you all understand, receive, and make things better for you, your family, and for your communities. I'm out.
And this is JB. I just want to thank CTR Media Network, man. Thanks for putting this together. Thank you for supporting us. We love you guys. We love our community. And like I said, thank you again, CTR.
Big shout out to CTR, Dr. Tina. Sheree, let's see, we got another comment. It said, I believe the women can stop a lot of the red flags when it comes to the children and baby daddies. It must be a mutual understanding that now it's another head man in charge, including dealing with the baby daddy and communicating with the woman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hitting the hammer right on the nail, man.
Hey, my boy King David.
Hey.
Men raising other men's children. Nope, run, head for the hills. That's my boy there. That's my boy.
I'm running. I'll run behind the hills too. I'm running somewhere.
All right, man. CTR Media Network, man. Let's get it. Join the team.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
Baby girl missing me, she growing up while I'm away. But she understand that her daddy gotta get this pay. Sleeping at the truck stop, wishing I was in my bed, pulling in my driveway, vision playing in my head. Gotta run the second lane so I can get another low. People think it's easy, but it's dangerous out on this road. CA, San Diego, Compton, Long Beach, I-10, I-8. Boy, I got a long reach, bikinis and low riders, tacos and enchiladas. Trying to hit the jackpot in Nevada. Gotta hit the strip when I'm out there on the trip. Skip, hurry up and ship, get my chips, then I dip. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talk and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shit. We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. What up?
Little did I know that this was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly.
Sexual assault for child sex abuse.
Sexual harassment. Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody have the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris.
Sheila Renee Bailey.
Brandy Richard.
Joyce Reed.
Yvonne Pierre.
Keith Phillips.
Ursula Kelly.
Linda Skolnitsky.
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
I gave my client her first makeup experience.
All right, so y'all let me know when. I wish y'all could see behind the scenes with all these cameras at me right now.
Her reaction meant everything to me.
Count of three, turn around. 1, 2, 3.
I thought she didn't like it at first because of her gasp.
I can't cry. Oh my goodness, who is that? Okay. Yes. It's supposed to be mine. It's behind somebody cute over here.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
But I always ask this question, right? You have accomplished so much. And you've acting, comedian, you've been in movies, you've been in series, you won many awards, Grammy nominated, sir. right? So what is that next biggest thing for you?
The biggest thing for me right now is to just make sure that my family is left well. If I leave them before we leave together, generational wealth. But the main thing is, my goal is to produce like, that's why I say Adam Sandler was one of my heroes. I want to put on some of the young comics that I've seen and some of my friends that need to get that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to get famous enough where I can call the shots, where I can, and produce a few movies where they can eat and make that bread. And everybody go, oh my God, like Kevin Hart, that's beautiful. He took his team. And them guys, and I was listening on the radio. They got the radio, Sirius Radio. And one dude said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. And I was just like, man, I was highly impressed. Because I'm thinking to myself, this dude ain't that famous. I don't even know him unless it's because of Kevin Hart. And no strike against him. It's just the point of he said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. That's powerful. Yeah. So he done set his buddies up to the point where they can live the life that they that they think that they want to live. And I think that's gracious. And I just want to, I got a few friends that I'm going to put there, put them there to get that life. Whatever they do with it, they do with it, But it's like, man, we got to get it. That's going to make, I'm going to make magic. I'm 53. I got about 12 more years, and I gotta go preach the word for the rest of my life. And I don't care if I just save one soul. I'm going to be a preacher.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm going to preach. I'm going to be 65, and I'm walking in the church. I'm walking right away from this, and I'm going right into theology, whatever. I'm gonna read my first sermon. I'm gonna have me a little church. I'm gonna pay for it, and I'm gonna save one soul. If I just save one, that's all I want to do. One soul to heaven. If I could do anything else.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
My name is Esau McKnight, actor, stuntman, martial artist. Today, I did an episode of the Tina Ramsey Show. She is so amazing. I had such a great time chatting with Tina. What a professional effort she always puts forward. Thank you so much for having me, Tina.
A really great experience on the Tina Ramsey Show. I felt like she really asked some valuable questions that can help a lot of people, especially in regards to monetizing. And so the vibe was great. I honestly wouldn't mind coming back on again if she invite me. And I felt like the conversation just flowed. So I am super happy, and I can't wait for the show to air on every single platform out there. And thank you again.
I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her.
Little did I know that this was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence.
Sexual assault and sexual harassment.
Sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly.
Sexual assault for child sex abuse.
Sexual harassment. Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody have the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris.
Sheila Renee Bailey.
Brandy Richard.
Joyce Reed.
Devon Pierre.
Heath Phillips.
Ursula Kelly.
Linda Skolnitsky.
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.